And thank you, Monica, for getting the recording going. Okay, there we are. All right, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our last day, day 4 of WWRP, Local Parks Technical Review. We have our volunteer advisory committee here ready to help us out and help our applicants out with some feedback. Our first applicant of the day is here and ready to go, Spokane Parks, with their project. So I'm going to pull that PowerPoint up for you guys. Can you see that okay? Yep, great.
Yes.
And Mike will be presenting this one. So I'm just going to stop my video during the presentation, find you. There you are. Mike, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to control that now. All right, looks like it's working.
Perfect.
Okay, whenever you're ready, go right ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, hello, I'm Mike Light with City Spokane Parks and Recreation. Thank you for having me. Today I'm presenting Coeur d'Alene Park, Neighborhood Park Playground and Restroom Renovation in Spokane, Washington. The project goals are to replace an aged playground, build one new public restroom facility, and preserve a historic restroom building shown on the right. We are requesting RCO grant funding from the WWRP Local Parks category in the amount of $480,000, which is approximately 50% of the estimated project costs. The matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. City Spokane is located in Spokane County in eastern Washington, and Coeur d'Alene Park is located in the Browns Addition neighborhood just west of downtown Spokane. The historic neighborhood was established in 1883, making it Spokane's oldest neighborhood. Coeur d'Alene Park is also Spokane's first park, established in 1891. And Browns Addition is bordered by the Spokane River, the BNSF Railroad, and Latah Creek. The park is really the heart of the community, outlined in yellow on the map, with 11 acres of mature tree canopy and open lawn. The playground and restrooms are in the southwest quadrant of the park, outlined in orange. Browns Addition is home to a relatively low-earning, socially vulnerable population. The neighborhood comprises of 86% renter households, most of whom rely on the park for outdoor activities. Several park facilities available to these renters have aged beyond their lifespan and are in need of repair to better serve their users. The park is within a 10-minute walk from anywhere in the community. This makes it a walkable access as a key attraction for the many renters in the community. The existing playground was built over 30 years ago and is divided into two spaces. A small area includes a toddler swing set, metal teeter-totter, and aged wooden features such as a train set. A larger play area includes a traditional wooden structure, a standalone slide, and a large swing set. Both the play areas are bordered by aging concrete edges with engineered wood fiber surfacing. The majority of equipment is outdated and showing signs of deterioration. The existing restroom was built in 1948 and is one of Spokane Parks' original buildings. It was built out of native hand-stacked and mortared basalt rock. Due to its age and ongoing damage and vandalism, the building today is often found out of service, making it a major constraint for park users. With that, temporary toilets have been placed in an old garbage enclosure at the park's south entrance. This solution is not ideal as the toilets are not easily visible from the park and they open up to vehicular traffic, creating an unsafe environment. Although the park is within a 10-minute walk from many homes, having permanent safe public restrooms is especially needed for children and people with limited mobility that can't easily run home to use their own bathroom. The park's existing walkways are all compacted gravel and narrow in width. Paving at least the primary pathways that lead to the park's main facilities would provide a safe and accessible experience for all users. In 2015, the Browns Addition Neighborhood Council worked with the City of Spokane to create the Coeur d'Alene Park Master Plan. This plan included pathway upgrades, play area replacements, and upgrading the existing restrooms. Later in 2022, the Parks Department completed a citywide master plan that helped reinforce the most needed demands for park improvements, listing playgrounds and restrooms as top-tier community desires. Spokane Parks Department recently completed an assessment of all playgrounds citywide with a rating system of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst. Coeur d'Alene Parks Playground rated 4.2 out of 5, the third worst in the city, resulting in the need to replace the entire playground. The park itself rated 3.8 out of 5, largely due to the ongoing vandalism and closure of the historic building. This map shows the existing playground and restrooms in the southwest corner of the park. A splash pad and pump house are in good condition and proposed to remain. This image also shows the mature tree canopy providing shade to the existing play areas, which is a key feature in the proposed design plan. Free street parking is on all 4 sides surrounding the 11-acre park. In response to community need, this project proposes to design and construct over 7,000 square feet of playground area. The project will also construct a new 4-stall restroom building and preserve the existing historic building. A new ADA-accessible paved pathway will connect park users from the West 4th Avenue entrance, past the new facilities, and up to the existing pavilion in the center of the park. The new play areas are separated into 3 spaces, highlighted as numbers 6, 7, and 8 on the plan. The play areas will be accessed by new paved walkways and a wide and compacted granular trail. The new playgrounds are generally located in the same area as the existing ones, and this decision protects the existing tree canopy and minimizes impact by constructing in previously disturbed areas. Number 6 on the plan, a small play space for ages 2 to 5, would be located closest to the proposed restroom, noted as number 5 on the plan. A wheelchair-accessible merry-go-round on the right provides inclusive play for children of all abilities. Port-in-place rubberized surfacing also increases access for children with limited mobility. A themed wooden structure on the left is representative of the existing equipment at the park today. Utilizing the forest of high-headed trees, a zipline or track ride is proposed as number 8 on the plan. The 2015 master plan identified a zipline as a desired feature from a public workshop with local children. Ziplines or track rides come in a variety of lengths and equipment, including accessible seats for people with disabilities. Number 7 on the plan, a larger play space is located across the plaza from the new restrooms and in between the splash pad and smaller play space. This location allows children to move safely through the different spaces while providing a viewing area for parents to see every space from one central location. A key feature to Coeur d'Alene Park are the mature pine trees shown on the left. A taller, more compact structure would provide a unique opportunity for children to experience the viewpoint from the trees. Wooden play structures also contribute to sustainability, providing renewable, recyclable, and low carbon footprint materials. The new restrooms are centrally located on the south end of the new design area, providing immediate access and visibility from the playgrounds and seating areas. The future building is proposed to have 4 stalls and be roughly 750 square feet in size. Open air hallways help contribute to public safety measures, and attached canopies can provide shade directly around the building. The Spokane Parks Department completes several playground and restroom projects annually, providing for accurate estimating and scoping on proposed projects. Despite the need for this work, the operational funding available to city parks is limited to covering only primary operational needs. This leaves minimal funding for citywide capital improvements in needed communities such as Browns Addition. If approved, this grant, matched with city funding, would implement the Tier 1 community needs in Coeur d'Alene Park. For project schedule, we expect this project to begin detailed design in the spring of 2025, with construction starting as early as fall of 2025, depending on grant availability. The project would open to the public by fall of 2026. The 2022 citywide master plan included pop-up events in parks, neighborhood workshops, and tribal consultation. As indicated previously, aged playgrounds and restroom replacements were identified as a top-tier community desire. The 2015 Coeur d'Alene Park Master Plan featured pop-up events in the park itself, as well as a kids-only workshop that identified preferred play features directly from the children in the neighborhood. Some of the preferred features included a zip line and modern 21st century play equipment. The City of Spokane has been working through implementation of the proposed phases outlined in the Coeur d'Alene Park Master Plan. Due to the barrier of limited annual implementation funding, some of the phases remain to be complete, including the playground and restroom upgrades. With the help of the citywide master plan, identifying top-tier priorities has encouraged the city to push forward the needed renovations at Coeur d'Alene Park. Reducing the urban heat island effect is a key strategy in the City of Spokane Sustainability Action Plan. With a dense tree canopy already at Coeur d'Alene Park, the new playground and restroom building will be covered with adequate shade during the hottest summer days, providing a safe and enjoyable outdoor space for all the many renters in Brown's Addition. A new bus rapid transit stop was installed at the north end of the park last year, providing services every 15 minutes during midday hours. This service will increase sustainable access to the new park facilities for citizens of all income levels. The Spokane Park Board has allocated matching funds for this project through park capital improvement funds and city council appropriation. The parkland is already owned by the city and requires no additional acquisition costs. The city is currently upgrading the manual irrigation system at the park as a separate project, which will lead to less maintenance costs, water savings, and eliminate the unintended watering of the existing play equipment. And lastly, the Friends of Coeur d'Alene Park is a community group that programs events in the park, such as farmers markets and summer concert series. In addition, they provide general in-kind cleanup and garbage pickup at the park. These services are critical to the need of upgrading the restrooms, help deter illicit activity at the park, and promote positive stewardship of a highly used communal space. In closing, being the city's oldest park is very special to the citizens of Spokane. This park is first and foremost a communal backyard for the residents that don't have backyards. Without functioning public facilities, this park falls short in providing the needs for its community. The public has provided extensive outreach and support for over a decade to renovate and improve the playgrounds and restrooms at Coeur d'Alene Park. With the help of the WWRP program, Spokane Parks can finally give this neighborhood the backyard it deserves. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. Nice job. Feedback, comments from the committee. Ann, go ahead.
Okay, really good presentation, so I don't have a lot of comments. I did wonder if you're doing any accessible, inclusive playground elements, if you looked at that. We're seeing a lot of requests for, the fully inclusive playgrounds. And so I guess you did talk about that with the zip line. Just something to keep in mind.
I think this feature here too.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
For sure. And so we haven't gone as far yet to really detail, the design of the play equipment. So these would be, some precedent photos, that we would put in. But I think ADA accessibility is definitely a high priority, especially in Spokane too. So we would be doing everything we can to make sure that at least a majority of the areas would be accessible for folks with limited mobility, visual impairment, yeah, other sensitivities.
Okay. And then under project engagement, there is you get some points for partnerships. And so you talked about the Friends of the Park in the very last category. What was that category? Cost efficiencies. So it's pretty close to where we would see it for scoring, but just keep in mind, the more you can like hit every point where we have to score it, the more likely you're to get all of your points.
Sure. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, and that was definitely intended to also hit on partnerships. But I guess am I hearing that maybe we should just kind of adjust the slide that specifically titles partnerships?
Talk about it on your slide about engagement. Just
great.
Throw it in real quick so we're sure to see it.
Awesome. Thanks, Anne.
Thanks, Silvana. Go ahead, and then Chaz.
Yeah, I think like what Anne was saying is that you could have it. You can mention the partnerships during project engagement, but still have them down in the was it sustainability or cost efficiencies as well. Your presentation was excellent. You hit a lot of the point or a lot of the categories really well. And since you do have a friends group, I'm wondering if there's a dollar figure you could put on their volunteer time. Because it's apparent that friends group is specific to this park. And I think if you had a dollar figure, just kind of strengthens that value. And that's all I have.
Perfect. Thank you. That's great.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chaz, and then Doug.
Yeah, if we can go to slide 19. Good presentation, by the way. Cool project. So as you kind of went through this project design, I mean, I think excellently kind of, as you step through each of the elements, you might just even, since you have the space on the left-hand side, kind of add the name of the element on those slides as you go through it. I just started catching it at slide 19. And then I was perhaps kind of signed on a little late, so I may have had not a chance to be fully immersed in the presentation, but I wasn't 100% sure from the start that we were talking both about the playground, the improvements. I thought it was mostly just restrooms. And so I just kind of maybe missed that, but I don't know if I'm the only one. And I think that's all I have. Good presentation otherwise. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Chaz. Yeah, we have a couple playground slides right before the restroom, so that might have been where it got missed.
Yeah, I saw that you were talking about it, but I was like, why is he showing me these restroom photos? Because I don't think I heard it in the general description. But I could have missed saying, hey, we got a project of a restroom, we got a project of playground improvements and ADA improvements.
Perfect. Great, thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
So it was a great presentation. I have one little problem with it, and maybe it's just a minor problem on my point, but you listed that the playground was the third worst playground in your system based on that ranking scale. I would detail out why you're not doing playgrounds 1 and 2, why you're not coming for those this time. If I have 3 playgrounds and my worst one, why am I not doing my worst one? Why am I doing my third worst one? So you detailed that out. I would say, and you don't have to answer me now, but when you bring it back, that's what I'm going to be looking to find out is, hey, you told me this was your third worst. Why aren't you doing your first worst or your second worst? You're going for the bronze medal here. You should be going for gold, if you ask me. So just a point that kind of tweaked with me when you said that. I was like, wait a minute, why wouldn't you do your first worst? Like, it just makes no sense. So just a thought for me.
Great, thank you, Doug.
Thanks. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Chaz, did you have something else?
All right, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. So just kind of like nitpicky little thing. Slide 16, I thought was maybe just a little bit busy. I was trying to track the data that you had on that slide with your talking points, and I was having a hard time finding on there. So maybe just delineate each point or break it into 2 slides. And then slide 31, maybe just reduce the text on that one down to just bullet points, so we can just really quickly spot what in the master plan aligns with this project. Other than that, I thought it was great.
Perfect. Thank you, Genevieve. Good points.
Yeah, thanks. Good catch. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, I just had one other additional thing. I mean, in your conclusion, you kind of hit how this was the community's backyard, and I'm from Spokane, so I know that the neighborhood's really dense. And I think maybe even at the front side of this, showing kind of the lack of kind of backyards, front yards that neighborhood has might have a little bit of benefit to help re-resonate that conclusion that I thought was really well done.
Perfect.
Thanks. Alrighty, well, thank you, Mike. And Nick, appreciate you guys being here. You'll be getting some written feedback as well, and then we'll see you again in August.
Sounds great. Take
Thank
care.
you, everyone.
Alrighty, have a good day.
See ya.
Right, moving over to the west side of the state, Cowlitz County. And let's see, is Alyssa presenting this one? Good morning, Alyssa. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning.
Hey, how are you this morning?
Good. How are you?
Great. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can.
All right. I'm going to pass you control if that works for you, so you can advance your own slides. Find your name. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen and see if you can advance your slide. There we go.
All right. Good morning. My name is Alyssa Dunn, and I work for the Cowlitz County Parks Department. This presentation is for the Riverside Park Legacy Play Area. Riverside Park is located right on the I-5 corridor between Olympia and Portland. We're about an hour south of Olympia and an hour north of Portland. You only have to drive 1 mile from I-5 to get to the park, so we're right off the freeway. Cowlitz County has a population of 113,000 residents. Within our county boundaries, we provide recreation for the cities of Kelso, Longview, Castle Rock, Toutle, Kalama, and Woodland. Just north of the city of Kelso sits the community of Lexington, where Riverside is located. Lexington is a growing community. It had its first elementary school built this last year due to the increase in the number of children in the area. The school has 740 students, and 72% of them are on free or reduced lunch. Riverside is our biggest park, and it's 58 acres. It's extremely popular in the summer as we have reservable picnic sites to host birthday parties, reunions, company picnics, and weddings. Riverside is also home to multiple sports clubs, Kelso Soccer, and we also have a softball club out here. The last time Riverside Park had a big upgrade was in 1976 when the park's infrastructure was first installed. So with this grant, we want to change that. We want to build a huge interconnected play area in the center of our park. We plan on building a legacy play area that will be enjoyed for years to come. This play area will include new playgrounds, asphalt pump track, dirt skills path for kids and beginners, ADA picnic sites, a covered picnic area, ADA paths leading to the playgrounds and pump track, and landscaping updates. Riverside Park is the only park in the Lexington community. Kids in Lexington cannot walk or bike to the city of Longview and Kelso parks without getting on a highway. Our current playground for our 5 to 12-year-olds is getting old and starting to fall apart. It is slated for removal in the coming years. As pictured, you can see the paint is peeling. It is becoming very difficult to find replacement parts due to its age. Not only is it wearing down, it is not ADA accessible. You have to walk through a grassy field, as you can see in the picture, just to get to it. To get down to the playground, you have to walk down a grassy slope. So it is definitely not ADA friendly. Currently, we lack all-season activities for kids and adults in our area. When it rains, which is on average 178 days a year, most people stay indoors for lack of activities other than walking. That is where asphalt pump tracks come into play, as you can use them year-round, rain or shine. Even though we are surrounded by forests, most of them are privately owned, and we have zero public access to any mountain biking trails, leaving citizens to ride on sidewalks or leave town altogether. Most parks in the area do not allow skates on their paths and sidewalks, or the paths are so cracked it is unsafe to use skates or rollerblades, leaving skaters nowhere to go. We also lack activities for the 12 and up age demographic. Pump tracks fulfill that need as they truly are used by all ages. Pump tracks are both playgrounds and training facilities for bikers, skateboarders, rollerbladers, or scooters of all skill levels, from toddlers on strider bikes to professional mountain bikes. Asphalt tracks are hotspots for all kinds of riders who seek a fun and action-filled sports experience. Pump tracks are highly popular destinations that become a hive of community activity. Riders enjoy practicing the basic skills of carrying momentum, improving balance, and building speed by using their arms and legs to pump their bike, board, scooter around the track. As riders improve their skills, the tracks are designed to provide the option for more challenges with increased speed and skill, without needing to change the construction of the track. A feature that a 5-year-old can roll through can also be used as a gap jump for a professional. Pictured in this drawing here, it shows the layout of all the different features and components of the play area. Due north is a large 5 to 12 play structure with an ADA path leading to it and a nearby ADA accessible picnic site. Connected to that is the smaller 12 to 5-year-old play structure with a nearby Tot City, which I'll get to later. Due south, we have an asphalt pump track, which will also have an ADA path leading to it. Connecting the playground and pump track will be a bike skills trail designed for kids and beginners who will be constructed using dirt for the kids and the beginners. So pictured here is one of the playgrounds we're looking at. We're looking for a playground where kids can hang out and play together. Most playgrounds designed today are designed like escalators and lead you from point A to point B, and kids don't stop and engage with each other. We're looking for something with hangout areas and want a design that will bring kids together. Within our 2 to 5 play area will be a mini Lexington, our Tot City. It's going to be built out of wood. It will have storefronts and homes for small kids to play in and start their journey with imaginative play. I'll be working with local businesses to have their names added to buildings by donating financially or with volunteer labor. Other components of this project include ADA path upgrades, which we currently lack. Additional ADA picnic sites and covered picnic sites that you can see in the picture right there, which will be ADA accessible. The pump track will be designed specifically for Riverside Park and the needs of our community. I've been lucky enough to work with Velo Solutions, who designs world-class pump tracks. They will be putting together a design team of their own with bikers, skaters, artists, and engineers that will design a unique pump track just for our park. In addition to that, we've also put together a team that will be working with the designers. As you can see in these pictures, this is what our park currently looks like, where we'll be doing most of the construction. It's a wide open grassy field surrounded by an existing perimeter path, parking lots, trees, and 2 bathrooms, which you can't see in the pictures, and I'll include that next time. The infrastructure is there and waiting to be utilized. Construction will not impact daily visitors once it begins, as it's in the most underused space in the park. So one of the big questions I've been asked is why asphalt? Simply, it can be used by anybody and year-round. It allows multiple sports abilities to use on tracks such as bikes, skates, skateboards, scooters, wheelchairs, strider bikes, and just about anything with wheels. It requires minimum upkeep and maintenance, which is rare for most park structures. So here's the project costs that we're looking at, and we're asking RCO for $500,000, which is 50% of the proposed project. $516,000 for the playground, $450,000 for the pump track, $10,000 for an ADA picnic shelter, $10,000 for additional ADA paths leading to everything, $5,000 for site furnishings such as picnic tables, landscaping, flowers, plants, $2,000, and $7,000 for a cultural resources survey. Cowles County will be providing $490,000 in cash and $10,000 in in-kind labor from staff and volunteers. The reason this project came to be was we did a public survey for our new comprehensive plan that we just completed. One of the questions was, what would you like to see most in our county parks? The two with the most votes was new playgrounds and a pump track. We also received a community request with a bunch of signatures for a pump track. With that letter, we have created a group of citizens that have volunteered their time to help with the design and build as needed. This includes kids and adults, our youngest being an 8-year-old girl with a love of pump tracks. We will also be working with the 2 closest grade schools to choose a playground. With approval from the school principals, the kids will be presented with 2 playground options and the kids are going to vote. The one with the most votes will be the one we install. The quotes right there are from the school principals. They're very excited for this whole idea to get kid input, especially for this community. We're kind of an underserved area as we're not our own city. We seem to have a large bee population in our park, and they love to make their homes in our old big leaf maple trees. We're going to continue to support these pollinators by planting bee foraging plants and pollinator beds throughout our play areas. This project is about community engagement and everyone coming together. This will be a place where parents can meet to socialize, kids can learn to play again without social distancing. The community can engage in healthy activities such as biking, skating, running, and playing. Community is about doing something together that makes something belonging matter. We'll be working with volunteers for construction of the pump track, as I mentioned previously, with our group of volunteers. We also have volunteers that want to help with planting flowers and shrubs, building the tot city out of wood, and just our overall design. The community is excited and they want their input to be heard. We'll be asking local businesses for lumber donations or time to help us build our mini Lexington. So thank you for your time. We're pretty excited about this project.
That's great. Thank you, Alyssa. All right, suggestions on this one. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like a great project. I just had a few things. Slide 3. Can you go back to slide 3 there, Carl?
Sure.
So on this slide, you were talking about the park and where it is in the county, where it's located with all these the cities here. Can you show me on a county map where the park is located and have these cities be on the map so that I can get a better picture of what we're talking about in the location?
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be helpful. You can put in more than one slide for what you're talking about there. You had a lot of text on that, like a lot that you were talking about on these slides. You can throw in more than one slide. You can give us the full map of Washington with here's where we are, and then drill it down into a county, and then go into the city where the park is and where the actual park is located.
Okay.
The other thing I would ask is that when you're talking about need, show similar facilities. Where's the other nearest pump track? Where's the other nearest, anything that you're putting in? I want to know where the next nearest one is to your site. So how far would somebody have to go if you don't have this here?
Okay.
And then the only other thing I have, other than, I've got 2 more things. Design, the cost for the design. You've got numbers there, but you didn't really talk about where they came from. What are they based on? Do they include taxes, escalation, contingency, all that kind of stuff? Give us the what are you basing this on? If it's just your county engineering or your landscape architect has put this together based on 30 years of experience, that's great. I just need to know that.
Okay.
And then the final thing I have is in your PRISM application data, you have donated services from Cowlitz County Parks and Recreation of $10,000. And you talked about some business donations and stuff that's not in there. Is that the amount that you're valuing the construction of the Little Lexington? Is the 10,000?
So the 10,000 would be the in-kind from staff, volunteers, and building the Little Lexington for the labor of it
So it's community volunteer hours?
as well, yes.
Community volunteer, but is it staff? Are you paying your staff to do it?
Some of it, yes, some of it, no.
Okay, so you're gonna need to separate all that out and detail it, okay?
Okay.
Because there's, I think it's called force account labor is what you would be for the staff. So when your staff is working, you'd be saying force account labor, so maybe that's 5,000 of it. And then the other 5,000 is volunteer hours from the community. And you need to detail that out separately so that we know what we're looking at. And then you can detail that out in your cost efficiencies at the end, showing us that, hey, we have this much projected in donated labor, we have this much in force account labor. That's all going to contribute towards our match. That's all I need. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Doug. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Ann.
Okay, yeah, a great project. There's just a couple things with the flow that I think could help things out. There was such an emphasis on the pump track, which is a very cool feature, that you didn't really talk about the other features as much. And especially in the intro, as Doug mentioned, we don't score the intro, it just sets the groundwork for us. So save some of those details where you had them further on in the project. The scope should really give us why these elements in totality, one, that's what your project is and why they are most important to you. And you broke out each element in scope, but then in design, you only had the pump track. So really looking at each of the individual features are part of the scope once you've established what the whole is for us. So that will be more helpful. I also didn't see any timeline to your project design when you were sharing the costing. And then with the public engagement piece, there's actually 3 separate elements to that. Anything that you're doing as a result of the engagement, you want to tell us as part of need, but then your methods is what you really hit hard in your project engagement. And that was great to see the kids. And then we understood why pump track became really important, but that's also the place to make sure that priorities are included and that you get all elements of sustainability in the next section as well. So review that criteria and make sure all of them are included in each of the sections.
Thank you.
Thanks, go ahead, Ann.
So most of my points have already been covered. I just want to go back to the one about adding some slides. At the beginning, you did a lot of talking, but just you had us on one slide. And so add in a few more slides of your other talking points to illustrate it. That helps us, visualize it and gets it in our mind. Most of the presentations are more like 30 to 35 slides. So, and then I don't know if this has been covered, but you had funds for a picnic shelter, but I don't remember that even coming up in the early discussions. So you want to make sure that you're talking about, what's your need for the shelter. That's all I have.
Thanks, Ann. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. This actual slide reminded me of one other thing. You have in your project ADA picnic shelter and ADA paths, and I did not see in any of the pictures or any of the photos or any of the designs any ADA parking. We need to get them from their vehicle to these places, so we need to make sure that there's ADA parking available as part of this. If there's not, you may want to alter your project a little bit to repaint some of those lines in that parking lot to create some ADA stalls.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, good point. Thanks, everyone. And I'm not sure if there's like an overall site plan showing like new. It looks like you have some accessible pathways, but maybe you'll be extending those to the new elements, presumably. So, an overall site plan that shows that. I was a little concerned about the budget It's a pretty ambitious project, pretty big scope of work for just this amount of money. So I would definitely, take a close look at that over the next month or so, work with your engineers um, and like a couple folks mentioned about your donations, you definitely want to include that in this project. So you basically add all, maybe it's actually like a $1.2 million project or something, but a chunk of that is going to be your donations, and then you line that out as donations.
Okay.
I didn't see permitting or A&E, which will be required. And so yeah, anyway, get what your grant manager can help you out with that. And yeah, you just want to be really confident that you can, build everything within the budget that you've got, and you don't, you're not cutting yourself short on this. So, all right. Well, thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Alyssa, you'll get some written comments as well. And then, of course, yeah, reach out to Russell, your grants manager. He'll be able to help. And we'll see you again in August.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. All right, folks, we have a break and then back 10:15 with the project in Aberdeen. See you in a bit. Righty, everybody, welcome back. Get going with Aberdeen here. Looks like Austin, are you presenting this one?
Correct. Yes, I am.
All right, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Pull up your PowerPoint. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. You can advance your own slides.
Yes.
I'll give you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it. There it goes.
There it goes.
Right. Well, whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking your time. I know you guys have had a long week with presentations already. So hopefully mine's not the longest of the bunch. So yes, I will be presenting on Pioneer Park Artificial Turf. And let's just get right into it. So project introduction. So we are located in Grays Harbor County. So for those of you that don't know it, we are on the western side of the state. So our next biggest city that's closest to us is Olympia. So we are about 45 minutes west of Olympia, and also 20 minutes east of our beach communities and ocean shores. So those are the main factors. We are basically in the middle of that. And I do say Grays Harbor County. I'm going to be saying a lot of Aberdeen and a lot of Grays Harbor County because we are the only recreation department in the whole county. So I just want to clear that up for you guys. So the big goal is to turf the infield to provide a multi-season playable field in Grays Harbor. So to me, that seems pretty simple, but for you guys that don't know, turf and where we are located, we need it. So we are in a very rainy side of the state. So again, our site is at Pioneer Park Athletic Complex, which inhabits our slow pitch fast pitch field, and it is currently an all dirt infield. So if you can see in the picture in the bottom right there, Pioneer Park is located at the top right where that red arrow is. And at the bottom left, that arrow is also our other athletic complex. So that just gives you kind of a good idea of locations. They're about 3.7 miles apart from each other. Here's another map that just shows we are the yellow star. That's where Pioneer Park Field 3 is. Above that is Stevens Elementary. So that blue star is an elementary school there. And below us, that red star is Miller Junior High. So those are both schools. And if you can see the purple star down at the very bottom, that's actually Grays Harbor College that also uses our Pioneer Park athletic facilities. And let's just go to the next slide here. So the needs. So Aberdeen is home to 3 Little League fields, 1 full-size baseball field, 3 adult softball fields, and 3 girls softball fields, 5 soccer fields. So we don't have a ton of fields. But what we want to get into is our adult sports. So one of you guys might be asking why we didn't put in for the YAF grant. Is because we're catering mainly to adults. So that is what we're going to be focusing on. Although youth do use our fields, we are focusing on adults. So the next closest artificial turf in our county is Montesano. So we only have 1 other turf field for our whole county, and that is mainly for youth girls fast pitch. So that couldn't hold any of our adult sports. If anybody else wants to use turf fields, they have to go out of our county to do so. So that is one of our needs that I want to focus on for our area is a turf field. So again, we are all of Grays Harbor. It's not just Aberdeen, and we have teams coming from everywhere. So we even get some teams from Pacific County. So I just wanted to point that out there that we do get some teams outside of our own county that travel all the way to our fields. And that is for adult slow pitch. So turf has been identified as the top 3 need in our recreation plans. This was determined by our staff and park board due to the number of rainouts each year. So as you can imagine, again, we live so close to the ocean there that we get a lot of rain and mist all the time. So to make our fields playable, that is kind of what we need in our area, especially during the springtime. So, I mean, everybody else gets a lot of that springtime rain here in Western Washington, but we get the most of it. So I think we are the second wettest county in the state. So that is, if that doesn't tell you anything, that shows kind of why we need it. Going to the next slide here. So the project scope. So Pioneer Park Field 3 has a dirt infield, natural grass outfield, and covered dugouts with a chain link fence and backstop that enclose the entire field, which is 300 feet fences. So that is what hosts our adult slow pitch fields. And that's why we were able to use those fields for the length of our fences. So again, what I'm proposing is to replace the dirt infield with artificial turf. I did happen to miss 2 slides. I don't know where they went after I submitted it. I went back in this morning, went to go check on the slides again, and I did notice that there was 2 missing. But if you guys can point that out, I'm sure you will. Turf will improve playability of our field for all ages, especially when conditions are questionable. So I already kind of touched on how wet it is in our county. So I won't go into that again. But this would be the second artificial baseball/softball field available in Grace Harbor County. So I just want to probably nail you guys with that one. That is a big need for us, is we do need artificial turf. And that's kind of what I fought for a long time since I've been here. So my 8 years here with the city, I've been saying, hey, we need turf. And then we get the feedback from our players all the time for needing turf, but that'll probably go into the next slide here. So project design. So Pioneer Park is ADA accessible, which includes the restrooms, pedestrian paths, and parking. So we have plenty of parking, plenty of restrooms already that are available at this park. And so due to Grace Harbor being one of the wettest counties, and again, I've touched on this many times already, but we average around 84 inches of rain a year. So turf will benefit the community as a whole. The design of the turf infield will increase the number of activities and just playability for the community. So in the top left here, this is what our field looked like just probably last week, which we are already in our adult slow pitch season. So we've already had to cancel quite a few games already this year. So in the bottom left there, that is actually Stevens Field in Olympia. We picked them because they are probably the closest that mimic our fields. So just to give you an idea, that's just what their turf, I believe they just got turf just a few years ago. So we really want to mimic what they have done because it suits them very well there in Olympia, and they get a lot of use out of that. So project engagement, we encourage and engage on-site with our user groups, such as the Little League, Girls Fast Pitch, and adult sports teams. So we do a lot of engagement with our teams on site. So we always ask, and I was always out there saying, hey, what would make your experience better at our parks here? And just about everybody would say, hey, if you would get turf, that would be nice. Again, we updated. In 2022, we updated our 7-year comprehensive plan, and we received community input through online surveys, holding 2 public hearings, and input from our city council and local parks board. And so they all agree that turf is pretty much needed in our area. And I agree, I definitely agree with them. And what the cool part is about who uses our parks is we engage with a lot of native tribes, such as Queets. Queets, if you didn't know, is at the very top north corner of Grace Harbor. It takes them about 2 hours or so to drive to our ballparks. So I would hate for them to be coming all the way to our fields just to have the umpire cancel it. So, I mean, that's too far of a drive for me to be able to go to a field just to have it canceled at the very last minute. Then they have to drive another 2 hours home. But we get 3 of those tribes are our biggest users. So Tahola, Quinault, and Queets impact our community quite a bit. And so let's go to the next one here. So sustainability, this park was established in 1970s, so it really does have all the amenities that we need. Like I already touched on, ADA accessible. all that good stuff. So by getting turf, what we're trying to do is save water and resource time for our staff as well. We have a pretty small staff, maintenance staff, so 3-man to basically cover all of our parks, all of our ballparks. So getting turf would just help that, cut that down just by a little bit, but a little bit goes a long ways in our parks. Economically, like I already touched on, reduce maintenance costs as well. Keep teams in our area. So that's the big thing, is keeping teams in our area. So it's not just adult sports, but our youth do use our fields as well. So we get a lot of our youth girls fast pitch teams that also use Pioneer Park Field 3. So that's kind of what we want to touch on. It's a pretty universal ball field, and that's kind of why we picked that one. So just a little snippets of wages and incomes as well. In 2020, there were 21,688 jobs in Grace Harbor covered by unemployment insurance with a total payroll of over 1 billion. So as you can see, we're also a very low income city as well. So that plays into also where our ball fields are located. So the average annual wage in 2020 was 46,000, which is well below the state's average. And I can work on getting some more updated numbers. That's just what we found on the security department page of employment. So that's how we got that. So Stevens Elementary School student population is 100% eligible for free and reduced lunches. And that is the elementary school that's right above. It basically sits on Pioneer Park as well. And Miller Junior High that sits just below it is eligible for 85% free and reduced lunches. And during their PE and recess times, they do come over and use our parks as well. So they do use our field. And actually, I think this Thursday, we were asked if we could drag out one of our softball fields, which is field 3 that we want to renovate there. They want to use that for kickball. So it is also used by a ton of youth in our community. So cost efficiencies, our prep for our field is going to vary, I think, pretty high because of our in-kind donation from our City of Aberdeen Public Works Department. So they've already committed to putting in a ton of their time to help prep the field, which is most of the cost. 5-Star Dealerships, which is a huge car business here, has already expressed a ton of interest in it. They love doing anything sports related in the harbor. So I brought that to them and they said, yeah, we're all for it. So we already know we're going to get some big financial support from our 5-Star Dealerships. And I've also talked with local community businesses and they are all pretty high on the project as well. And we do plan to go after Grace Harbor Community Foundation. We have gone through them several times and they love doing projects and helping out with grants here in the city of Aberdeen. And that's all I got. So I am free for any questions that you guys have.
All right, thank you, Austin. All right, Roxanne, why don't you start?
Right. Just a few comments really, and you had asked, you knew you had missed a little bit of information. And so, we go right through the criteria and you want to strengthen that. At the end, you talked to us a little bit about the population and the schools and the low income. Make sure all that up is on the need section. One of your first things after the intro is to really help us understand that community and how they what they look like and how they're going to benefit before you get us even into the existing conditions there.
Okay.
You also had your flooded outfield later on. Show us that early. That's the main reason. So we will understand that context. So that photo early and just more photos beyond the location. Once you're into need is key since that's the heart of it. There's not that much to the scope itself, but clarifying in that section that it really is just the field. You're not changing any other amenities. And again, later in the cost efficiencies, we understood that you believe you can do field prep sufficiently enough to do that. But also this will be your only turf. So you're going to need equipment to maintain that. So kind of think through and make sure your scope and what's in your budget is sufficient for what you want to accomplish overall. There is a need for a slide in design that goes over your timeline and your budget. So
That's what I was missing.
that's
So,
probably one of the key ones that was missing there. And then throughout engagement, there are really 3 separate questions we expect you to answer there. Your outreach, I would just start with the more formal plan since it was the oldest, and then bring us to that more qualitative, discussion with users since it's focused on this, and really define the partnership relationship that you have with those other cities and with the tribes in that section overall. And I think that covers most of it. Just really think about reordering and filling in gaps.
okay.
Thanks, Roxanne. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Doug.
Yeah, a couple of comments. Roxanne hit a lot of it, what I was going to say, but you had some great talking points, but it didn't necessarily align to the best slide for that talking point. And if you hit it on each criterion as you go through, it just makes it super easy for us to give you all the points that you deserve. So I would look just at the fine print on each criterion. We talked a little bit about the support from the tribes and their interest in using the field. And I was wondering if you have letters of support, it would be good to show that there. And from the softball team that you mentioned. And then you also talked about the school using the field on recess, maybe an aerial map to show proximity of the field to the schools.
Okay.
That would help just drive that point home. And then I heard you say something about there's actually one other turf field in the county, maybe a map to show us how far away is that one? What community does that serve? Just to help us understand, where this one's located in relation to it.
Okay. I did have one. It might be pretty small. I could probably update that one as well. I think that was on my 3rd slide or so. It did show Montesano with how far it was.
Got you. Perfect. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Go ahead. I'm sure who was next. Doug and then Ann.
So the Genevieve's question about the distance to Montesano and the map, yeah, there it is. Illustrates one of my points. Okay. This is completely and utterly flip-flopped in the size. The text is taking up too much of the screen. The map is taking up too little. Make the map bigger, minimize the text. So in general, less text on your slides, bigger graphics. And then I would start splitting some of these into 2, 3, 4 slides, because you've got tons of information on this slide that we're going to just kind of gloss over and go, okay, wait, what is he talking about? We're looking at this map and trying to figure this out. This shows the project location and how far away it is, but I don't know the scale of this map.
Okay.
So it doesn't really, it shows us where the next nearest one is, but give us a distance. Like give us an arrow that shows between the two, and it's 25 miles or 30 miles or a half-hour drive, whatever it is, give us that distance.
Okay.
Can you go to slide 2, please, Carl?
Yep.
This is another one. Split this into 2 separate slides. Make this map of the state bigger, take up the whole slide, show us exactly where you are. Then maybe drill down to the county and show us where you are in the county in another slide. Then drill down into this picture over at the satellite and show us where we are on the map. Okay. Bring us from wide into, I'm in Moses Lake. I don't know Grays Harbor County. I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know where Aberdeen is. So you've got to bring me in. Okay. Multiple slides for each category. The tribes, you talked about the different tribes and you talked about how far away they are and how they come. Show us that on a map. Where is that one tribe that comes 2 hours? How far away are they coming from? Where are they coming from?
Okay.
Sustainability, talked about that. Go back to slide 4 where you've got the water. Yeah. So one of the big things involved in putting the turf in is putting the drainage under it, right?
Yep.
So you did not mention drainage throughout your presentation, and it's probably more important that you have the drainage than you have the turf.
Okay. Yep.
So it is included in your Prism metrics. I saw it there. I looked at it. I found it. But you got to start talking about that, because drainage is going to kick all of this water out faster. And regardless of whether you have grass or turf on top of it, it's going to make it more playable, period.
Right.
Okay. So really hammer that you're not just putting turf over dirt, you're putting turf over drainage and you're installing that drainage. Make sure you make that point. Your donations and your grant, sounds like they're anticipated, but not cash in hand, not no letters of commitment. If you can get those letters of commitment or get the application in or figure out how to come in to us with, hey, I've got a commitment for, if it's not $25,000 from local businesses, if it's 10,000 of that is committed. Okay. So we know, okay, it's in process. We know it's coming. Because right now you're telling me we think we can get 25,000 in donations and we think we can get 25,000 in grants. Well, that's all well and good, but you don't have anything in hand. Okay. So come back to us in a month and a half in August and show us where you're at then. And that'll give us an indicator as to how far you're going to go in the next year. Okay. Thanks.
So go ahead, Ann, and then Chaz.
So I thought it would be good if you could quantify how much this would increase your playability. How many rainouts have you had? How many days of rain do you have? If you can give us numbers of, additional games, additional hours, that would be really helpful. And then several other people have made this point, but just increase the number of slides so you have less on one slide.
Okay.
And you can blow it up and you can talk about what's on the slide and then switch to the next one. And most of the presentations are about 30 slides. I think you had 10.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
And then these videos of all the presentations are available on YouTube. So it might be a good idea to watch some of the other ones, just see how they structure their presentation, steal some ideas from them. That's all.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Chaz.
I have nothing, but my hand was raised for so long that I just had to leave it up. No, everybody got all the points and just knocked my last one out. So that was the one thing I was going to add in terms of giving us some numbers and your need about how many rainouts you've had, because you mentioned it and you hit it hard, but giving us actual numbers, I think will kind of hit that point home.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Great feedback. The one thought I had, Austin, was just confirm, since you're only doing the infield, just confirm that your natural grass outfield is in good shape and has plenty of life left, and you got your crew that maintains it, and just so we know that. Anyway, so we have that understanding as well.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, thank you guys for all the feedback. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, plenty of time to get it tuned up before August. So
yes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for sharing your project.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, bye. All right. Next up is Benton City Splash Pad. And it looks like Megan is here. Are you presenting this one, Megan? Oh, you're muted.
Both Nathan and I are presenting on this one. I'll be driving.
You'll be driving. Okay. Well, I will hand you control. You can see your PowerPoint. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Megan, I'll pass you remote control. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that now. There we go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Okay. Nathan, are you good to go? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Hoke, Benton City Grants Consultant.
And I'm Nathan Raddick, Benton City Projects Manager.
And today we're here to talk about the Benton City Splash Pad project. Benton City is located in Benton County in southeastern Washington, a diverse, rapidly growing region with both busy cities and small rural communities like ours. Our proposed project site will be located in the northernmost section of the city, an area with fewer park and recreation opportunities, which is something this project aims to rectify. So let's start with the basics. Why is this project essential? Despite our existing amenities, playgrounds, sports courts, boat ramps, skate parks, lots of wonderful things, there is one key access gap that we have been unable to address: the absence of water play, especially for young children and their families. Children are more likely than adults to spend time outside. And in the height of summer, where we regularly receive temperatures of over 110 degrees, the lack of water play in our community is a serious health risk. Now, you might be saying to yourself, well, why not just drive somewhere else? Unfortunately, the nearest splash pad is 12 miles away in Richland, and with a 9 out of 10 transportation expense disparity, we don't think it's financially feasible or fair to ask our residents to shoulder that burden. So we want to eliminate access barriers, both geographic and economic, by establishing a splash pad in Benton City. Another key point here is those temperatures I mentioned. According to the EPA, temperatures that are regularly over 100 and 110 degrees fall into dangerous and extremely dangerous to the point of being life-threatening. For us, this is really concerning because we are home to a large percentage of vulnerable individuals from multiple population groups, including people with health conditions, homeless individuals, infants, young children, pregnant women, disabled individuals, and adults over 65. Because we have so many vulnerable individuals in our community, we feel it's our responsibility as a city to provide a safe, cooling recreational opportunity that mitigates these heat risks.
Thank you, Megan. I would like to now discuss the scope of the project. So this 1.65 acre lot was given to the city by the developer of the Blacktop Estates housing development in 2021. The city immediately recognized the potential for a splash pad development due to its prime location right off of State Route 225. With that in mind, infrastructure has already been put in place, including adequately sized water and sewer lines in anticipation of this future development. Next slide. Even with all of this infrastructure already in place, additional development activities are needed to make this an effective park. Referencing the list provided on the slide, these planned amenities will come together and culminate into a fully functional park with a 10-element splash pad. We will discuss these in further detail in a future slide. As pre-discussed, this development will provide needed water play activities, which are severely lacking in Benton City. Based on preliminary design, we anticipate this park to provide interactive water features for all ages, including the preschool age group and those with sensory needs, which is currently underrepresented in our city's parks. This will be the only park in Benton City to provide an outdoor cooling center and safe summer play for all ages. So how much land is still available for public parks? Available land for park space is becoming more and more difficult to obtain. Developers are electing to pay a park in lieu fee instead of providing land for parks. The 280 home future development just across the street has recently decided to pay the city's park fee instead of providing additional land for park space. This increases the need to develop a park in this area and for Benton City as a whole. And why is this the perfect location? Next slide. The city has determined that this is the best location as it is near new housing developments, the high school, and grocery store. Initial site development has already been completed, and it provides access for recreation to the north side of the town. Now, let's review the project design. This slide represents a preliminary design for the Splash Pad Park. A dog park with a drinking fountain and a waste bag dispenser, then a parking lot with approximately 19 stalls and 2 ADA compliant stalls. Street side parking for overflow is also available on 14th Street. On the south side of the parking lot, we start with a non-elevated ADA circulation path leading to 2 unisex ADA compliant restrooms, picnic shelters with tables and barbecue grills, and ending at the focal point, the 10-element splash pad surrounded by park benches. The city plans to plant trees in the open green space to provide additional shaded area for family gatherings. Now back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Nathan. Not only will this project be ADA accessible, but it will strategically incorporate inclusive design elements designed to specifically support neurodivergent park users. Elements of this would be varied sensory experiences, jets versus bubbles versus puddled, zone areas that are graded by intensity of sensory experience, and opportunities for solo versus group play so that each user can experience the activity that best suits their needs. The final 10 elements will be chosen after gathering additional community input, but in the meantime, here are some elements that meet our vision and that we are considering including a jelly stick, spray rings and rain tunnels, wheelchair accessible water play at elevated play tables for sitting or standing, raining mushrooms, water rings, and of course, the classic dumping bucket. We feel that this project perfectly aligns with both our recent pros plan update and our comprehensive plan. It mitigates access barriers while reducing community health threats.
Now, regarding cost and permitting, since this was originally part of a proposed development, both the SEPA and Cultural Resource Survey were completed in 2020 with no findings or concerns. Therefore, the city does not foresee any issues for further development. Also, the city's water and sewer systems have been evaluated and shown adequate to handle the additional capacity.
So let's talk project engagement. How did we work with the community to design this project? We are proud to say that this project is data-driven and based directly on feedback from both our city council and our wider residency. In a recent project prioritization survey, our city councilors unanimously identified the development of a splash pad as their #1 recreation priority. In addition, during a community survey administered as part of our 2023 pros plan development, 62% of respondents said they were either interested or very interested in developing a swimming or water play facility. Finally, in addition to the input we've already gathered, we planned to seek additional feedback to ensure that this design is inclusive, accessible, and representative of the needs of our community. Possible input gathering methods may include focus groups with specifically marginalized populations, a general public interest meeting, and even possibly door-to-door canvassing surveying the directly impacted neighborhoods. In addition, we also plan on collaborating with community partners with whom we have regular relationships to get feedback and ensure our design is welcoming and inclusive of everyone in our community.
So what are we doing to ensure this is a sustainable project? Considerations have been made for future sustainability with this new park development. The ecological, social, and economic factors listed are either already in place, for example, drought-resistant landscaping, free access, and a solar power grid, or will be considered as part of the future development as funding allows. And what resources are being leveraged for this project? Because this property is already owned by the city and developed for use as a park, it is deemed the most cost-effective option. In addition, the city is willing to commit over $350,000 in local funds for this development and $10,000 in kind staff time for future installation and as needed. No additional staff will be needed to maintain this park, therefore mitigating additional cost factors.
So how does this project align with state priorities? In the RFP for this proposal, the state identified 2 primary priorities: socially vulnerable communities and communities with poor health outcomes. Benton City checks both of those boxes with a social vulnerability score of 9, a socioeconomic determinant score of 9, and a health disparity score of 8. These needs are further reflected in our city demographic data, where when compared against the state average, our median household income is lower, our diversity is greater, the percentage of our residents living in poverty is higher, and the amount of disabled individuals in our community is greater. In short, the need is real, the project is essential, and we cannot do this without your support. So we invite you to join us as we bridge water access gaps in Benton City by creating a splash pad that is inclusive and welcoming for all of our residents. Thank you for your time, and we'll take any questions you have.
All right, thank you very much, Megan and Nathan. Just so you know, when you come back in August for the final evaluation, you do not need to respond to that last one about the statewide priorities. That's a pre-scored formulaic question. So
Perfect. Okay. We actually, one of our big questions is what can we cut? Because there's stuff we'd love to go more in depth about, but we may have done overkill on this first draft. So thank you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, just spend your time on the other questions that the committee will be scoring. So, all right, Anne, go ahead, and then Silvana.
So on that point, be sure to review the project manual. The categories have changed since the last go round, and so some things, site suitability, immediacy of threat, don't apply to a development project. So you can eliminate those. Some of the information might be good in some of the other categories, but just make sure you're going through the manual step by step. Give it to us all in order so we can give you all the points. Because if you put it in the wrong place, then we might forget by the time we get to score it.
Can you clarify which manual? Because
the project evaluation
told I did
section 4 starts on page 60.
It's manual 10A.
See, that's the one I used, and the copy I was given had like site suitability and immediacy of threat in it. So I must have been given an outdated copy. I'll have to try to find an updated one. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a page that tells you which things apply to which project, which kinds of projects.
Okay, perhaps I looked at the wrong section. I appreciate it.
And then some of your slides were pretty busy. It would be helpful if you could simplify them, like maybe break them up into more slides. A lot of them had just so much text and pictures. And so like slide 33, where you're talking about, so like do this one in 3 slides. Do one where you talk about ecological, do another one you're talking social, another one you're talking economic. Because if we're trying to read all the text and see the pictures and listen to you, we're going to miss some of it. So just
totally fair.
Make it easy for us.
100% agree.
I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Go ahead, Silvana, and then Chaz.
All right. Does my sound okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Yesterday I had quite the echo, I think. So one of the things I think will help strengthen your need is when you talk about your community and the different demographics, like kind of relate it to the project. Because at first I was thinking it was just the splash pad project, and typically those are designed for youth as the user. But you talked about like disability or elders and things like that. And so I think, if you have ADA pathways and you had look like a dog park in this project as well, maybe relate those back to some of the need or the demographics. And so that way, when you're going over the design, we know exactly what features are meeting what needs. So in the needs section, state it clearly and then relate it with the design.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, we already know that we need to kind of make sure you got the updated manual so you can kind of go through the criteria and spend the time, accordingly based on the points are awarded per criteria. On slide 9, we have like a kind of a nice ground level shot, I think. But you kind of gave me a size. I mean, an aerial would be nice here, kind of show me like where this is at, just from an aerial perspective and how big the property is. I don't get that sense from this slide. And then one of the criteria that I know you'll address, but under our project design is the budget, and I didn't see a budget or timeline that you discussed in your presentation. And I don't think that was in the old criteria. So you'll get a pass for that one, but just be sure in the future in August that you do talk about that. Thank you.
When you refer to the budget, are you wanting how detailed are you wanting it? Because I know we don't want to overwhelm the text with the slide. Like we had the match versus the amount we were asking for and then the grand total, but we didn't line item it.
Yeah, generally people will have like a kind of little table saying what the different elements are and what they cost and your timeline on when you're going to achieve that and how you came up with those estimates based on engineered estimates and other things like that. Usually that's somebody else that makes that comment. So if somebody chimes in and helps me out, that'd be great.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity.
Yep, thanks, Chaz. That's good. Yeah, just a simple table with the major elements, kind of reflecting what's in your application. It is one of the pieces of the project design evaluation criteria.
Okay, we'll go back and make sure that we're looking at the right section of the right manual and adjust.
Yeah, no, I think you were. It can be a little confusing. What you want to just double check is there's a column that says project type.
Mm-hmm.
So development versus acquisition versus combination.
Okay.
And so since this is a development project, you just want to skip right over the questions for acquisitions because you're not doing a land acquisition. And then maintain the same numbering. So you just you skip number 3 and 4 and just jump right to number 5.
Cool. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and just so you know, we will be the content is not going to change, but we will be reformatting those numbers and publishing a new manual either tomorrow or Monday. We're going to do a big announcement to folks. So the content won't change, but there'll be new numbering you want to align with your PowerPoint.
Okay, so we'll watch for that and adjust accordingly. Thank you. That's very helpful, guys. We appreciate it. This is both mine and Nathan's first rodeo for our city, so we're grateful.
Yeah, good. Well, that's why we do it, is try to help you out and get it tuned up. So I think of course the splash pad's kind of the major feature, but I think you're also doing like a picnic shelter and a restroom, and just make sure I might have missed it, but make sure you just kind of touch on that as well in your scope.
Keep those in where we cut the unnecessary slides out. We'll make sure to add those in.
Okay.
Yeah, we talk about it a little bit in the park design, but it's just touched on briefly. So something we can accentuate more.
I think we have photos of sample design elements from previous data. So I think we can weave those.
Or an example picture of here's the kind of shelter we're looking at. Here's the kind of it's don't have to spend a lot of time on it. The water feature is the primary thing, right? That your community's interested in.
Yes.
And then I'm not sure if you touched on. I think there is no other similar facility in town, but
nowhere. There are no splash pads, no pools, nothing in the form of water.
Yeah, that's good to confirm and say, folks would have to drive whatever 35 miles to the nearest one in, Yakima or wherever it might be,
Yeah, I think we did that on slide. Gosh, I can't remember the number. We have a map distance.
Maybe you did. Okay.
It's right there.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Yeehaw.
Good. Well, thank you. And your grant manager will be in touch as well to help out. You'll get some written comments.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye, you guys.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah.
We're having some issues with Prism. So in the comments, and we've been kind of chatting on the chat there. But it looks like, just wanted to alert you that if you put notes down in the criteria, they may have disappeared, and the criteria boxes have gone away and come back and then gone away. So I'm worried that some of the presentations aren't going to get the notes that we've provided.
Gotcha. That's not good. Yeah, I'm just looking at your chat now. Let's see. There's an issue being, Monica said, work on the back end. Our Prism staff working on it.
Yeah, Monica's been helping us out here, but
still have the issue logging back in. General comments are staying.
Yeah.
So the general comment box at the top, but not your, okay. So maybe just put everything for now in that general comment box.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
gonna do.
yeah, and maybe at the break, kind of look back at the previous. Hopefully your comments haven't disappeared, but you can go back a few and just see. And then we'll see what the Prism staff tells us.
Okay.
Yeah, and previous ones, it's only showing general comments. It's not giving me the criteria, like the drop down for the various criteria. It just says criteria review, but no boxes, no
No boxes.
no
But you have
anything to tell me the criteria. I have my paper copy.
Okay, and you still have the general comment box though, right?
I do have a general comment box,
okay.
and I still have comments there, and I keep getting an error message from Prism.
Weird. It's working fine on my end, but
oh, that's good.
A little quirk.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll try to get that resolved. And okay, so for now, yeah, use that general comment box and see. We'll monitor that. Town of Wilbur is next. So staying on the east side, just headed north. And it looks like Melissa is here to present. Hello, Melissa. Welcome.
Good morning.
Can you see your slide okay?
I can.
Good. And I'll pass you control if that works for you so you can advance your slides.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to work that now. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
All right, now it's working. Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
Let's go back here since I skipped forward. Oh,
looks like you're still going forward. Do you want me to help?
Yeah, I think I'm getting.
I can just advance the slides for you if that would be easier.
Or just go back to the beginning. I think I should be able to get it from there. Tempting to do this on an iPad, which I have not done before.
So just go ahead and say next, and I'll advance it for you. Maybe that'll be easier.
Sounds great. We'll go with that.
All right, thanks. We'll go right ahead.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Melissa Bolger. I work for the town of Wilbur as the clerk treasurer / grants person. I am happy to be here with you all today to present the town of Wilbur renovations project. Next. Wilbur is a small town, but prideful town located in Lincoln County. We have approximately 890 residents. We lie between the cities of Spokane and Wenatchee on Highway 2. We have 3 smaller neighboring communities of Elmira, Creston, and Heartline that are within 20 miles. The residents of these communities frequently visit Wilbur for amenities such as grocery stores, restaurants, the off-road vehicle park, the town swimming pool, and Big Bend Golf Course. Residents from these communities have been involved with discussions involving our town park, as their children are often spending time there for events or just to have other recreational options. One of our committee members resides in Elmira and also works with one of the local foundations that we are also working with to add to our funding. The Wilbur Park was established sometime in the 1940s and has been the center of most town gatherings. With limited recreation options, we are committed to reviving and maintaining the heart of our community. Wilbur Park is located 1 block south of Main Street and Highway 2 in the heart of town. Next. Local priorities. The main play structure was constructed and installed in 1982 by our local Lions Club. While it met the needs for the residents for many years, it is no longer safe or inclusive. The wooden play structure is dilapidated and can no longer be fixed. It is splintering. The hardware is stripped out. There is no existing covered picnic area where residents can relax in the shade. This option would not only be extremely beneficial to all visitors, but to those parents waiting for their children or grandchildren to complete the only swim lessons provided within a 35-mile area. Our current structures do not need current ADA compliance, so we would like to have that fixed. Additional recreation we would like to see is a basketball court, and we need updated electrical so that we are current to code. While researching and surveying the community current needs, we found these elements to be the most important. The following slide will go over the various parts of the overall plan. Next. Our project scope. All activities for this project will be located in the existing boundaries of the small community park. There would be removal of the old wooden play structure, expanding the playground site and doing the site preparation, installation of new ground cover. Preferably, we're looking at the poured rubber or possibly the tiled rubber, depending on cost. This makes it safer for children, also cost effective over time. Installation of the two structures, we would like to have two instead of one being for the younger children and one being for older children. We would do site preparation for the covered picnic area, installation of a gazebo, site preparation for half-court basketball, installation of the basketball pool and hoop, and upgrade existing electrical, installing additional seating and lighting for safety. Next. The immediacy of threat. Over the past 3 years, we have seen a significant deterioration of the current and only public park in Wilbur. Maintenance of the current playground equipment is no longer viable or adequate. As you can see on the right-hand side there is a social media post that has popped up. I believe it started last September. And it shows growing concern from the actual community members here. They take their children there. They see that there's missing screws. There's, extra splinters. It just seems very unsafe, and they are very concerned. So we've had to block it off with tape, and we're hoping that we do not have to remove the play structure, because if we do that, it leaves the children without a recreational play area at all for our town. This would lead to increased social and geographical isolation. Next. Site suitability. The best place for our park is to remain in the same area. It is centrally located in town. It borders the town swimming pool. The majority of the space is already level. It is mainly grass or gravel, so very easy to change over to the new layout. Existing electrical, water, and sewer connections are there. It is the location of all of our current town festivities. We do have Wild Goose Build Days. We do Festival of Lights. A lot of people will book our park to have their family gatherings. Town Community Center is also located just across Division Street. So a lot of the festivities will go with that building as well as the park and pool. And the site was previously reviewed for an RCO grant for our park restrooms, which we received, and that has been a huge improvement. We've had nothing but positive feedback on that. People are very grateful for that. Next. So this is a design, and based on our townwide survey, which we'll go through next, it shows what we would like to see in the park and what the priorities would be. So this is based off that survey. Besides the main play structure, we would look at covered picnic area, additional picnic tables and seating, a basketball court, updates to Goose Creek Bridge, which may be done at a later date, and upgrades to our amphitheater as well. Next. Our project engagement has probably been the biggest focus of this next project. On the left-hand side is a survey that was mailed out in August of 2023. We sent it out to every resident with a utility bill to identify and prioritize the needs of the community. Based on the survey results, we have created a 5-year plan, both for the town park and swimming pool. There were 415 surveys sent out, and we were very surprised that we got about 25% returned, which is high for our little community. We don't tend to get a ton of feedback, but it's been overwhelming. So those returned with additional comments via in person, over the phone, or social media. And the results of the survey showed the top 3 priorities as new playground equipment, new or additional picnic tables with shade, and a basketball court. Next, we researched various funding options to find the right fit. We formed a committee of community members. These committee members ranged from 17 years of age to approximately 65 years of age. They are educators, parents, business owners, and students. The high school students then created and presented a presentation at the local school to the younger children to narrow down playground options and to get a good feel for what the children would like to see. Next. The committee meetings show here on the left-hand side is a flyer that we put out and advertised to bring people in to help. The committee meetings were twice a month before our regular council meetings, included Wilbur and Elmira residents. They included different age groups. We discussed project design and long-term sustainability. We applied for other grant opportunities, and we spoke with other community groups for support, such as Lions Club. Next. Shown here are 2 options. The teenagers brought a spread of about 6 options, 3 for the younger children and 3 for the older children. And they picked these 2 as their top options. We feel that the installation of these 2 structures will provide a safe play area for different age groups. They will be ADA compliant. They give our kids more options, such as like the large one has 6 slides, a climbing wall, floating stair ladders, climbing ladders, and a fireman's pole. And right now we don't have anything that would be focused for 2 to 5-year-olds. So that would be a really big one to have. And we want to expand and make the playground area bigger to add more elements and with the better ground coverage. Next. Sustainability. The town believes that the needed changes and updates to the park will provide opportunities for healthy activity in nature, will help plan and foster community engagement, will follow environmentally friendly building practices, will utilize recycled materials, new products have longer lifespans, they reduce future operational and maintenance needs, and they support local economic development. Next. Funding we have come up with for this project would be, the first item would be our town park budget. We have a line item that's dedicated to that. Donations. We have a fairly large donation from a family in town, and they have allocated funds towards this project through Anovia. Also, the Tufts Foundation, which is a local foundation, has also given us funds. We have a couple pending grants, Valley-Wide Cooperative, a Vista Foundation, and the Lozier Foundation. Community volunteers for removal of old play structures are available, and our public works crew is set to do prep work or anything additional that might be needed. Next. The town has done the following improvements: removal of multiple unsafe or dead trees. We have those new park restrooms. Those also included new walkways around the park and increased security. Next. We believe these items show the dedication and focus the town has to improve an outdoor space that can be enjoyed by all. New playground equipment for younger residents, covered picnic areas for everyone to enjoy, and new sidewalks to help those with disabilities who are older that need a safe area to enjoy nice walks and to stay active. Next. I believe there was one missing there. Can we go back one? There we go. Okay. So Wilbur does not have a ton of growth, but just recently in the last couple of years, we have actually seen a little bit of growth. We've had larger businesses approach us about building in our town. We recently allowed and had a development of a Dollar General. We have more residents from the west side coming over. They would like to have a little bit, I wouldn't say cheaper, but economically better land to acquire so that they can build on, have a little space. So we do see an increase of residents. Lincoln County as a whole is very large, but our population is low. So that keeps us all spread out. That makes more barriers for children and their families to get to. So we'd like to keep one area of recreation where all people can enjoy no matter what their income is. Lincoln County has also opted into the State Voluntary Stewardship Program. And by using that, Wilbur has also opted into doing the Growth Management Act. Next. I just want to thank you for your time and ask if there are any questions.
Great, thank you, Melissa. All right, suggestions, feedback on this one. Silvana, go ahead, and then Ann.
I noticed in Prism that your match requirement is 30%. So one of the things I was gonna suggest is looking at your playground options and maybe increasing your ask from RCO, because right now you have a 50-50, and I think you could get more playground out of this, because you could essentially have a project that's around, like, I think 250 to 300,000, if my math is correct, with your current 80,000 match. So I just maybe get with your grants manager and talk about that. And then also in the manual, the grants manual, there's some, the slide 5 and 6 are for acquisition only. So you won't need to have those in your presentation, which will kind of save you a little bit of time, and you can focus more on like the need and whatnot.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Silvana. Yeah, what she mentioned about the grant is you qualify for match reduction. So you can ask for more grant money with the same match that you have. So you might as well leverage a little bit more money.
Yes, I'd spoken with someone previous, and they had mentioned that we would probably sit in that 30% range. But when I put it into Prism, I wasn't able to put those numbers in with the 30%. It just
gotcha. Okay, we
kept it at
50%. We'll help you with that. We have to go to another screen and make an adjustment for you, so we'll get that fixed. So
sounds great. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Ann, and then Chaz.
I did wonder about the budget. It seemed like you're proposing a lot of amenities with not very much money. And I understand small town, you try to do things, as low budget as you can, but you need to be sure you're getting enough. Whatever you tell RCO you're going to do, you have to do. So you need to be sure you're real careful on your budget. And then you spend a lot of time on each slide. You had a lot of information on each slide. I would suggest that you increase the number of slides and have less information per slide. So you're showing us, a picture with a little bit of text, and then another picture with a little bit of text that you can talk about. Most of the presentations have about 30, 35 slides. And RCO does have a guide on how to do, how to do the slides to the best effect.
Got it. Okay.
And then your last few slides, I didn't understand what criteria those were even trying to address. And so, maybe you have information that you could use in other parts, but you want to make sure that everything is all the time you spend in your presentation goes toward getting you points toward your grant. So, look at the grant evaluation manual, do it in order, need. Here's all the things about need. So we as the committee get all that information and we can put it in our scoring and we don't forget it if you come back to it later. Just, keep in mind, we're doing something like 70 projects in 4 days. And so the easier you make it for us, the more likely we're going to find all your points as you say them.
Got it. Sounds good.
That's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Anne. Go ahead, Chaz, and then Roxanne.
Yeah, just building off that. I mean, this slide is a good example. This makes more sense up in the need than it does just kind of at the tail end wandering out there. Yeah, I think you can also, in your need, you discussed how near Elmira and Heartline were, but I think showing us a map regionally about where Wilbur's at and like where these other facilities that might be similar are at is going to convey a pretty good message about why you need this playground in this space. And then if we can go back to the site plan, I don't know what slide it is. I mean, you spent a bit of time talking about ADA accessibility, but I didn't really hear about where parking was, and maybe I don't see anything in your budget stuff on Prism about pathways to get to that stuff. And so you might want to think about that a little bit and how you're going to get to there, and maybe use the extra percentage that you get out of your grant to provide that stuff. Because
that makes sense.
Yeah, it wasn't entirely clear to me how you were going to get people to these spaces, since it was kind of something you hit on.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you. I'll put that on there.
Okay. If you can go back to slide 2. There, I mean, I think you did a good job with setting things up. That second image, which is your streetscape, move that entirely to the next slide to really orient us to the park itself. And also we need to know how this park fits within your Wilbur system at that point, before then you move on to slide 3. And slide 3 is an itemization, and you've got the individual elements, but what's really helpful for us is to see what the site looks like as a whole before you then get into those different elements, because it'll make more sense to us when you get into the scope of the project to know which things you're improving and which things you're not. And I think at different points you talked about some things being in, like at the end you told us the restroom was already done, so then we'll clearly know what's in this project, what's already been done, and what's a future project for us to look at those elements. And within the design, there should be a slide that is specific to share the budget with us and how much money you're spending on those different elements and how you know that those costs are sufficient. As noticed, this seems extraordinarily low. And if it's just the supplies and you're not including any labor or any profit in those, that just kind of needs to be called out, as well as your timeline for the project. So those are really important design criteria points, and we'll want to see that. So the
was that on the list of needs on? Okay, so I might be getting the wrong one. I don't know. I reached out to Tessa and she said 10, I believe 10A. And the one I had didn't have those elements listed, but I will definitely go back in and add them.
Yeah, we can help you find the right criteria to make sure you're looking at exactly what you need to look at.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And as mentioned, you had important need information, but it was spread throughout, and you want to make sure that's all in that very first needs section, because that's worth 25 points, and we're scoring it really at that time as you go through the presentation. So that thing that told us about your community and set the stage would be important to have up front.
Got it. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any final feedback?
It's
Well,
a
thank you,
lot.
Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, appreciate you sharing that. You'll get some written comments too, and your grant manager will definitely be able to help you out. You got plenty of time to tune this up before August.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you, guys.
All right, bye-bye. All right, we're at a break, a little behind schedule. Is 6 minutes okay? Quick break. Does that work for folks? Come back at. All right. And Brian's here for Skagit, so we'll be ready to go at 11:30. See you in a bit.
Testing, 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 testing.
Hey, Brian.
Carl, how are you?
Doing well, thanks. And you?
Good. Looking forward to the process here and
Yeah,
joining
once
all of
again.
you.
Looks like you got some help today.
Yeah, I've got policy representative, Upper Skagit policy rep, Scott Schuyler. I'll formally introduce him as we get into
Cool.
the slideshow. And I've got an intern that's not in view that's helped with the images and the graphics and all those good things. And she is from Bozeman, Montana normally, but she's
Okay.
up to help.
Right on.
And she's very she loves the process that Washington State has for all this grant allocations, which is very unique. We were telling her.
Yeah, I mean that's my understanding. Like nationwide, it's pretty unique. It's a little time consuming. It's not easy, but I think it's helpful.
Yeah.
So
You know, it was good. You know, there was a Democrat and a Republican that were both interested in making sure that parks
yeah,
got allocated all over the state. So
nice.
it's fun to see, you know, this evolve to the extent that it has.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let me get your PowerPoint up here. Big Rock Park. We are moving back to the west side of the state, up in Skagit. And Brian, you want to advance your own slides? Should I hand you control?
Yeah, so I should try that out to make sure it works, right?
Yep. Let me find your name on the list here and get it to you. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to activate that.
Muted. Somehow it muted me. Let's see. Is there a way to okay, there.
Okay, try again. Go ahead, like click right on the, oh, there it goes. Now it looks like you're moving it.
Okay, got it.
Excellent.
Yeah, so and then we'll do an introduction and then the timer starts and it's 12 minutes, is that correct?
We do 12 minutes for the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that we can squeeze it in.
Squeeze it in, yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna get started then. Hello, I'm Brian Adams, Skagit County Parks Director. I'm here today with Upper Skagit Policy Representative Scott Schuyler to present our Big Rock Park expansion project.
Good afternoon.
Big Rock is located just east of Mount Vernon in Skagit County. Skagit County is 60 miles north of Seattle on the I-5 corridor. With a growing population, lush farmlands, the Salish Sea to our west, and the Cascade Mountains to our east. The existing 13-acre park is in orange and the 83-acre proposed acquisition in yellow. The acquisition consists of Property A, temporarily held by the Land Trust, and Property B, which is being donated. Our project provides a rare opportunity to expand Big Rock Park to almost 100 acres. This will provide recreation opportunities to an underserved and growing part of Skagit County. It is situated centrally to Mount Vernon and within 10 minutes to Cedar Lake and Burlington. The 13-acre section of Big Rock was a very popular yet landlocked park. For 2 decades, visitors entered our park by crossing private lands. Access ceased in 2015 when private landowners barricaded trails and growing pressure from local landowners forced its closure. While the park was once isolated in a rural part of the county, you can see from the photos how the city has since pushed to the park's doorstep. When the neighboring land was listed in 2022, the Skagit Land Trust approached their board for permission to go beyond their financial capacity and acquire the land. SLT secured loans and used reserves, stretching themselves very thin to procure the land and buy us time. Public need, number 1. We are here today to demonstrate our need for permanent access to Big Rock by reopening and expanding the park for public enjoyment. Not only will this land finally be accessible for recreation, it'll also once again be available for the indigenous community. Gaining access and expanding the park has long been the primary focus of our staff, advisory board, partners, and the community. Although there is substantial farmland in the Big Rock vicinity, these areas don't provide public access or have the cultural, geological, biological, and recreational significance. Within this 12-mile service area, there is no other similar type park, and there is a lack of public lands. The closest park is the Skagit Sports Fields. They're more than 2 miles away. As you can see, Big Rock provides easy access to several schools and growing neighborhoods. Here is a game camera from the land on Gribble Creek. The wetlands, rocky bulge, streams, native forests, and pasture land all contribute to a unique mosaic of ecological and recreational richness. Nature trails and stream connectivity are community priorities. The parkland is astonishing, and we all understand. We have pursued legal access for more than 2 decades. Expanding Big Rock Park is clearly documented as the highest priority in our park plan. In addition, Big Rock Park is one of 2 park projects that ascended to vital need in the Skagit County Strategic Plan. Expanding Big Rock Park is explicitly documented as our highest priority in the park plan, with 91% of respondents stating that expanding the number of trails is their most important recreational priority. The expansion of natural areas ranks 2, and stream access ranks 3. With a single project, our community will attain their top 4 priorities. The statewide plan surveys also show that nature trails and stream access are the 2 highest statewide needs. Equally important, access to a cultural monument will be returned to the indigenous population. Here's an excerpt from the Pro Plan indicating access to Big Rock as our top priority need. Big Rock carries significant value to the Upper Skagit tribe, both culturally and spiritually. In this photo, Upper Skagit Rep. Scott Schuyler talks to his daughter about the villages their ancestors once had in the Big Rock area and their loss when the land was assigned to settlers. Project scope. We have been working tenaciously with our community and Skagit Land Trust to attain permanent access to Big Rock. We are proposing the expansion of Big Rock Park from 13 acres to almost 100 acres. The natural features at Big Rock are astonishing and has long drawn and captivated recreationalists. Our scope includes acquisition, reforestation, education, and recreation. The park is also at the crossroads of very 2 contrasting levels of socioeconomic status. The surrounding communities are imperiled by social inequality. The area has long, strong Latinx presence, with 60% of the Mount Vernon school districts of Latinx or Hispanic origin. English is often the second language. Houses are comprised of larger densities, and there is greater poverty, and access to green space is limited. Big Rock will provide immense recreational opportunities within 10 minutes of high-density, low-income communities. In addition, the expansion will reopen access and forever save the cultural pillar. We have an agreement with the Washington Trails Association, Skagit Trail Builders, and a cadre of volunteers to design and build trails. They are ready and raring to go. Big Rock is an early generation forest. We'll diversify flora through partnerships with Skagit Conservation, Vamos Outdoors, Skagit Land Trust, and Mount Vernon students to restore the next generation of forests. This is a one-time opportunity to regain and secure access. The protruding rock formation rising mystically in the middle of the valley of rich farmlands includes a geological spine, an attribute of denser rock left by receding glaciers. The spine provides the perfect elevated pathway, providing expansive views along the trek. Our scope includes acquisition, reforestation, education, and recreation. Immediacy of threat. Without funding, this land will go back on the market, divided and sold as advertised by the seller. When this highly popular park was suddenly closed, Only those who chose to trespass were able to gain access. This exposed Big Rock to undesired activities, leading to forest fire. Furthermore, losing the land will be another major loss to the tribal community. Missing this opportunity will result in the loss of adjacent Little Rock donation. This is our one and only chance. Site suitability. Known to the native population as Yadwasta, this rock formation has long captivated those who lived in its shadow. Drawn by streams, vistas, wetlands, and unique geology and spiritual encounters, this land aspired to be a park long before it ended up in private hands. This is an opportunity to return this land to the community. The elevated ridgeline left by receding glaciers creates an enchanting trail. The crest of the property is a natural viewing vista that provides views of Mount Baker, the Olympic Mountain, San Juan Islands, and on especially clear days, Mount Rainier. With proximity to several schools, including Skagit Valley Community College, Big Rock has always been a popular draw. Project engagement. When we set out to gather input on this project, we reached out to the Upper Skagit tribe. Since then, many others, for the first time, including myself, are learning about Big Rock's importance to their history and culture. Community partnerships are strong. The Skagit Land Trust, Mount Vernon School District, Vamos Outdoors, and local tribes, we have all worked closely together on this unique opportunity. We have letters of support from more than a dozen entities. Our outreach has significantly influenced our thought process and project design. We are in discussions with the Upper Skagit Indian Nation on renaming the park and the need for educational displays. We are creating a trail system with input from stakeholders to ensure they meet the community's needs. Our outreach inspired adjoining landowners to expand the park by donating their land. This park will provide an outdoor classroom setting central to an urban area, serving thousands of students each year and provide an immense opportunity for hiking, connectivity, and outdoor education. Partners, Vamos Outdoors, Skagit Land Trust, Skagit Fisheries, they all offer outdoor academic and recreation programs to the students in Skagit County. While open to the public, this rich landscape hosted college botany classes each spring, which can return. We are collaborating with the tribes to ensure their reconnectivity with a cultural monument. Vamos' mission is to build community through connections and the land and access to the outdoors. This will do that. The local schools have a very high concentration of underserved populations. The Latina community has traditionally been less engaged with outdoor recreation, environmental education, earth sciences, and outdoor service clubs. We are engaging our partners to work as one to shift the paradigm. This park will be at the heart of our developing Parks RX program. With Vamos Outdoors and WTA assistance, we are designing and creating a more inclusive trail system. Our outreach efforts have influenced our design. We are discussing and creating interpretive panels with the Upper Skagit Indian Nation. Our outreach has inspired adjoining landowners to donate their land and expand the park. Several headline stories have graced local newspapers. The community has rallied around our efforts to bring back this park. The commitment from our partners is strong. The Skagit Land Trust, Mount Vernon School District, environmental education groups, Upper Skagit Tribe, we are all working closely together to make this park a reality. Cost efficiencies. All of our conservation future dollars in Skagit County are dedicated to Farmland Legacy Program. We don't have access to those funds, and the kindness of our community is crucial to our success. The project is an exemplary example of grassroots fundraising. Skagit Land Trust has become a key partner and has raised $400,000 from 350 different households and businesses. Additional land is being donated. Local organizations have committed to building trails, planting trees, and purging invasive species. Contributions are guaranteed, conditional on the success of this grant. The trailhead and trails will be completed by our partners and legion of volunteers. Our pool of volunteers is very powerful. we appreciate the opportunity and love to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Great, thank you, Brian. Nice job. Feedback, suggestions on this acquisition? Doug, go ahead.
I think this is an amazing project. I think this is an amazing acquisition and fits right in. I love the fact that you've got the Skagit Land Trust donating cash. You got private land donation. One couple of things: your private land donation and your project metrics, Brian, says 250,000. Your screen says 300. So you might want to make sure everything matches.
So yeah, thank you for that. I actually, when we looked it up, the landowners during COVID paid over $300,000 for the property. So the property is more than 300,000, but for some reason, someone had told us 250 at one time. So thank you for that. We'll make sure that those match.
Update that. And then on slide 8, Carl.
Yeah.
If you would get us there, that would be great.
7, 8, this one.
On this, you talked about the next nearest park on the map was 2 miles away. Can you identify that? Like maybe just put a flag on it, the next nearest park?
Yep, that's a great catch, Doug. We will do that. It's actually at the Skagit Valley College, which is C there, but we need to flag that. Yep, that's a great catch.
Please, because that then shows us how far away it is. Yep. But then maybe even another slide where this shows, because this is going to be a regional draw. This is not a neighborhood park where it's going to be like this neighborhood around it is the only people using it. You're going to want to put what other properties of 100+ acres are available in this area where that somebody can go out and be in nature. And that's going to be more of a regional map, but maybe identify the next nearest one is this far away, because the Skagit Playfields is going to be a totally different
type of experience.
So you want what's the nearest one that's the same. Okay, and that's probably going to be like a state park or something like that, but just identify it on the map. Thanks.
All great comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Genevieve, go ahead, and then Roxanne.
Doug hit most of what I was going to say, to be honest. The only other thing is maybe on your immediacy of threat, what is the zoning for the site? Maybe go into a little more detail on the threat there. I also was curious if...
it is in the UGA, so yeah, that's a good comment.
Yeah, make sure we know that and kind of what the risk of development is if it isn't acquired. And then also just curious if there's an existing trail system, if you have a map of that, and kind of what the potential experience is on this property.
Thank you. We have WTA designing trail systems, although there are social trails that have been used for years. So thank you for those comments.
Yeah, and you mentioned WTA on your project scope slide. You mentioned them again in cost efficiency, so maybe it's fine, but you really will get points for that on your cost efficiency section primarily. So make sure most of when you talk about WTA's volunteer efforts, you do it in that criterion.
In the cost efficiencies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Looks like a great project.
Thanks. Go ahead, Roxanne, then Anne.
And I'll piggyback on that because you were very, very brief on this slide. And it's a big point area when it's acquisition. So really think about the point values and spend a little bit more time making the clear case where you are in the presentation for that. Also, because in scope, which came before, you were talking about WTA and trails and planting, it almost sounded like an acquisition/development application. So your scope really is just buying and being clear about that. You do a great job including them in the partnership and in the cost efficiencies later. So that'll actually save a little bit of time for you overall.
So Roxanne, you're saying that make sure that we spend the time on the cost efficiency slide as far as some of those partnerships go?
Well, I'm saying don't include development of the trails or planting in the scope.
Sure. Okay.
Because they're not part of the scope because it's an acquisition. And you did already have that properly placed in the community engagement and then the role of partners that are going to help you manage the site on the other side. But right, those aren't, the scope really is just the purchase. And you alluded to, you have 13 acres, but it's landlocked in some of those pieces. So I think the scope really should help us appreciate, you did say you're going from 13 to 100, but how is this acquisition then changing the nature of the site and what the community can benefit overall?
And without saying trails, and because public access is going to be a big part of that, regaining that public access. We won't go into details about the trails. Maybe that's the point, but make sure that we include the fact that it's going to be accessible now. Very good.
Yeah. I mean, really, your scope is getting this property and how it's important for what it'll do. And it's fine to mention there'll be trails in the future, but that's not a scope of the acquisition. But you've got site suitability, which is where you would put the, that information as well as the partnerships.
Pretty amazing. There was a bear photo that was in there. I don't know if people caught it, but that was just 2 months ago. There was a bear kind of at this Gribble Creek. Amazing spot on the creek where over and over again this wildlife. There's been bobcat, otter, so many things taken pictures of. So it's pretty incredible to see all that. The neighbors who are going to donate the property has been taking those wildlife photos. And just, again, we're really honored to have Scott representing Upper Skagit Tribe. He's and we're going to assimilate some more of his information too as we move forward a little bit, because significant property from and I don't know, we don't go into it, but there's a native legend that's associated with this property that's very important to the tribe that is significant, and villages that were around. So I don't know how we all fit it in 12 minutes, but we're going to try.
Yeah, well, it's good to have that support. And did you have something?
My points were covered, so I'll just save time and not go over them again.
And Doug, you had something else?
Just a caution, Brian. I know the legends and the stories and the villages and stuff are incredibly important. Unfortunately, they don't get you points. So I caution you very carefully to watch your timing and look at the idea of where you denote your time, because the goal here is to get the money to buy the property. I'd love to hear the stories over a beer later on, but this is not probably the place to tell those stories. Unfortunately, the 12 minutes doesn't give you the opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Brian, is it both yellow parcels in this scope? Like red is existing, right?
So the orange is what's landlocked up there.
Right.
And the yellow is what we're purchasing, that we're purchasing. The land trusts have it in holding. We're looking to purchase that. If we're not successful, they're selling it. And then across the road and to the south, which will abut that property, those landowners we've got their commitment to provide that property if it's going to be adjacent to the park and if we get all this other land.
Okay, because I just want to clarify what was in, because there were some graphics that only showed this middle yellow parcel. So that's the piece you're trying to buy from the trust, and then there may be a donation, sounds like.
There is a donation, yeah. Yep, there's a better picture probably of the donated land in orange, but we'll make sure that those are all kind of consistent. Maybe we need to color code that differently.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Could they use that donation toward their match and their cost efficiencies?
Yeah, for sure. If you put the whole thing in scope, then that becomes part of the match. And I wasn't sure if that was already in there
That's already
Not.
listed. They have
Part of this, okay.
the land donation. Okay.
donation listed in their match. So
So that's the donation. Is that southern piece?
that's a land donation, Brian?
Yep.
Okay. So maybe this is the way kind of to denote that, is that like on this slide here, is to have your yellow be, this is the area we're purchasing, this is the match donation in the red,
Yeah.
and the orange is the existing
Existing, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we'll try to color code those better. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying be consistent in how you display it so that as we're going through the presentation, we know what we're seeing.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
that is already being used in this match, which is great. Yeah, like here, maybe keep it the same layout.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, and that really is the clarity of your scope. Some of the other cool things that you had in there are more about site suitability and go to other elements of the application, other sections.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you sharing the project. We'll see you again in August.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We've got one more here. Mount Lake Terrace before lunch. Pull this up. And all right. Donnell, is that how you say your name? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Donnell.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Bypass that. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can.
Okay, I'm going to hand you control so you can advance your own slides. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should take it.
Okay.
Looks like it's working.
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. I am Donnell Diao from the city of Mount Lake Terrace. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Veterans Memorial Park Rejuvenation Project. Mount Lake Terrace is located in southern Snohomish County and is bordered by 5 different cities: Linwood, Briar, Edmonds, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. Interstate 5 divides the city in half. The project site is located at Veterans Memorial Park, just east of Interstate 5 in the heart of the city's redeveloping town center. This project serves community members within a half-mile walking distance of the park, along with commuters arriving from the adjacent Mount Lake Terrace Transit Center and Sound Transit Light Rail Station. Known for its trees, Veterans Memorial Park is 8.3 acres of second growth forest. The developed portion of the park pictured here is in the southeast corner of the property and hosts most of the amenities. This is the second phase of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan. The project will develop the upper plateau with installation of a playground, picnic shelter, and restrooms. Additionally, the project will relocate the Veterans Memorial to a new plaza space, widen and illuminate a new pedestrian walking loop, and improve street frontage. Utilizing the conceptual plan for the basis of design, we've added a new restroom facility and made minor adjustments to the existing park amenities with goals of improving accessibility, use, and safety, while also intentionally preserving the surrounding natural habitat. Now to identify the need and local priorities. Planning for this project has been in the works for years. Through numerous interactions with local residents, stakeholders, and committees, park priorities were identified. Walk sheds were developed at quarter-mile and half-mile traveling distances to define service areas and assist with conducting gap analysis. Veterans Memorial Park is one of 5 neighborhood parks within the city of Mount Lake Terrace. Each one of these parks varies in size and amenities. Given the location and proximity to the transit center, light rail, and redeveloping town center, this park has the potential to be a highly used space due to its valuable wooded landscape and assorted amenities. This project satisfies a need to plan for the future. Over the next 20 years, Mount Lake Terrace is preparing for growth of an additional 10,900 residents and a need for 11,148 jobs and 16,816 housing units. The majority of this growth will occur in the city's town center, which encompasses Veterans Memorial Park. Most of the infrastructure is approaching or beyond 20 years of age and in need of replacement. The existing playground equipment was installed in 2005. The equipment is weathered, outdated, and doesn't fit the current needs of the community. A large portion of this project focuses on restoring and improving accessibility around the park. As seen in these images, the existing walking loop is narrow and bumpy with fractures and uneven terrain. The existing park frontage is also a barrier for park users, with access restricted by a large rockery wall and staircase along 58th Avenue West. This project will create a more user-friendly and inviting entrance to this active area of the park. Written here is one of the many overarching goals identified in the Recreation and Parks Open Space Plan. In alignment with the RPOS goals, this project will result in the removal of barriers, increased access for our nearby senior community members, improved amenities supporting health and wellness, and gathering spaces and to build and strengthen community. The scope of work for this project was developed from community input during the creation of the Veterans Memorial Park Master Plan and RPOS update. On the left is the conceptual plan for the entire park. The work was divided into 2 phases. The first phase is a fully funded $4.5 million project to construct paved and illuminated pathways through the lower region of the park. The second phase focuses on the developed area and amenities of the upper lawn. Existing conditions illustrate the need for increased accessibility. The playground and picnic shelter are also identified for replacement based on age and condition. Additionally, restrooms are planned for installation as there is a lack of public restrooms in the city. Addressing these issues through design, our team thoughtfully approached the 10 major components of our rejuvenation project. Since the fall of 2023, the design has progressed to a 60% level. To improve accessibility, the walking loop will be widened and grades adjusted. Pedestrian lighting will be installed along the loop for increased safety. Lighting will be programmed to support both pedestrian use and wildlife habitat. The design includes a nature-themed accessible playground with glass fiber reinforced concrete pieces to mimic natural wood structures and rockeries. The use of GFRC reduces maintenance of natural materials and is a stronger product against certain forms of vandalism, such as carving. The play equipment consists of a large play structure, basket swing, and 2 bay swing set. Restrooms were a top priority based on public survey and comment. The depicted restroom is a prefabricated structure that will be situated just north of the playground with pathways providing access from all directions. Getting a closer look at the layout, the restroom facility consists of 2 family-style restrooms and a chase. The facility will have a bottle filler and water fountain on the exterior of the building. A small chase room separates the restrooms and provides access to the utilities. The existing memorial is a plinth-like structure with a single flagpole. Through various interactions with the local American Legion Post 234, a new location and design was developed. The designated plaza space has a curved arch wall and 3 plinths to fly flags. The plaza is located at the front corner of the park to improve access, visibility, and usage. This slide shows the schematic design of a 16 by 20 foot picnic shelter that will replace the existing gazebo structure. The shed roof design is consistent with the roof style of the restroom facility. This shelter will accommodate 2 picnic tables for covered gathering space. Not easily seen from the street, the large open grass lawn on the interior of the park is an ideal gathering space to enjoy the forested scenery in what will eventually be a redeveloped high-density area. People will seek this opportunity to connect with the natural environment and green space. The street frontage and entrance to the park will be dramatically improved. The rockery wall that restricts access will be removed and the area regraded to allow users to traverse directly into the park from the newly expanded sidewalks. The ramps and crosswalk will also be renovated to support pedestrian transit. Developing cost estimates is challenging in this climate and construction market. Our design team spoke with vendors, analyzed comparable construction projects, and applied inflation. The cost estimate you see here on the right is the RCO format that was uploaded in Prism. The budget on the left shows the additional cost for design. The city has covered the initial 60% effort and is not part of the pre-agreement costs. The project's schedule is based on the anticipated grant agreement execution occurring in August of 2025. If funded, construction would be scheduled for the summer of 2026. Next, we'll discuss the project engagement. This project has been in development for years and discussed at several city council, board and commission, and user group meetings. Multiple methods of outreach were utilized, including in-person and online surveys, open house, and stakeholder meetings, both in-person and virtual. There is strong public support for parks and facility improvements within the city. The city uses a variety of marketing tools such as social media, website notices, project web pages, and physical flyers to advertise meetings and opportunities for public feedback. We received input from over 1,000 respondents during the planning process for the park system. Results were tracked, analyzed, and formatted in a manner to allow for future project development. From the survey responses submitted, there is a need for more restrooms as well as newer equipment and facilities. Highlighted in the chart to the right are the elements this project will address. More recently, the city hosted hybrid meetings for project updates and discussion. An online survey was published to collect input on the specific types and style of playground equipment. In addition, staff met with the local American Legion group to collect feedback on the new design and location of the Veterans Memorial. Ecological sustainability was supported through preservation of the forested conditions and stormwater management. Only 2 trees are slated for removal due to impacts associated with this project. During the next phase of design, mitigation for these removed trees will be identified and located. Additionally, any amount of runoff from hard surfaces will be infiltrated and remain on site, supporting the natural environment. From a social and economic perspective, the location of this project is key. The surrounding town center is currently experiencing heavy development as incoming light rail becomes operational later this year. Reconstructing this park to address barriers and create connectivity with the surrounding development will make this park a desirable destination. The renovations identified in the project are expected to support the additional need for open space and recreation facilities in the redeveloping town center. The city is choosing to install prefabricated buildings to conserve energy and minimize material waste. Project materials such as glass fiber reinforced concrete were selected to be aesthetically pleasing and reduce maintenance costs. The scope and scale of the project was evaluated to avoid major increases to the maintenance activities and costs. Phasing development of this park master plan has led to significant cost savings. The city was able to utilize transportation funding from FHWA, PSRC, and Sound Transit to support Phase 1 trail construction. For the second phase, the city can provide project management services and other in-kind services. The matching funds will be a combination of park impact fees and other local appropriations. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering our project application.
Great, thank you, Donnell. All righty, suggestions, feedback from Mountlake Terrace. Go ahead, Roxanne.
Yeah, excellent. Overall, a great project in the slides going through. I think in particular from design forward, the elements were really clear and easy to follow. There's some things like on slide 5 and early on in terms of giving us the clear overall scope of what all is going to be built. You said a lot of things on slide 4 in terms of telling us verbally the changes you were going to make, but I think you might be able to use slide 5 and actually show us those elements. That'll be a little bit easier for us to be set up front and be able to follow and know what we're expecting to see as we move forward. You showed a lot of accessibility things, so I wasn't sure if you had an ADA audit or transition plan that you could mention. And I think around slide 13, you started talking to us about seniors, but we hadn't really saw how much their youth make up the population that this park is meant to serve. So it might be a little bit better in that setup to help us understand who is in that radius and why accessibility is an important piece. We all know it's the standard, we need to bring it forward, but if you show us that it's really key for the community that's there, that's helpful to know.
Do you think adding, I have a map, this map image, but it has call outs with information. Do you think that would be appropriate to swap that out maybe then with identified call outs?
Yes.
Okay.
In particular, that kind of landing place in your scope, because there's some things that are in and some things are out. So we always want to have real clarity about what is being done. And there's quite a bit that you're doing in this particular project, which you itemized out in the design, which is good, but we should see the whole. And there are different orientations of the park. This one is just a little bit clearer to see.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, I just want to maybe add on to Roxanne, just clarity, if we can go to the beginning of the scope slides. 'Cause I think you had an overview of, I mean, in terms of like, right, we want to get points. Yeah, so, I mean, here's where you're showing the overall site plan on the right, and then kind of what you're doing, or excuse me, the overall site plan on the left and what you're doing on the left. But it took me a bit to kind of catch up to that. I think somehow finding a way to really drive that home at this point and then dive into what you're actually doing, different elements of the scope, I think could be valuable. Maybe that's what Roxanne was trying. I think she said it, but I agree with that.
Great, thanks, Chaz. Other suggestions on this one? So Donnell, this is a bigger overall master plan, and then this project is really this inset here. The scope of the grant
Correct.
is this area in the lower right. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, all the other trails throughout the park are that phase 1 project that's already funded.
Oh, already okay.
So maybe, yeah, I'll work on the map.
Just,
Maybe
yeah,
the mapping will help too if I
clarify that.
Yeah.
Yeah, already funded, and I don't know if it's under construction yet, but at least it's already funded and we know it's happening.
Okay.
And then at some point you mentioned the new transit center, and I just looked on Google Maps real quick. That is like right next door. So
Directly.
I couldn't really tell that from your graphic, but
Okay.
yeah. So that's good to know. All right. Anything else on this one? Danelle, you had mentioned something about some of your pre-agreement design costs were not included, but yet in Prism it looks like they are included. All of your A&E and everything's in Prism, which is fine. They are eligible pre-agreement costs. So they're fine to stay in there. But maybe I misunderstood something about.
I think that was something that we learned after the fact. The
Okay.
pre-design is being funded by ARPA, and I don't think that qualifies. And so I may need to have that removed.
Oh, maybe because you're matching with Land and Water.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's some Land and Water is a little tricky with matching other federal sources. Is
yeah.
very limited. So yeah, you are well overmatched, so it's fine to not include. If you need to cut that out of scope for a matching reason, that's totally fine. And you can tell us, hey, it's separately funded with this other federal grant, just so we know. So we know you haven't missed it.
Okay.
And your grants manager can help you sort that out. All right. Anything else? Great. Well, nice job. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll see you again in August.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Okay, bye. All right. Brings us to lunch. Only 3 minutes behind schedule. All right. Well, we'll be back at 1:10. Just come on back a couple minutes before that, and we will continue on.
Thank you, Carl.
Okay, thanks. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. If you saw the note in the chat from Monica, but it appears the Prism glitch has been fixed. You may just have to log out of Prism Online and back in. And then those comment boxes should reappear. Looks like I need to do that as well. Let's go. Make sure that works. Folks had any luck with that? Mine disappeared. Well, I still have the general comments box, but mine.
Yeah, mine's not there. I logged out all the way.
Yeah.
Beyond secure access.
And it still didn't work?
Still didn't work.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, at least we have the general comments box. So we'll have to rely on that for now. And feedback at the end. So, all right.
It's inconsistent. Mine are back now. It wasn't when I logged in, and then after you said it worked. In terms of being able to move forward and actually see that they're consistent. You know what I mean? Sometimes we go to future applications and it's not there, and then it just showed up, and sometimes I go back. So I think everybody's having
a slightly different. Oh, and Monica said
experience.
Monica said there might be slow to load. Give it maybe 40 to 60 seconds. So, okay. All right. Well, we got the general comments box. If those don't show up for you, so let's move on. Looks like Mayor Joe Shea is here from Vader. Hopefully, I pronounced your name correctly.
You correct. You said it the way everyone says it. It's Shy.
Shy. Okay. Well, yep. Mayor Shy, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Will you be presenting this one? Looks like.
Yes, I am. Yeah, my wife is the park board chair. She usually does this, but she had an unexpected medical event come up, and so
gotcha.
Next best thing. You'll have to deal with me. So.
Yeah, no worries. Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. And can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can, yes.
Good. And would you like to advance your own slides? I could give you control, or I can do that for you, whatever you prefer.
Oh, what's the right button for me to advance it?
Well, here, I'm going to turn up my video just during the presentation. And then, so if you click on your screen now,
yep.
That should sort of activate it. Okay. And then usually you can use your arrow keys on your keyboard, forward and back, or sometimes just clicking on the screen or those little arrows. Yeah.
It's like I can click anywhere and it'll go. That's what I like. I don't have to aim. Yeah. Super. Okay.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
All right. Thank you. My name is Joe Shy, and I'm the volunteer mayor for the city of Vader. Our longtime Parks Board chair, my wife Kelly Shy, was originally going to present today, like I said, but she had an unexpected appointment. So today I'd like to introduce Vader's McMurphy Park project. Vader is located in Southwest Washington, 3 miles off of I-5, halfway between Longview and Chehalis. We are a small but growing city with 5 city employees who are mostly part-time. Our all-volunteer mayor, city council, planning committee, and parks board are very active in city affairs and management. McMurphy Park is the only public space within the city and within 9 miles that can host large events like our Vader May Day Festival, car shows, or other outdoor music gatherings and wedding events. McMurphy Park is 13 acres and was donated to the city in 2002 by Dolores McMurphy. The property and offerings have remained unchanged since it opened in 2007. The goals for this project and the first phase of an eventual 3-phase project will include installation of a septic system, city water connection, a public restroom building with showers, and a small RV camping area. This will add new recreation opportunities to the park, such as limited on-site camping, RV camping, support for large events, and a new city lodging option. Outside of the limit, park areas are separated by many miles. The 2 regional parks with similar offerings and size are Winolaquah and Winlock in South County Park in Toledo. Realistically, our families need to travel anywhere from 8 to 20 miles or more for large project parks that provide features similar to McMurphy. Most do not offer water access, which McMurphy does. Many users of our park are not solely Vader residents, meaning our park serves a much larger region than just the city limits of Vader. McMurphy Park is one of 2 developed Vader City parks. Our other park, Worden, is small and hosts an amazing playground and 2 small picnic shelters. McMurphy is the only city-owned space that can accommodate large events. It's already heavily used, but doesn't have the infrastructure needed to properly service the users. Here's the city of Vader with McMurphy Park on the upper left of the slide. The yellow line is Vader city limits. The park is less than half mile from the city center and is frequently walked and biked to. McMurphy sits along the path of the popular STP bike race and is already a regional draw. The local area is expanding with over 1,000 new homes planned within the next couple of years. A single park is not enough. The new ongoing developments at Worden, made possible by previous RCO grant support, has been a great success. Located less than half a mile from McMurphy, Worden Park is experiencing high usage on a daily basis. To reduce overcrowding that has already been occurring, public feedback suggests a demand for more space that would better accommodate pets, larger gatherings, and festivals and events. Despite its lack of infrastructure, McMurphy sees high use all year long. Daily joggers, dog walkers, weekly nature school, and various nonprofit events take place rain or shine. The park is exceptionally busy during the warm weather months and is a dream spot to escape the summer heat. The creek borders the entire western edge of the park, all shaded by trees. Family reunions, weddings, and swimming are constants. The city receives frequent compliments on the park upkeep. We expect the city parks to become even busier. There is historically high growth in the region, and in Vader, and the city is doing what it can to be proactive in its offering to residents. The active housing developments within the city right now will add 20% more units. The city urban growth area, once annexed, will add 30% more units. There are housing development proposals that will double the size of the city. We frequently receive public input from the parks on site and in meetings. In 2019, a community survey went out. Public feedback specifically directed at McMurphy Park was instrumental in creating this 3-phase development project. The top of the public's list, marked by the green dots, improvements or additions to bathrooms, camping, drinking water, parking, and security were high on the list. These are all the items of focus in this Phase 1 application. At the park, the entrance leads to a one-way loop gravel road. The park is considered primitive, with the only utilities being electrical at the security shed for cameras and exterior power outlet. There are no water or septic sewer services. 3 portable bathrooms are in the heavy use area near the creek, as well as picnic tables and standing barbecue grills. A walking trail under the creek views. No official designated parking exists, with visitors parking randomly on the grass. The only structures currently at McMurphy are 3 portable toilets and a shed for electricity with security cameras. The toilets are small, uncomfortable, fill fast, and need frequent and costly pumping during the summer. Visitors often resort to relieving themselves in wooded areas around the creek as an alternative, or leaving the park prematurely. We have roughly 3 official picnic areas with 6 tables and 3 grills total. Last year, our Parks Board noticed new trails showing up in the wild areas and decided to make them safe for use, and a new city program called Chips for Trails was developed. There are no marked or designated parking areas. Vehicles usually park on the adjacent grass spaces near the loop road. This limits use to drier months. It also has created an issue with driving and parking in the trees, fields, picnic areas, and sometimes even the creek. Fire hazards created by hot vehicles on the grass is also a concern. We anticipate 3 phases to the future development of McMurphy Park. Each phase is to be a complete project designed to enhance the phase that came before it. The park has a natural slope from the road down to the creek. This natural topography is integrated into the final park layout. Facilities requiring sewer and septic will be on the upper elevation at grade with the city road. At the top, near the park entrance, a small RV area with hookups will allow for permanent camp host for site security, a restroom with showers, a small playground, and a large event pavilion overlooking the creek below. At the bottom of the photo, in the lower park area, would include an amphitheater at the base of the hill, a picnic area with swings, and smaller restroom with pressurized sewer system up to the septic tank. Expanded paved parking would be provided throughout the park. The first phase we are focusing on with this application includes installing a septic system, connecting to the city water, installing a large restroom with showers, and constructing a small RV area. Not only would these items bring new recreation opportunities to the park invader, but they would address a variety of concerns of the public and city officials. Proper restrooms with on-site sanitation, drinking water, park security camp host, establishing parking, and revenue generation to offset new costs in upkeep and promoting tourism. The first phase of the development will meet basic community and park use needs. The septic, bathroom, and RV area will all be located near the entrance to the park in the uppermost elevation. City water is available at the road. For this project, it was already tested and meets the design needs of the proposed facilities in both water pressure and flow rate. A septic system will be installed as city sewer is not within reasonable distance now or in the future city plans. These will address sanitation and drinking water needs. A precast concrete bathroom structure is proposed that will be low maintenance and long lasting. There are 2 separate public restrooms and 4 individual shower stalls. This building design inherently addresses issues with accessibility, comfort, and cleanliness concerns. In efforts to address park security issues and revenue generating to offset new costs and upkeep and camping, small area is proposed. One site will be designed with full hookups for the on-site security camp host. The other 4 short-term sites will have water and power only. The sites will be large and pull-through in style for safety and user convenience. As a security and vandalism deterrent, finally having a camp host will address those concerns. The revenue generated from renting the other 4 sites to short-term campers at just 17% utilization will pay for the anticipated increased park operating and maintenance costs. The park is 30 feet higher in elevation at the road than at the creek level. This creates an upper zone and a lower zone as discussed. A different view to illustrate the 2 zones of the park. The view is striking upon entrance into the park and driving down towards the creek. The opposite side of the creek from the park is bordered by a 60-foot tall clay cliff at the 180-foot mark. These developments can be made in a way that are both sensitive and complementary to the natural surroundings. The RV and bathroom area on the far upper end of the park, not intruding on the park setting and beautiful views into the creek area below. When selecting our facility locations for this property, we have taken into consideration any shoreline boundaries restrictions and have flexibility to adjust improvement locations as needed. The items in the comprehensive budget are a combination of actual quoted prices and calculated costs by our building and permitting city staff. The largest part of the project's cost is the restroom building, which is a direct manufacturer quote and includes all install and utility hookup. The second largest expense is the combined activities surrounding excavation, land grading, and materials for the development of the RV campground, parking, road, and other general site prep. This is an item-by-item and quantity breakdown of all materials, including rock, landscape fabric, plumbing, electrical, and how that fits into the online RCO application. McMurphy Park is already successfully maintained by the city, and these proposed new developments were obvious improvements to the park. With the heavy use in the park that the park already sees, bathroom facilities, drinking water, and security improvements aren't debatable. In May, the City Parks Board developed and presented the park design and estimates for McMurphy to City Council and received wonderful feedback. They supported and approved the RCO applicant authorization resolution for McMurphy. We continue to have strong and supportive community. All city, volunteer, community clubs, and local church groups are excited to see new improvements. In fact, 2 times in 2023, we had different Scout youth choose to complete work at the park for their Eagle Scout project. Ongoing park maintenance is provided by volunteers performing trail work and the Nature School kids picking up trash. The city plans to again solicit the community in the upcoming 2025 Park Master Plan update. The Vader community, when compared to state averages, has distinct challenges. Vader's population is low income and has a higher disability rate, a higher body mass index, and higher mortality rate. While soliciting community feedback of the park system, the city did its best to hear from all residents despite their challenges. Surveys were not only online, but to capture input from those without an online presence. These were in public places around the city, and information was included in all residents' utility bills. City Council adopted and updated the Park Recreation Master Plan. The 2025 plan is already underway. Local improvement and continued input is an absolute must. The Parks Board holds monthly open public meetings, both in person and online, and includes announcements in the city newsletters, papers, and businesses. The Vader Lions Club and Assembly of God Church are strong supporters in park improvements, along with hosting large community events. Public input from cities was instrumental in this design. The goals of the park design are also sustainable. The park is designed around natural topography of the land instead of changing it. On-site security will reduce vandalism and other vehicular mischief like driving in the creek. Formal parking areas keep vehicles away from the creek and off grass, limiting fire exposure. On-site septic removes mobile bathroom pumping needs. Creating and encouraging local park use both removes traffic congestion and promotes healthier lifestyles. The design of the new structure is inherently low maintenance and fire resistant. The overall design within Vader Public Works capabilities to maintain. Finally, the RV site rentals will generate revenue to offset increased city expenses. Vader is a low-income community, both in resident income and the city government small budget. Low costs and high value are always key. Similar to previous completed projects in the city, this is a volunteer-led with volunteer labor in conjunction with city staff resources already on hand. Project management will be handled by volunteers, and a highly qualified city staff will do much of the construction. While not calculated, savings of hundreds of thousands of dollars are likely in this project phase alone because of this arrangement. And thank you for your interest in our project. I'll stop here. The next slide is just a thank you, but previous one is more interesting.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
I was close.
Yeah. All right. Feedback, suggestions for this one.
Let me pull up my notes here so I can get that from you. All right.
All right, Silvana, go ahead.
I remember this project from the last couple years, and it's neat to see it evolve into different phases.
We've been taking your input. Yeah, this phase, the phases have shifted quite a bit based on RCO's input from before. And so hopefully this is more to your liking.
I feel like this is a much better way to implement the project. And you brought things up to the higher elevations. On slide 34, if you can go back to that, Carl. It looked like the blue and green got changed out between Vader and which one was the state one. And so I would suggest making it consistent there.
Okay.
And then there were a few slides where there was a lot of text. And I found myself detracted from what you were saying, trying to follow the text. So if you're able to put it into more like bullet points, so that we can kind of follow along, but don't get too distracted by it, I think that would help a lot.
Okay.
Good, thank you. Go ahead, Doug.
Fortunate that you're on this slide. These challenges seem to me to be more less in project engagement and more in project need. Okay. So I would look at your categories again and go back over all your categories and just kind of make sure that what you're giving us in each category is what we're looking for. Like just quantify everything, go through each slide and just make sure, wait, should this be in need? Should this be in engagement? Where should it be? Because we're going to try and give you the most points we can. And if we can't find it, it's not going to work. You got to spoon feed us this information. You are
spoon feed. Okay, I'll write that down.
Spoon feed. Yeah. Hit us over the head with it in the in the category it should be in. I mean, hey, we're trying to give money away here. We're trying to give money away.
That's right.
So give it to the other question I had was you talked about the RV, the camping.
Sure.
The host site will have a full hookup. The other sites will have water and power. Will be a dump station so that the RVs can dump on site, or will they have to go off site to do that?
So they're going to have to go off site for that. Being a septic, we talked to some experts about with parks that have septics already, and to have an undetermined amount of RVs coming through, dumping into a septic with a finite capability to support, you just couldn't do it. And so obviously having it on site with a septic wasn't that. We don't have any plans for a dump station. Council has been talking about having a dump station somewhere in town in a more convenient location. We have funds set aside for that. We think that would be a great revenue generator for other things as well. But we don't have active plans for that. And I mean, I could tell you all day long the maybes, but I was trying to keep to the definites, right?
Right. So, and keep to the definites, but I would maybe address that and say, where, like, give us, like, because you're going to bring campers in here, right? And you're saying that at 17% occupancy, you're going to cover the costs of the improvements to the park in operation, right? So at 17% occupancy, how many campers and how far do they have to drive to dump their stuff into a dump station? So give me, where is that dump station currently?
Okay.
And kind of like, where's the nearest dump station? Where are you going to direct them to?
Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, and there are two in the fairly local vicinity but they aren't under Vader's control. So
but that's fine. I mean, my wife and I generally drive around with our trailer and horses, so I know where all the dump stations are locally, and I can tell you exactly where they are.
Oh, trust me, I've got some city council members that are asking me when they can start dumping their RVs in town. So
yeah, exactly.
I want it too.
So just those two kind of points. It's like go through the criteria again. This is again, I remember this from 2 cycles ago, and you guys were close. I think this is even better than it was 2 cycles ago. So it's good that you're making the improvements. Go back to your criteria. I'm gonna qualify that. Wait about a week and a half, and then go back to your criteria, because there's going to be updates based on what we've had happen this week with all of the layout and such.
Okay.
They're going to update the criteria. It's not going to change the categories, but it's going to change how they're titled, and you're going to want to match your presentation to the order of the criteria. And then I would suggest looking at what gets you the most points and structuring your presentation to target the more points, spend more time on them. Okay. Thank you. So, great project. I'm looking forward to seeing it again in August.
Okay. I have a question. The budget slide, talk did you want to that? I mean, I covered it in general where it was coming from. I mean, it's all there. Do you want me to start talking numbers to you, or just show that we were detailed?
I thought what you did was pretty good. You probably don't need, I don't think you need this level of breakdown. Like this summary is nice. But what do the committee folks think?
I would say the summary is nice. What I would suggest you look at and make sure you have added in there is that you've got escalation for the timeline going forward. You've got contingency and taxes are also in there. So just make sure that you denote that if they're not in there, that you make sure that you get them in there. But if you've already factored those in, let us know that they're already in there. Because we know what a lot of this stuff will cost to put in. We've seen all these projects before, and we'll know if it's out of whack. So yeah, just make sure you just, I think you're brief, that's fine. Don't go into too much detail.
Okay.
Yep, good point. And we don't have a separate line item in our system for like contingency or escalation, or so just basically just inflate each number a little bit, knowing that you're not going to go to construction until late next year at the earliest, probably 26, so.
Yeah, and we ran into that one, our last project with you guys that was so great. We presented before COVID, and then we went out for bid after COVID, and it was
yeah. Oh yeah.
A little bit of eye-opening, but we made it work, and we got a great project out of it. So
yeah,
we've got contingency built into this already.
Okay.
So I'm here to talk about that.
Good. Chaz, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what slide it was. I mean, it's the slide 39. We get a repeat, or it wasn't a repeat, but the first time you kind of gave the overall site plan, like early on when you're talking about the design. I was trying to follow along in terms of the color coding. I like your color coding of your words here, but maybe color code it by face. Because you're kind of.
Oh, that's a good idea. Should make make our slides.
Because I kept trying to make that work in my brain, and it was like, wait, he's not talking about that. He's talking about these other things. So I think that would kind of just help relay that information that you got multiple phases going on.
Yep. Yeah, and you can put a big box or a circle around, the upper part that's part of this project. Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts? All righty. Well, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And
folks.
Wait, Doug, you got one more thing?
I'll just Joe, just so you know, all of the presentations are being live streamed and recorded on YouTube. I would suggest go and look at some other people's presentations, see what they do with their slides. It might give you guys some ideas that'll make it clearer for us. Shading of some of the areas that are not going to be part of phase one, or highlighting the areas, and just kind of give us the ability to see it a lot easier. Makes it a big difference. A lot of people too are doing like the full thing on one slide, and then the next one is like a tight in on this is phase one, or this is the phase we're currently working on, and just gives us a quick visual of this is what we're working on. So just look at those options. Look at those. The options are available to you. Those should be up. I think, Carl, you said sometime next week, probably those will be available.
The YouTube recordings are available at the end of each day. So the last 3 days are already out there, and the rest of today is being live streamed. So you could just log right on and watch some more presentations. So whatever works for your schedule.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, folks. Bye.
All right, moving to City of Fife, and I think Megan is here. You presenting this one?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. You see your PowerPoint?
I do.
Great. Well, I'm going to hand you control if I can find you. There you go. All right, go ahead and click on your screen. You should be able to take that.
Perfect. I've got it.
All right, well, go ahead. Whenever you're ready, you have 12 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining me to learn more about the City of Fife's Inclusive Playground Project. My name is Megan Jendrick, and I'm the Assistant City Manager and Parks and Rec Director for the City of Fife. Fife is seeking $500,000 in WWRP funding, which will leverage $1.3 million in federal and local cash for this project. This will meet our project goals by doubling the size of Colburn Park and transforming a maintenance yard into a beautiful park that's currently an eyesore. It will also add to the city's first inclusive playground. Fife is located in Pierce County, directly between Tacoma and Federal Way, and has a population of just over 11,000 people. Colburn Park is located right outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, a few blocks off of Interstate 5, and close to both Fife High School and Elementary School. The area outlined in yellow is what Colburn Park currently looks like. We're just getting ready to start construction on this portion of the park, turning a wood chip pit with a swing set into a beautiful splash pad. The area outlined in orange is the portion of the project we're currently seeking funding for. This portion of the project of the property is what we are purchasing from the Fife School District, and where a 10,000 square foot inclusive playground will be added, as well as a covered picnic shelter and paved parking. This map highlights the existing inclusive playgrounds in other cities within a 10-mile radius of Fife. Note that some of the estimated travel times could increase with evening and weekend traffic, and there aren't any inclusive playgrounds within the Fife service boundaries. This map highlights the existing multifamily developments in Fife. 7 of the apartment complexes are within about a 15-minute walk of Colburn Park, and the Port Landing apartments at the bottom of the screen are about a 20-minute walk. Though Fife as a whole has a number of parks, there are notably fewer within walking distance of this multifamily core, and Colburn Park is one of the few that serves those residents. In addition to the large number of apartment dwellers who utilize Colburn Park, the park also sits directly outside of the Fife Aquatic Center, which sees over 400,000 visits annually. 92% of Aquatic Center users live outside of Fife and drive more than 30 minutes to take a 30-minute swim lesson in our facility. By adding a large inclusive playground in this area, we believe it will not only serve those living in the nearby apartments who do not have any other nearby open space to recreate, but it will also have a regional draw, serving those who drive from other cities to participate in our programming. The data on the left shows that providing additional playgrounds received 87% support from our community in our 2022 Pros Plan survey. Additionally, through the comment section of the survey, we discovered that there was a very high demand for an inclusive playground, as there isn't one currently in Fife or even within a reasonable distance. Adding an inclusive playground was called out in our 2022 PROS plan. It's on our capital improvement list and was adopted by our city council through resolution 2140. It's truly a project that our community and our city council is excited about. The school district decided to relocate their maintenance yard, and this portion of property was going to be put up for sale. As soon as we heard about the property going on the market, we reached out and felt it was the perfect opportunity to double the size of our existing park. This phase that we're requesting funding for takes the existing maintenance yard and transforms it into a vibrant and inclusive community park. As you can see from this picture, the site has 2 steel frame buildings, is covered in asphalt, and is essentially used for storage of school district equipment. The city has a signed purchase and sale agreement in place, and we take possession of this land on September 1st of this year. As you can see from this photo, the area outlined in blue, and I know that that's a little bit light on there, but it's the top portion of the picture, is already designated as Colburn Park. The area outlined in red is the parcel of land that is being purchased from the school district and added onto the park. And the area outlined in green is currently land owned by the city, but not yet designated as park land. The bottom half of the outlined area would be added onto Colburn Park, more than doubling its size. At this point, a cultural resource survey has already been conducted, as well as a level 1 environmental assessment on this land with no adverse findings. We've also hired a design team to get to 60% design plans and have all of our permits in place by the end of this year. In terms of inclusivity, the design is absolutely packed with components of accessibility. Ramps truly create an inclusive pathway to all of the components. Ramp walls have interactive elements for sensory, visual, and auditory exploration. The balcony decks have been added, which allow for access to the panel activities mounted to be truly accessible for somebody using a wheelchair or mobility device. And all decks provide the ability to rest between ramps. Instruments are also part of the plan, as inclusion of a sensory element for literally people of all ages and abilities to express themselves, even if they're nonverbal or visually impaired. Additionally, the surfacing of the entire 10,000 square foot playground is poured in place, which allows for ease of access via wheelchair or other mobility device. And all elements of the playground have strapping components for mobility devices as well. And this slide provides a conceptual aerial view of the playground and the shelter. In addition to the inclusive playground, all pathways and entry points are ADA compliant, as are the additional amenities such as the park benches and picnic tables. The project also adds 14 additional parking spots and paves the currently gravel parking lot. The color scheme for the project also matches the neighboring splash pad and aquatic center. This slide provides a zoomed in visual of the disc swing and the play traverse. Selection of a disc swing instead of a traditional swing creates a collaborative play experience between kids who may need muscular support and kids of typical abilities. Also, children of different ages can play together. The disc traverse on the right is easy to execute as it has large stable bases and pipe handholds to practice balance with support. This is connected to a ring traverse to allow scaffolding of skills from an easier element to a more challenging one. This slide provides a breakdown of all budget-related items associated with this project and was put together with collaboration from All Play Playground Systems and our Public Works Director and Public Works Engineer. We also recently hired a design firm to confirm the budget as well as work towards our 30 and 60% design plans. Through the public engagement process, we hosted a public survey to see what types of playground equipment the community wanted to see. We received 439 responses, both online and through an information booth we hosted at a community festival. This survey was also posted at our aquatic center to generate public feedback and presented to our senior activity groups. For a city of 11,000 people, we saw a higher percentage of participation in this engagement process than we saw engagement in the last election. The design elements that you see in this presentation received the most votes through this public engagement process. We also received letters of support from the Fife School District, the Pierce County Library, Travel Tacoma, the Chamber of Commerce, and many, many Fife residents. We truly love community partnerships and regularly engage with these organizations as well as many others through our community events and volunteer opportunities. Every citizen and organization that we've heard from is excited to see an amenity like this come to Fife. When it comes to sustainability, we looked at both the ecological and social side of things. On the ecological side, it transforms a maintenance yard into a beautiful public park, and our landscaping plan will utilize native species. On the social side of things, a project like this encourages social interaction, empathy, and friendship among children of different abilities. It also serves as a community hub, bringing people together and fostering a sense of belonging, and provides cognitive and emotional benefits such as enhanced problem solving and self-esteem. When it comes to cost efficiencies, we're purchasing the playground, shelter equipment, and all other amenities such as benches, tables, and trash receptacles through a state cooperative purchasing agreement, reducing the cost significantly compared to including these items as part of a construction bid. At this point, we have city funding committed in the amount of $200,000 to get us to the 60% design plans by the end of the year. Additionally, we're going after lodging tax funds this summer in the amount of $200,000 to put towards the project, and have also submitted an RCO request through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Megan. Right. Roxanne, go ahead, and then Chaz.
Okay, could you go back to slide 4, please?
Sure.
And while I'm in one more forward, Pierce County, you don't actually have Fife on this for people who are not familiar to the area. So you might want to mark your location as you're showing where everything else is around it. And then on slide 5, you did a great job showing the growth with the apartments around the area. And then you had mentioned, and I guess we kind of need clarity that there's not any other park in this area. And if you had another slide that did show where your other parks in your system are. And I know you have a lot of, highway and other barriers. So it will be good to show that context overall. And then I think slide 11. So slide 11, you're well into project design here. I think actually your image on the right is a pretty good one for scope to really help us see, once you say it's the lower half, what all is part of this project. And you do a great job going through the inclusive playground, but then being able to really talk about the parking lot, the picnic shelter, the connectivity in the design, so that we see all the different elements and how they fit together. And if you do, and I know you put in there the lodging tax as a possibility. While that is quasi-government, I think it's still helpful for you to call it out in your PRISM application as at least a target for funding outside of your agency.
Okay.
Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Chaz, and then Silvana.
Yeah, just flick on Roxanne. Yeah, show me where Fife is at on that one slide. I think the other thing that I would do is when you talk about sustainability, I would try to add in some economic factors. I think you could probably grab, you have 400,000 visitors to your pool, right? And so people might linger. And I just take a look at that criteria to kind of get the full points that might be available to you. And then, and in slide 11, I mean, it's kind of related to what Roxanne was just leaving off with. I mean, maybe it was the one before this, slide 10. I guess I was thinking you spent a lot of time on this slide, and you could probably split it out into a couple different conversation points as you move along in that design. That's all I have. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Silvana.
Yeah, in sustainability, slide 16, I was thinking the same thing about economic factors. And I think it appears that since you're going from like a maintenance yard to a park setting, that there's some more you're greening up the space a bit there and maybe have some increased tree canopy that you might be bringing to that space, because it looked like it was a lot of concrete before. So I think you can kind of hit some of those things: carbon sequestration, stormwater infiltration, those things. On slide 3, there was, I think, just some missing labels. Yeah, that Fife Elementary School fades away into the background on the right-hand side there. And then your park, if you could put a circle around the park, I was comparing on the slide to the right, sorry, where we're looking. Yeah, so I saw that label,
Gotcha.
but I was like, which one's the park? And then I just compared it to the other one, but it distracted me for a moment. So I was like, an easy circle might help with that. And then on slide 1, you're missing a 0 on your 500,000.
Oh, I sure am. Good catch.
Great, thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
Hey, Megan, just one thought on the Parks, Recreation, Open Space Plan reference. I don't remember what slide number that was on, but you talked about the plan specifically calling out a need for a couple of amenities. But I wondered if this park in particular was called out in there. It sounds like maybe not because of the way that the parcel became available, but if there's anything in the plan that specifically talks about inclusive features or amenities, you might want to talk about that here as well, just to specifically tie it to this project.
Okay.
And then slide 9, I mean, you acknowledge that the blue and red lines were light on there, but they really are. I was getting like really close to my screen. So maybe if you can just manually go over it and make those a little bit darker.
Okay.
And that was it. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Doug.
Sorry, I tried to click and unmute. Apparently I missed. Okay, so on this is good because I was gonna pile on the lines on this. My thought would be on this and then on slide 3 as well, if you keep it consistent with how you're outlining the property. So if you go to slide 3 really quick, Carl,
Sure.
I want to kind of start there. So looking at this on the left-hand side, how you've got a yellow box, a half box on the top, and an orange half box on the bottom. If you make those full boxes, just encapsulate the whole thing, like an orange box around the whole new property and a yellow box around the whole existing park, and then just keep that consistent throughout the presentation. Whenever you're showing us where it is, it'll draw our eye and it'll keep us consistently looking at there's what we're looking at. And it also denotes when you're looking at slide 9, what's existing, what's phase 1, and what's phase 2. So we know what we're looking at when we're looking at it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. All right. Any other? Yeah,
one final comment. I had you at about 10 minutes. I don't know where Carl had you, but you had 2 more minutes to basically talk and sell us your project. So I would look at your bigger category numbers, like where you get the most points, and try and add a little bit more meat into those areas to give us a little more to give you points on.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep. Thanks, Doug. Yeah, you got a little room to work with, so. Good. Well, thank you, everyone. Megan, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I know this is a huge time commitment for all of you, but your feedback is really appreciated.
Yeah, good. Hope it helps.
It definitely does. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your day.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Moving down I-5, Vancouver. It's like Monica's here. Hello, Monica.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, you can see your slide okay?
I can. Hopefully I'll have better luck with advancing them this time.
Oh, well, here, give it a click, see if it works. If not, I can always do it for you. So.
All right. Well, I will give it a shot. I think it's because I'm advancing 2 screens.
Oh, do you want me to do it for you? Would that be easier?
It's good practice for me, but thank you.
Okay.
All right, so may I begin?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I'm Monica Tuberville. I'm with the City of Vancouver. I'm excited to share the Schaefer Community Park Phase 2 development project with you today. There we go. Vancouver is Washington's 4th largest city. We're located in Clark County, bordered by the Columbia River and Portland to our south, and the city of Camas to our east. Schaefer is in the north central section of the city. Here you see the Schaefer site and neighborhood and community parks that are in the surrounding area, with I-205 to our east and SR 500 to the south. The Schaefer Hobby Farm was established in the 50s. Most of the trees on this site were planted by Mr. Schaefer himself, including a small orchard, which has shaped the theme and the priorities of the project design. The city purchased the 10-acre site in 2010. Here are some photos of this beautiful property. Oopsie, now it's going backwards on me. It has a quiet central meadow. There are mature tree canopy surrounding the property. The city has a network of soft surface trails that were built by volunteers. It has its very own avatar tree, a black walnut that's nearly a 5-foot diameter. And since the city's purchase in 2010, the property has served as a natural refuge for local residents. And this is the only community park property available for development to serve this area. Phase 1 development is funded and in process to establish basic infrastructure to support Phase 2 development, and it's scheduled for completion in the winter of 25. Phase 1 includes a central loop and entry pass system, security lighting, small picnic area, fenced dog space, but most significantly, completion of the 58th Street frontage improvements on the south that will ensure safe multimodal access to the site with parallel parking and a bike lane. The grant proposal is for Phase 2 development to provide community park recreation opportunities for this dense residential area. The proposal is consistent with our PROS plan and distribution standards. The design is intentional to preserve the natural character of the land and offer respite from the surrounding residential density. The city is requesting $500,000 to assist with Phase 2 development. Beginning with criteria 1, public need, and these categories are referenced on the right side of each slide moving forward. Our community park standard is 3 acres per 1,000 residents. They service both walk-to and drive-to facilities with a half-mile and 1.5-mile service area, respectively. Community parks provide a wide range of recreation and community gathering experiences that are not available in our neighborhood parks. The city is divided into 3 park impact fee districts that serve as independent planning areas and need and equity metrics and committed funding boundaries. Schaefer is in District B with a current population of 66,000 city residents, which is 34% of our city population. District B has experienced 17% population increase in the last 10 years, with a community park deficit of 54 acres. The current PIF District B level of service is only at 53% of our adopted standard. And Schaefer has been a CFP priority for development since its 2010 purchase. The service area mapping model shows the Schaefer site and surrounding area with the darker tan representing the city jurisdiction, and the bright green shows the neighborhood and community parks. The closest developed community park are county properties, including Orchards 2 miles to the east, but separated by I-205, and Hazeldale over 3 miles west. The remainder are small neighborhood parks, some of which are undeveloped. The peat shows the service area of city and county developed neighborhood and community parks, revealing the service area gaps. The gray dashed line defines how the project area is somewhat isolated due to the proximity of freeways and major arterials. And here you can see the half-mile walking service area as well as the 1.5-mile drive-to service area of Schaefer Community Park. The park would serve 22,300 current city residents alone, representing 9,600 homes. Once developed, the park will provide 77% of our level of service standard to residents within that service area and improve the PIF District B deficit as a whole by 19%. We have transit stops available 1/2 mile to the west and to the south. Equitable distribution is a significant variable in determining our park need and project priorities. At-risk population groups within the Schaefer Community Park service area in some cases differ significantly from the state demographic medians. The student demographics of the nearby elementary school are also identify higher percentages of compared to the state medians for English language learners, low income, students with disabilities, as well as people of color. The natural park-like setting offers us 10 acres of mature trees and quiet meadows that create a buffer from the dense urban setting. The property is vacant, level, and offers good distribution and interconnection. The primary access is from the south at 58th, with additional access from the north and the west. The site is used extensively for walking and cross circulation through the neighborhood, excuse me, and to also the local elementary, which is just 1 block to the west. Community priorities that guide this site development include retaining the orchard and the land's natural wooded character, access and structured play for all ages and abilities, public safety, and focusing active uses near 58th Street. Design features including trails, play structures, picnic shelters, and passive uses afforded by this natural site will provide many of the most valued park experiences that were identified in our community pros plan outreach. Project design is nearing 30% and will provide recreation and civic gathering opportunities for this unserved, high density, and very diverse residential area. It will reduce the park deficit and implements community priorities for equitable access, public safety, and it's very mindful to enhance and protect the land's history and natural resources. The design includes an entry plaza at the south entrance with a picnic shelter, a small plaza and picnic area at the north entrance, a fully inclusive playground, nature play, extensive path network that weaves through the tree canopy and then connects to the Central Loop Trail, a central event lawn, landscaping, native and pollinator planting areas, a restroom, and 25-stall parking area that includes 3 ADA spaces. Preliminary due diligence site work is completed and phase 1 will close out by the winter of next year. Phase 2 development can also begin concurrently in the summer of 25 to be construction ready by the fall of 26, with completion in the winter of 27. Phase 2 development costs total $5.3 million, including design, permitting, site prep, and construction. Estimates were determined by reference to recent projects with inflation and contingencies. Project funding is through PIF, local general fund, and potential grants. Public outreach began in 22 to help us identify the current uses, create a master plan, and define construction phases. Public engagement included 4 open houses and workshops, digital surveys and communications, on-site signage, and print and in-person resources with translations provided. Building relationships with our underrepresented community was targeted to reach teens through community centers and summer camps and Latino cultural events and fairs. And the community outreach identified the guiding principles that have shaped the final master plan with a unified community vision and defined a phasing plan. Sorry, this just keeps jumping on me. We partnered with Urban Abundance to retain the orchard and glean the fruit to support the local food bank. Washington Trails Association has developed and maintained soft surface trails and installed 2 benches. Naturescaping program volunteers are excited to plant the natural landscapes to support our pollinators. And prior to structure demolition, we also partnered with our fire department to use the residents for training. Retaining over 90% of our tree canopy has created a significant story of sustainability in itself. The canopy improves air quality, cooling, and absorbs over 1.3 tons of pollutants a year, enhances water quality, stabilizes soils, and filters 198,000 gallons of runoff per year. Stores over 6 tons of carbon a year, and the 2 acres of natural plantings will create pollinator and wildlife habitat and reduce water and fuel usage as well as maintenance costs. The design provides a broad spectrum of opportunity for active and passive recreation, social interaction, natural resource education for people of all ages and abilities through the inclusive and nature play structures, wide meandering ADA accessible paths, a variety of picnic options for social gathering, quiet spaces, and the picnic shelter also creates a new host location for our summer meals program for kids of all ages at no cost. And cost efficiencies and construction readiness are realized with completion of due diligence and phase 1 infrastructure. Reduced government costs have been and will continue to be gained through partnerships with WTA volunteers for construction and maintenance of soft surface trails, estimated over 20,000 to date. Cost sharing with the power company has reduced underground utility relocation costs by over 150,000. Volunteer planting and maintenance of natural areas reduce maintenance and irrigation costs. Urban Abundance reduces the cost to support food banks and city maintenance. And finally, the partnership with our fire department provided a unique and valuable opportunity for training that improves safety and efficiency for our fire personnel. And I'm happy to hear your comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Monica. Appreciate that. All right, feedback, thoughts on this one? Go ahead, Doug.
Oh, I guess that was the quickest. Look at me go. All right. Intro. You're almost 3 minutes into the presentation before you started on need. That's about 1.5 minutes too long on intro. A lot of that stuff can probably be put into other sections of your presentation where it gets you points. The intro should just be, this is a development project. We're going to do this, that, the other thing on this site, period. Move on. Keep it simple, keep it short, just introduce us so we know what we're looking at. That way we don't have to, we're not wasting time, and you're not, because in the intro, we're not looking at scoring anything yet. We're just looking at getting oriented to the project. So orient us and move on. Carl, can you go to slide 12?
Yeah.
I have a note on slide 12 that this confused me because I've got a 1/2 mile circle, 1.5 mile circle. What's the red behind it?
That is the actual service area based on the paths along public rights of way.
Okay. All right. So is there a way to do that with walking as well? Because that shows us the 1.5 mile, correct?
The you mean distinguish the 1/2 mile
Yeah,
in a different color.
what is the city of Vancouver's standard? Is it a half-mile walk?
For
One-
a community park, it is both 1/2 mile for walking and the 1.5 for driving.
Okay, can you distinguish those then for us so we can see what this will cover? And
Yes.
you've got other parks in that area. Maybe something else to do would be to show how those areas overlap and what this park covers. Or I mean, this isn't a new development. There's already some development at this park, correct?
No, it's vacant. It's
Vacant.
just-
Okay, perfect. So
just
show
green.
me the adding this park does what? So show all the other parks service areas, and if there's a gap, that's what you're filling. That's what I need to know. What's the gap you're filling with this? Okay. You talked about community partnerships at some point, but it all sounded like it was prior to this. It's like doing some stuff on the Grove, doing some trail work. I'm looking for partners in this phase. Who are your partners right now? Because that's gonna help us with giving you some credit for partners right now. So if they're doing something in this phase, that's what I want to know about. And then just a note for you, your time ran out. You were just a little bit over 12 minutes, but your time ran out midway through just after you switched to slide 27. So just so you know, you're a little over on time. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead and then Chaz.
Yeah, if you could go to slide 18. The main thing is just clarifying scope, because it's a well presented and it's a great presentation overall. This actually gives us what your scope is. On the scope page, you had the image that really only had the playground in it. And so it wasn't till here to get the full breadth of what you are adding now to what is going in with phase 1 right now. And that really is the heart of the context. So, keeping that in mind and letting us know early what phase 2 is will help you streamline and cut down some of the stuff that you need to cut down to get to this point in the presentation. And then with design, each of those elements beyond the playground is something that we need to see a little bit more of in that design section. And I didn't see a timeline for phase 2 as part of your design. So those are kind of the ones to strengthen. And I think you can trim, as Doug said, to figure out your most important points that align with the criteria for scoring.
Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Chaz.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe adding the slide is perfect, but actually want to talk a little bit about need. I think you mentioned verbally that you had some differences between your community parks and other parks in terms of the service needs that they provide. But I think maybe actually identifying what those are, and then kind of that will help tie into your scope and your design, the elements that you're providing with the park. I think we can get you some more points on that.
Okay.
Good, thanks, Chaz.
May I ask, just so I fully understand, on slide 11, is that doesn't show what the other parks provide?
It did for me, but this is the Doug.
Okay.
But I think it would make sense to do what Doug suggested. But I mean, for me, I kind of followed what was happening here in terms of undeveloped versus developed. But that was a Doug question.
Thank you.
Thanks. Genevieve, go ahead.
Just one little thing, your titles are on the right of the slide, like kind of going vertically like that. And I don't know why, but it took me until like the 8th slide to actually notice it. So just a minor thing, but if you have room to put it on the bottom or across the top, it would just be quicker for us to know exactly what criterion we're on. And then the only other thing I felt like I wanted to see was an aerial view, if you have one, that shows the location of the park and its proximity to the elementary school. I think you said it's like across the street or just a block down or something. And I just kind of wanted to see the extent of the park from an aerial view if you have it. Okay, that's great. That one. And then the elementary school.
Yeah, it's shown there, but not much of it because it's huge.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I can
Yeah,
make
maybe
the- I can
because the
make the
labels are that gray color, the same as the roofs or something. It just didn't, I don't know why I didn't catch it, but
Okay,
yeah,
that's
this is a
good
good
to know.
slide for the aerial. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, thanks. You could make that dash line a little like a brighter red, maybe that pops out, and you could even do like another zoom back to see more of the neighborhood and the the density need.
Is there like a safe route to school that kind of goes from the school to the park, like it, maybe to show the accessibility from the neighborhood even?
Yes, there is
That
an
might be a nice
access, so I
addition
can
to this
highlight
image.
that. Great suggestions, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Monica, thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you, Carl.
Yeah, we'll see you again in August.
Awesome.
All right, folks, we have a break, just a little behind schedule, but let's just do 11 minutes and then we'll be back on track. Does that work for folks? All right, we'll continue on with Pullman. All right, see you soon. Hey, everybody, welcome back. Next up, we have Pullman with a project. I need to preface this a little bit for you, though, folks. So we heard before lunch, project from Mount Lake Terrace, also called Veterans Memorial Park. That, as you saw, was, significantly just a local park, playground, picnic area, that sort of thing that happened to have a small memorial component for veterans, which is allowable, perfectly fine. We just don't pay for that sort of thing, so we'll have them carve that out. Pullman is here to present their project, and apologies to you, Valerie, and the city for not catching this a little sooner, but there's a significant portion of this project you'll see is dedicated to memorial and sort of commemorative exhibits. Again, that's something that's allowable, but technically not eligible for our participation. Now, there are other elements in this project proposal that you'll see, just sort of passive recreational kinds of things that are eligible. Parking, bathrooms, walkways, landscaping, that sort of thing. But we did not have time to make any sort of revisions to the project. So the PowerPoint sort of is what it is. Valerie and Kurt, you may want to sort of skip over some of those slides as needed, to get to the other sort of local parks types elements. But you'll notice that Prism hasn't been cleaned up or any of that. So anyway, I just needed to give you that preface. So folks, just be thinking about the other sort of park elements, because there are sort of passive recreational elements as part of this project. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And Valerie, are you going to present this one? Should I give you control?
Yes, please.
The slide? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me pull this up. And yeah, also you have 12 minutes. You probably know that. I know there are quite a few slides, so just make sure you sort of move through.
Yeah.
Move through quickly. All right. Well, I'm going to turn my video off just during the presentation and then hand you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen and see if that works for you. There we go. Looks like it's working.
Yeah.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Valerie Weaver, and I'd like to introduce you to the City of Pullman's planned Veterans Memorial Park. And I didn't really change our presentation that much based on the conversation earlier today, so bear with me for what may or may not be eligible. But Pullman is located 7 miles away from the eastern border of the state, and we are the largest city in Whitman County, located about 70 miles south of Spokane. Pullman is home to Washington State University, and our project site is on the south end of town next to city limits. It is a little yellow dot here. The site has large retail to the north, rolling wheat fields to the southwest, and the city cemetery to the east. It is currently and has been a 2.81 acre wheat field. The goals of our project are to create a dedicated outdoor space to honor and remember those who have served in the active U.S. Armed Forces defending our freedom, and to provide a serene community gathering place. It will create a peaceful outdoor experience for reflection and observation, as well as cultural and historical education. And this will provide a unique blend of passive outdoor recreational opportunities. The need for Veterans Memorial Park was initially recognized 9 years ago, 2015, by the American Legion Local Post and the City Cemetery Committee. Pullman has a war memorial right in the heart of downtown that has been there since 1950. But 11 years ago, a new WSU Visitor Center was built on that site and is now an architectural gateway from downtown to campus. The monument is in the red star, and the visitor center is the building to the right of it there. Soon after this was built, a Veterans Day celebration took place at the monument, but with all the traffic and the location, the noise, it was not the peaceful moment of remembrance that it was intended to be. This issue highlighted the need for a dedicated, peaceful space for remembering veterans and honoring those who have sacrificed and served our country. This is a significant gap in our community's ability to properly recognize and celebrate these contributions. The other monument in Pullman is the WSU Veterans Memorial, which is not very accessible to those who don't otherwise go onto the college campus and is specifically for WSU veterans, while this park will serve all of Whitman County. The nearby towns of Colton and Uniontown each have parks with a Veterans Memorial wall, but these are small features in tiny towns at multi-use parks. And they don't meet that need that we recognize for a solemn, dedicated place of reflection, ceremonies, gratitude, and public education about U.S. military service and the local individuals who have been a part of that history. This project has been a goal on the city's Parks Comprehensive 5-year plan since 2019 and on the Capital Improvement Program since 2020. This project proposes new development on vacant farmland with no history of previous buildings here. It has rolling hills and gentle slopes that are characteristic of the Palouse. This application is for phase 1, which our designer delineated as shown here. The recreation opportunities provided are a unique type of passive outdoor recreation. These include cultural and historical observance, reflection, walking, contemplation, interpretation, grieving, enjoying nature, community gatherings, memorial service, and a place of learning and education, including opportunities for classroom field trips and other groups. A lot of thought and care went into the overall experience of visiting this park. As you enter, there will be 10 parking spaces, 2 ADA van accessible, as well as a large shade arbor with seating, trees, and a digital interactive kiosk built into that. At the east end of the arbor, there will be accessible restrooms and bicycle parking. As you continue on through the park, you'll come to the Donors Memorial Sculpture inside of a pentagon-shaped area with a seat wall. Next, you will enter the Honor Grove, which is planted with red and white spring flowering trees to represent our flag stripes. The Grove walkway is lined with hedges and donor pavers, and it's punctuated at each 90-degree turn with panels for the values of duty, honor, and country. The Grove will also have some seating areas with benches to stop and reflect. The walkway then arrives at the circular Memorial Plaza with a star and pentagon paver design, space for event seating, a built-in lectern, flags, and a large basalt column memorial wall engraved with names. A lower loop walking trail exits from the west and east sides of the plaza, and that is a meandering walking path with tree planting, seating areas, and benches. Phase 2 and 3 of the project, as delineated by the designer, will finish the site's development, have additional parking, an entry sign, a bigger upper loop trail with more benches and observation areas, and more. This location was sought specifically for this park's intended purposes, as it is next to popular retail sites, but also neighbors the cemetery and feels secluded and retreated. Incorporating a ramp into the design maintains accessibility while allowing the rest of the site to mostly use existing elevation. Pathways will all be designed for adequate width, surface, and grade for users of all abilities. There will be accessible restrooms and parking, plus a drop-off area at the entry for those for whom a longer walk may be difficult. Much of the site is planned to be Palouse Prairie restoration. That is the blue in this image. That's planted with native species, which have become very rare in this area and have a lot of restoration efforts going on by conservation groups. The park's design features all focus on providing a cultural outdoor experience and historical interpretation. Our itemized budget was prepared and provided by the designer, and with a cost estimate total of $2.5 million. The steps ahead include having construction plans prepared from the design, and we have had a pre-application meeting with our city development staff, and requirements ahead include site plan review, critical area report, SEPA, and building, grading, and stormwater permits. And we anticipate being construction ready in spring of 2026. This project is designed and intended to serve all demographics, ages, and abilities throughout the communities of Whitman County, with a special focus on veterans, their families, friends, descendants, and loved ones. To that end, the American Legion Local Post number 52 has played an integral role in the project from the very start. Numerous meetings with local veterans have taken place to ensure that their input shaped the project. Their perspectives were of utmost value in the process of designing a meaningful and lasting tribute to those who have fought for our freedoms. Washington State University is a big part of the Pullman community, and this project involved the School of Design and Construction. Professor Steve Austin volunteered his time to develop the initial design concept. Then the cemetery committee's input further influenced the design. Sanchez Design Group was hired to further develop the concept into a workable plan and prepare a cost estimate. Sanchez is also a professor, and he involved WSU students in the design work, giving them an opportunity for learning and community involvement. The previous property owners were very supportive of this project and idea. The property was appraised at $685,000, as it is valuable commercial land right across the street from Walmart. The sellers generously agreed to a sale price of $300,000 in yearly installments of $60,000, with the purchase agreement indicating Veterans Park as the intended use for the site. The fundraising sign on site there was also a donation from the city administrator and his family. And we consider all of these individuals and groups as community partners in this project. The design minimizes impact to the site and surrounding areas, uses the existing grade as much as possible, incorporates existing drainage patterns as a park feature, and ensures that there will be accommodations for multimodal access. The designer also planned for simple and low-cost maintenance and repairs, included local producers and materials native to the area, such as basalt. And the design also includes some solar-powered lighting. As mentioned, most of the landscaping here will be Palouse Prairie native species restoration. This also has added benefits of eliminating the need for lawn mowing as a future operational cost and minimizing irrigation use, which is a big help for this region's declining aquifer. This project adds many trees to this site, which is great for air quality and climate impacts. And the park will also be a rich resource for social and cultural connections, community education, and provide unity and gratitude in a beautiful outdoor setting. The purchase of the property provided a great reduction in city costs through the generous support of the property's sellers. This project does rely on an energetic community-wide fundraising effort, which has begun, but will really be kicking into gear in the coming months. The American Legion started things off with a $25,000 donation. And cash donations are being sought through a variety of methods and media presences. And fundraising is a joint effort between the American Legion, the Cemetery Committee, and the City of Pullman. And that is my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much, Valerie. Right on time, exactly 12 minutes. All right. Feedback and thoughts from the committee on this one. Roxanne, go ahead.
Great. You did a good job of helping us see why there's other memorials or a need for one, but we need to get a little bit more into where the parks are in the area. And you can definitely look at this as being a memorial theme to a park in terms of the experiences that are in it, but we just need to see how it fits. And you did say it was in the Parks and Recreation Plan, so there's got to be some elements in terms of how it got there and what the public method of engagement was in order to get it into the plan to see that it fits into the park system more specifically in that. Also, I'd say on slide 23, please stay there just a moment more to help tell us what all is in the scope. I know you got a lot of things on the side so that we know what's actually being built, and then you can get into the elements as part of the design. You put a lot of that into the scope. But if that shifts a little bit to the design, then we're able to appreciate each element and how it fits into the whole overall. There was some that you had talked about the land. I'm glad you included it in the cost efficiencies at the end, because that's a better spot. I think it was at the end of public engagement or right before sustainability where you had talked about it in its best place where you left it at the end.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Roxanne. Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, your intro slides where you have the maps up. I'd like you to put a nice big huge star like this first, this one here. Where's Pullman? If I don't know where Pullman is, how do you find Pullman?
That's a great question.
As you get more and more in, where's the project site on this next slide?
Yeah.
Where's the project, like big red star? Show me where it is. Okay. You have criteria title slides, but you also have titles on your slides. Like, so you've got the criteria on each individual slide. You don't need the actual title slides. Okay. Just get rid of them. They just take up space. And you were skimming right over them anyway, so there's no point.
Yeah.
Community fundraising. You have donated cash in your application of 1.5 million, but you only identified 25,000 of that. So I need to know the status of that when we get to that point, number one. Number two, when you go through all the stuff with, there's certain things that you're going to have to take out of this application and get your project total down. Your match may be able to go down too, because you don't need to provide, because right now you're providing what, like
80%.
You know, you're providing well over 80% match. You can probably reduce your match amount in to still get that 500,000 and just eliminate some of those items. So you can probably reduce your fundraising amount. I'm just saying, when we get to final evaluation, you're going to need to account for where that money is coming from, or at least we're this much far down the road on raising 1.5 million. Okay. All I know right now is you get a $25,000 check.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Doug. Other thoughts on this one or feedback for Pullman?
Does anybody have insight, or I mean, we're looking at like we talked about the issue with eligible or not eligible, and trying to, I'll have to probably do a lot of revamping, I think Marguerite said, to kind of repackage it. Do you see, do you have any advice on that process or how this might be represented?
Yeah, we'll definitely work with you, Valerie, and and your grants manager to trim it down to just what's an eligible, like, local park project and eligible elements.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chaz, if you got something, and then Doug.
No, I don't have anything specific to that, but I think just focusing on what Roxanne said, right, is like, I know you've geared this park toward a memorial, so just trying to tweak your brain and tweaking what's eligible in there and think of it as a park, and then showing us the relationship of this park to the other parks in your community, I think is going to help you kind of earn points in our criteria. because I think, again, I mean, I'll leave it to RCO to figure out what's eligible, but I mean, a brain tweak, I guess, would how I'd phrase this of thinking of it as a
Yeah.
park, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge. I get it, but I think you can get there.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chaz. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, my thought would be to, once you have identified what is eligible and what isn't, you could treat it almost like a phasing, like what some of the other presentations are doing as phasing. Anything that is not eligible, just shade it, like take it, put a half transparent or transparent shading over it, and say, you know, this the area that we're talking about is this, and just focus only on the areas that you can use this grant for.
Okay.
You got 12 minutes, so there's very little time to go through this anyways. I would say focusing on what you can go after in this grant, and then those memorial items that are not eligible, while they're great and awesome, maybe touch on them once in the overall kind of, here's the overall site plan. However, and then a following slide saying, here's what we're going after. These other items are ineligible, and show them as shaded out. Then we know, oh, okay, we're clear. We know exactly what you're going after.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. And Valerie, I know this upper pathway loop, that's something that would be, you know, an eligible sort of passive park amenity. I know it's planned for phase 3, but you that's something to think about if you sort of shifting the timing, if that's something that would work out to include in this project.
Okay.
Just one more thought.
Yeah.
Set up a meeting next week with your grant manager to start talking through any and all of this, and go through what is eligible, what fits, what doesn't. You know, Marguerite and your grants manager are your best resource on this. They can tell you exactly what to put in and exactly what not to.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Yeah, we will definitely do that. And apologies again. I know there's miscommunication from months back when we should have caught this a little sooner and had it a little more cleaned up, but we didn't. So apologize to you. And but we'll definitely work with you on getting it cleaned up.
All right. Appreciate that.
All righty. Well, thanks, Valerie and Kurt, for being here. And we'll be in touch soon.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, we are moving north, not too far, to Spokane. Looks like Nick is back. Hello,
I'm
Nick.
back.
You presenting this one?
Yes.
All righty. Welcome.
Thank you.
Give you control. There you are. Go ahead and see if that works for you.
Right on.
All right. Well, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Nick Hammond with the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation Division, here today to present the Meadowglen Neighborhood Park Development Phase 1 project. The project goal is to develop one new neighborhood park on existing city-owned land, undeveloped land, within the city's most geographically underserved neighborhood. We request RCO grant funding from WWRP local parks category in an amount of $500,000, which is approximately 9% of the estimated project cost. Additional grant funds are being requested through the LWCF program, and remaining matching funds are being appropriated through local capital dollars. The project is located in the city of Spokane, the second most populous city in Washington state. At the time of the 2020 census, Spokane's population was approximately 229,000. The project site is located in the northwest portion of the city within the North Indian Trail neighborhood. As illustrated by the yellow on this map, the geographic park service within the North Indian Trail neighborhood is the worst within any neighborhood in the city of Spokane. While 89% of city residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park, schoolyard, or outdoor public space, only 46% of North Indian Trail residents are within a 10-minute walk of a public outdoor space. Of the 3,900 homes within this neighborhood, 2,088 households lack walkable access to a park. Zooming in on the neighborhood, you can see a lot of purple on this map. The purple indicates area listed by the Trust for Public Land as high priority area for new parks in the brand new 2024 Park Score Index. This further illustrates the lack of developed parks within the neighborhood. The neighborhood is currently served by two existing public outdoor spaces, Pacific Park on the south and Woodridge Public School in the middle. From both this image and the last slide, you can clearly see there is a gap in service in the northern half of the neighborhood. Pacific Park, the only city-owned facility within the neighborhood, was constructed in 1991. It's approximately 5 acres in size and includes a small playground, restroom, splash pad, and half-court basketball court. The facility has not been updated since its initial construction and is still functional, but it's showing its age with minor facility damage. It is not large enough or flat enough to provide sport courts, ball field space, long walking paths, nor does it provide off-street parking or a transit stop. Woodridge Elementary, the other outdoor neighborhood space, is approximately 9 acres in size, and it does include a large multi-use grass field, 3 basketball courts, a perimeter walking path, and playground. Though the playground is often locked and not available to the public for use. As is the case with many public schools, it provides some needed access to the community, but does not provide the full unrestricted use the community desires. Now, despite the identified gap in park service and aging facilities in North Indian Trail neighborhood, it is the most rapidly developing neighborhood within the city of Spokane. Reviewing permit data from 2019 to 2023, the citywide average increase in residential units is 32 units per neighborhood per year. In the North Indian Trail neighborhood, however, residential units are increasing at an average of 121 units per year. That's 378% higher than the citywide average, and many of these lots are multifamily residential, primarily duplex. The city of Spokane does not have a park dedication ordinance, nor does it charge impact fees or for development, and as a result, these new developments are not required to dedicate or construct new park space. Here you can see one of those housing plats in 2018 sitting as undeveloped grazing land. And here you can see that same space in 2024 rapidly being converted into duplex housing, with more build out occurring annually. While the adjacent properties have developed into single-family homes and duplexes, the park is not currently providing the play and outdoor recreation that is desired. In contrast to the adjacent private developments, Meadowglen Park today remains much the same as it was in 1987 when it was acquired by the city. Recognizing the need to improve park service here and throughout the city, in a 2022 citywide park master plan, we asked the community at large to weigh in on their priorities. The community expressed strong desire to invest in neighborhood parks citywide, with specific investment in Meadowglen Park. Community desire in the Northwest Spokane was so strong, the city park plan specifically recommends developing Meadowglen Park to service residents who currently do not have adequate park access as a first-tier community priority. Pictured here is the initial concept plan developed with the community during the citywide park master plan update. The proposed plus or minus 14-acre parcel of relatively flat natural land comprised of dryland grasses with a dense stand of ponderosa pine along the west edge of the site. The land is bordered by a local access road to the south and a higher volume arterial road to the west. Just north of the proposed site is the Meadowglen Park natural area, which is not proposed for development. Here's a photo of the proposed site from the south edge looking north. This is a view within that natural area, which connects to a larger network of popular soft surface trails. While the site remains primarily in an undeveloped condition, there is an existing sidewalk along the southern edge, seen in the left image, and a bus turnaround and restroom at the northwest corner of the property. This project proposes to develop approximately 8 acres of the 14-acre parcel, including new parking for park and trailhead use, a new playground, sport courts, restroom building, walking paths, and street frontage, while preserving the large pines that are already on site. The project design program was generated specifically using first-tier community priorities for park improvements, including playground, restroom, parking for the park, and parking for the trailhead. First, let's look at the accessible playground. This is a view of the proposed play area looking south. It is surrounded by ADA accessible walkways and is easily accessible from the parking area and bus drop. Here's another view of looking north. And you can see it takes good advantage of the large existing ponderosa pine stand to shade the playground during those hot afternoon hours. It incorporates natural and manufactured play elements and also includes a less developed forest play area beneath the pines themselves. Second is the restroom, located near the playground, picnicking area, sport court, and parking. The view shows the restroom and its relationship to the site. It is proposed with multiple single-stall family restrooms and will be fully ADA accessible. Next is the parking area and bus drop-off. After discussion with the neighborhood, this feature was positioned with access from an arterial street at the northwest corner of the property. It is located away from adjacent residences in response to concerns about potential noise impacts, and it is near park amenities. 64 stalls are proposed, which is greater than a typical neighborhood park requires in Spokane, as parking is planned to serve a dual purpose for both the developed park use as well as the trailhead users interested in using the soft surface natural trails just to the north. The bus drop-off is nearby, and the parking area serves as a bus turnaround. Next, you can see the racket sport court and bocce court. We received strong feedback from requesting park attractions which could be used by aging community members with preference for racket sports and bocce specifically. Shown are 4 lighted, dedicated pickleball courts. Though it's possible in detailed design, the 2 courts could be used as a shared use with tennis, should that be the neighborhood desire. Also pictured in the foreground is a trailhead kiosk and an access pass to the Meadowglen natural area, which is just out of the image to the left. And here are those bocce courts. Now let's talk pathways. Local rec survey lists using walking and hiking trails as the second most popular activity residents like to do in Spokane parks. So this project is proposing several looping paths and soft surface pathways. We envision paved pathways will meander through tall grasses, cross a couple of small footbridges, and connect to adjacent streetscape and entry signage. We also envision soft surface trails beneath the Ponderosa Pine Stand. We envision much of the western portion of the site keep this natural, low development character. Now, based on community feedback, 2 items were much lower priorities and are not included in the scope of the project. This is the Great Lawn and the basketball court. To meet an achievable project budget, these 2 lower tier desires will be implemented in a future project phase and are not a part. This graphic illustrates the scope, which omits the lawn and the court. The city has retained a professional cost estimating firm to generate project costs in tandem with the design team. The budget is turnkey and includes soft costs as well as construction costs. If grant funding is awarded, we expect the project to be bid ready by the end of 2025 with construction to begin in 2026. After an extremely successful Riverfront Park bond implementation in Spokane's downtown, Parks recently completed a new extensive public outreach process for an updated park plan. We connected with over 5,300 citizens through 26+ engagement opportunities, and this plan identified Meadowglen Park as a first-tier community priority. Since that time, the city has held 4 public workshops, 3 additional neighborhood meetings, and an online mapping exercise to determine the specific community preferences for this site improvements and design. Through these meetings, the community has shaped both the program elements within the park and the physical location of those elements. We've also begun initial consultation with the Spokane Tribe of Indians. The project has received letters of support from the North Indian Trail Neighborhood Council, the 2 city council members who represent this portion of the city, and nearby residents. And while these groups have not pledged funding for construction, they have been excellent partners in soliciting public input and pursuing improvement in their neighborhood. In line with the city's adopted sustainability action plan, the project proposes a large portion of prairie grasses and meadow rather than just turf, reducing projected annual water consumption for irrigation by 40% compared to a traditional park design of the same size. Additionally, the project improves the neighborhood's social sustainability by creating new social gathering infrastructure and providing easy bus access for those outside of a short walk. Economically, the reduced park turf area reduces the long-term maintenance and watering costs for the park. We've been pursuing this improvement diligently since the recent park master plan, and the design consultant is already contracted to maximize schedule efficiency. The land is already owned by the city, saving acquisition costs, and the existing transit stop saves the cost of adding a new stop. Utilities are already stubbed to the project site from city mains, and the proposed parking location combines parking for both trails and the park into one build. The park will also serve any future homes north of this location, which have yet to be built. Lastly, the Spokane Park Board has allocated matching funds for this project through both annual park capital funds and city council appropriation. In the 37 years since the land for Meadowglen Park was purchased by the city, the North Indian Trail neighborhood has grown up. In the past 6 years, that growth has really exploded. And still, there is no park to serve the families that call this neighborhood their home. Talking extensively with community, we clearly heard from those neighborhoods, invest in our neighborhood. With the help of the WWRP program, Spokane Parks is finally positioned to provide the park service so greatly needed within this portion of our community. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Nick. All right, feedback on the project. Chaz, go ahead, and then Ann.
I didn't mean to go first. I think a great presentation, a good project. The only tweak I think I would make is, your slide titles. I mean, they did kind of correspond to the evaluation criteria, but I think you need to make it a little bit easier for us sometimes and identify the number to make sure you're using kind of the exact wording as we're going through. And it might just be where we're at right now with Prism and having a little weirdness. But I found myself kind of checking my list to see where you're at on those different elements. That's
Perfect.
it.
Thank you so much, Jazz. We can do that.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
And to follow up on that, RCO is going to be renumbering the manual in like the next week. So wait until you add the numbers. Wait till the new manual comes out. I also didn't have a lot to say. It was a good presentation. One thing I kind of wondered, your graphics, you've got so many of the the future graphics. It was almost like I felt like it was already done. Like that ending slide. I think that was your future proposal. With like because none of that's there, right?
Correct.
That's your
what we
vision?
would hope to do long term, but not today.
Yeah,
it's looking
so
pretty dry today.
I wonder if it would be better to show a little bit more of the need and make it really clear that when you're showing those things that look really realistic, that's not actually there yet. Because it's been a long day, so maybe I'm kind of losing track. But
yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a very realistic rendering there.
Those renderings are awesome, like for public input and stuff. I guess just make it clear when you're asking for money that those things are not there yet. Those are renderings.
Absolutely, we can do that.
That's all I had.
Good point. Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Doug.
The other thing I would say is when you're looking at this, I would say your overall plan, like the whole master plan for the park, I would address that once. And then every other time you're talking about the project, you should be focusing on exactly what this phase is and what you're asking us for. We shouldn't see, because if I'm not mistaken, the sports field here and the basketball court on this current rendering here, those aren't part of this phase, right?
Yeah, I think we can adjust that, Doug, and take some of those sort of long-term goals out of it.
Right. So, I mean, I've got a similar type project, and what I did at the end is I showed current overhead photo, and then I had a middle slide that was current phase, the next phase, and what we were working on. And then the final shot, third of the picture was, this is the overall master plan for everything. But when you're talking about this throughout the presentation, you got to remember, and I'll say it, you did a great job. I'm not going to take anything away. I didn't have anything really to say until other people started talking, and then I was like, it'd be good if you did that. But we have 60 plus projects that we're reviewing. So if it's confusing, we might miss something. You hit the criteria well. Like Chaz said, and like Ann said, make sure that you get the right titles and in the right order. But being clear about what you're including in this grant request is going to be key. We need to know that because we're 60 projects in 4 days. It's a lot to keep in your brain right. And after about 2 days, Chaz's brain explodes, and then we have to there's a mess to clean up in Spokane Valley. So you never know what happens there. So just a thought there.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Doug. I think Chaz has a reset button, so we'll be okay.
I was kind of proud that he says I can make it the day 4.
All right, any final thoughts?
Did I say 4? I think I meant 2. I think I meant 2.
All right, good. Well, thanks everyone, and nice job, Nick. Thank you. Just sounds like a little bit of cleanup and clarification, and otherwise, nice job. So
appreciate it, guys. Hopefully, you're out of here soon.
Yeah, we'll see you again in August.
Yep, see you then.
Okay, let's see. I think we're moving back over to this side of the state, Mercer Island. And I think Paul is here to present this one. Or nope, maybe Kelly. Kelly, are you presenting this one?
Paul and I are both presenting, and
Oh,
actually,
there you are. Welcome.
yeah.
Would one of you like to advance your own slides, or you want me to do that for you?
Paul, would you like to advance slides?
Yeah, I'll do the slides.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds good. You can see your PowerPoint okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Okay, let me find you. Paul, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to control that now. There it goes.
Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Hildy, and I am the Deputy Director of Public Works for the City of Mercer Island. Joining me today is Paul West, Senior CIP Project Manager. Today, we will be presenting our proposal for a Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program grant to fund a portion of the Luther Burbank Park Access Improvements Project. The City of Mercer Island is in King County in Western Washington. Our project is within Luther Burbank Park on the north end of Mercer Island. The site is located just off I-90 between Seattle and Bellevue. Luther Burbank is a scenic 55-acre open space park with 3/4 of a mile of shoreline on Lake Washington. Developed as a regional park in 1972, it serves the greater community thanks to funding from the Interagency Committee on Outdoor Recreation, now known as RCO. The project area is circled in red. The project goals include improving accessibility by installing ADA compliant pathways and lighting throughout the central campus of the park to ensure safe and easy access for all users regardless of ability. Enhancing safety by implementing new lighting in the main parking lot to deter crime and vandalism, improving park security for visitors. Expanding capacity by increasing parking capacity to accommodate the anticipated rise in park users, including those drawn to the new pickleball courts, and promoting year-round use by addressing concerns about dark winter months by providing proper lighting, making the park a more comfortable and secure destination throughout the year. In 2022, Mercer Island completed its current PROS plan after 2 years of public process. This was a major update. Statistical surveys confirmed that walking and open space are top recreational priorities. The plan listed this project for 2023, indicating it as a priority to construct. City Council budgeted partial funding in this biennium. The city's ADA transition plan identifies many barriers in Luther Burbank Park that will be addressed by this project. The project is a 7-minute walk from a Sound Transit light rail station. Starting in 2025, this light rail will cover service area containing 2.9 million people. By 2040, the Sound Transit service area will serve 3.7 million people. The park is also on the Mountains to Sound regional trail, providing active transportation access from Seattle and Bellevue. Luther Burbank Park is 52 years old. Due to its age, predating the Americans with Disability Act and crime prevention through environmental design guidance, many essential features are no longer accessible and safe at all. Curbing pavement, non-ADA compliant facilities, an unlit parking lot, and limited path lighting. Existing tennis courts have failed and are being converted to meet the overwhelming demand for pickleball courts in our community. Without proper lighting, these new courts will be unstable during the evening, significantly reducing playing time. Access leading from the parking lot to the new pickleball courts does not meet ADA compliance standards. Additionally, 50-year-old oak and pine trees in the parking lot medium are crowded and stagnant. The landscaping in the parking lot is no longer functional and has become a maintenance headache. There is also a high demand for parking, but the parking stalls are sized for 1970s cars. It is not an efficient use of space. Restriping a portion of the parking for compact stalls should increase capacity by 20%. Luther Burbank Park is used heavily in the evenings and in the early mornings. Dog walkers are especially prevalent at these times because of the presence of the off-leash dog area. But joggers and walkers also come here for the easy access and gentle terrain. There are usually cars in the parking lot until closing, which is 10 p.m. Car break-ins and thefts have become more prevalent in recent years, according to the Mercer Island Police. They have requested lighting in the parking lot to deter theft. With 8 new pickleball courts opening this summer, demand for parking and other facilities will increase. When lighting of the courts is completed, lighting the parking lot will become especially important. According to a statistical survey by Bellevue College students, 60% of park users come from surrounding cities. We expect this percentage to increase when light rail opens. With light rail, it is realistic to expect that communities along the light rail system in Seattle and Bellevue will increasingly access the park. This provides an opportunity to access the green space and healthy lifestyle opportunities for communities that are socially and economically vulnerable. Luther Burbank has great potential for mobility access. Gentle grades extend to the north and south from the central campus, circled in red on the map. Several other projects have opened and will be opening that will provide access for people with mobility limitations. These include the playground, the pickleball courts, and the South Shoreline Trail, as well as the docks and waterfront, which will start construction in 2025. The park has the potential for most facilities to be ADA compliant. People living in Seattle and Bellevue have access to many parks, but parks large enough to support walking in a diverse open space environment are less common. Luther Burbank Park compares with 5 other regional parks within a 10-mile radius. Note that Luther Burbank Park is the only one accessible by light rail. All of these parks have some accessibility features, but none are comprehensively accessible. This illustrates the difficulty for local governments to implement ADA guidelines for outdoor recreation without external support.
Okay, I'm going to take over for the next half. Now I'll talk about criterion 2, the scope of the project. This project is focused on what we call the park's central campus. It will reconfigure the parking lot and add ADA or add EV charging, provide accessible routes from the parking lot to recreational facilities, add pedestrian lighting and sports lighting to pickleball courts, and invigorate 50-year-old oak trees. The goal is to increase access and capacity of this centrally located 55-acre open space park. This project will increase access for people with limited mobility. It will increase access for people who work during the day and recreate in the early mornings or evenings. It will increase access for people who have never been to the park but venture here because of light rail. This project will provide direct access connections to the playground, pickleball courts, picnic areas, fairgrounds, amphitheater, and meadow, as well as the extensive trail network. Other facilities like the waterfront and swim beach will become accessible from the central campus when those facilities are renovated. Now we'll talk about criterion 4, the design of the project. This project is currently in pre-design. The scope is likely to be modified as the design process moves forward. The main design systems are parking, lighting, and access routes. The parking lot will be reconfigured for compact vehicle parking, walkway access, and expanded planters for legacy oaks. 50-year-old northern red oak trees have stagnant growth because of restricted rooting volume and crowding. Retaining the best specimens and increasing the soil volume under the pavement will give them a boost to achieve their potential as long-lived legacy trees. The underground soil can also provide stormwater filtration. New paths will be created and existing ones will be upgraded to comply with ADA. They will connect directly to recreational destinations such as the playground and pickleball courts. Dark sky lighting will be added in the parking lot and in adjacent parking areas to enable visitors to enter the park safely. This project design will utilize crime prevention through environmental design or CPTED principles to provide a comfortable and safe user environment. The total project budget is $3.4 million. This budget estimate was developed by our consultant team, which is a combination of KPG Somas and the Berger Partnership. This team is highly qualified for this project. We recognize the high cost of this project, however. We attribute this to the following. The difficulty of renovating an existing facility. Site preparation costs are almost 30% of the total construction cost. Increasing parking without expanding impervious surface. Citizens are very protective of open space, and parking is a non-starter if it impinges on the open space. The solutions will then cost more. The need for thorough public engagement. This increases A&E costs and results in more complex design solutions to address difficult issues. And construction inflation. We have been seeing bids well over engineers' estimates on every recent project. I will now cover Criterion 5, public engagement. This project is prioritized in the 2022 PROS plan, as mentioned before. This plan was an extensive 2-year public process which prioritized this project. Walking and open space are the highest public priorities in the plan. This project is in pre-design. However, the city has engaged park user groups already in the design process. Friends of Luther Burbank Park, Dink on Mercer Island, Seattle Shakespeare Festival, and Seattle Adventure Sports have been consulted. Building on successful consultations with the Snoqualmie and Duwamish tribes from previous projects, the city will continue comprehensive consultation throughout this project. Now I'm going to talk about sustainability. The city intends to improve water quality by implementing on-site treatment from parking lot runoff. Low-impact development reduces stormwater runoff, improves water quality, minimizes flooding risk, and promotes a healthy park ecosystem. Electric vehicle charging stations at the park align with the city's climate action plan goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by promoting electric vehicles. Transit and active transportation opportunities allow park users to visit with a low carbon footprint. The proposed lighting will minimize light pollution, reduce energy consumption, and create a more natural nighttime environment. Conserving legacy oaks, drought-tolerant landscapes, and other landscaping practices will help reduce water demand. This project provides outdoor recreation in an urban center. Attractive open space recreation in the city reduces energy consumption for travel to distant destinations and also reduces impacts to backcountry ecosystems. This project leverages upgrades already made or underway in Luther Burbank Park, such as listed here. Private donations for pickleball court lighting may become a significant match for this. Other funding will come from stormwater funds through King County Flood Control District. In conclusion, I'd just like to say this project is needed to expand capacity and meet anticipated demand for this high-quality open space park that serves a wide area and a diverse population. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Kelly. Nice job. Right on time with the 12 minutes. Well done. All right. Anne, you want to go ahead and then Doug?
I just have a couple things. So in the absence of Roxanne, I'll thank you for putting in something about your ADA transition plan. She's mentioned that on a lot of other projects, and you're the first one to actually include it in your slides. So good job. And slide 17, when you were talking about the light rail line, I thought it'd be helpful to actually show that. Show that rail line. Maybe on this map or maybe on a separate map. And then the EV parking. Carl, I think I remember a discussion from last time, something about the RCO can't pay for that, or I don't know. It seemed like there was an issue with EV charging. So I don't know if that's something their grant manager needs to talk to them about.
Yeah, I can't remember where we landed. That's been a conversation in just recent years. And Doug sent me a note asking about that too. It would be a really easy thing to just carve out. If we determine it's not eligible, it's an easy thing to, you're well overmatched. But it's something our policy team has been working on, and I just can't remember the latest sort of determination of eligibility on that. So we'll figure that out.
Great.
But yeah, good question. Doug, go ahead, and then Genevieve.
I had a couple of items. And just caught one of my items. So the King County Flood Control District grant, is that in hand or applied for? Or where are you in the status of that one?
It is not been applied for yet, but it is funding that's dedicated to the city. It's not a competitive grant. It's really set aside funds for our project. So we determine with the board approval, of course, but we determine what we want to use it for.
So then maybe that's something that we need to have in the presentation next time, because I won't remember that.
Yes.
We need to detail that out, that money is basically already allocated for this project, so to speak. The only other, the LWCF grant obviously is in this cycle, not last cycle. So that's not in hand yet, and that I can understand. The pickleball court lighting confused the actual heck out of me, because throughout the whole presentation, you kept saying pickleball court lighting, and I kept going to your metrics and going, all I see is security lighting. So that's being paid for somewhere else. I'd be very careful about how you phrase that and what is included in the grant application versus what is not. Okay. Because if you're saying you want pickleball court lighting, but I don't see pickleball court lighting in here, I understand that the pickleball court lighting, it might have a separate funding source in that causes then the need for the security and parking lighting. Great, awesome. That's all you need to tell me. Then you don't need to keep bringing up the pickleball court lighting. That's a different portion of this. So let's keep that separated out. EV charging stations I already talked about. So make sure you update your Prism metrics to match the scope or in the presentation, or vice versa, whatever it's going to be, make sure it matches. And then make sure your text that you're speaking matches the updated criteria. I think at one point, one of you was talking about the public engagement, and it was phrased as public support, which is the old criteria. So make sure you update your presentation to match, so that everything you're bringing to us says the same thing. And I'll harp on it, and I know Chaz will appreciate this, but I'll harp on this because we're going to see over 60 presentations. You may have heard it if you got on early in the last presentation. If you stick around, you'll probably hear it in the next presentation. 60 presentations over 4 days. So Chaz's brain is going to explode at some point. We'll hit the reset button, but we need it to be spoon-fed to us. So start with the brief introduction, then your need, then your scope, then your design, and go through step by step by step. But keep it simple and keep it direct, because if it's creative or it's hidden somehow, we may miss it.
That's really good feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Genevieve.
Carl, you read my mind because I couldn't remember the slide number, but that slide you were just on.
This one here?
Yeah, I had a comment on that one. Your talking points on this slide, we're talking about, other access points and opportunities nearby, but I feel like I wanted a map of that. I wanted to know where they sit in relation to this project. And then it could be because it's the end of day 4 and I'm just getting tired, but I was confused about the pickleball courts too. I actually thought early on in the presentation that you were going to ask to do pickleball courts, because you were showing the condition of the tennis courts being cracked and things like that, which made me think that's where you were going rather than just lighting. So maybe don't spend as much time on that, because it kind of led me down a path that we didn't need to go down. What else did I want to say? Looking at the budget, there's a lot of allocated to a stormwater system, but I don't remember you talking about that at all. And perhaps in the sustainability section, it could be an opportunity to talk about low impact development or green infrastructure or something like that. But it's one of the second largest line item in your costs associated with this project. So I'd love to. I mean, it's not as exciting maybe to talk about stormwater, but but it can get you some points in the sustainability section for sure. So thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Chaz, and then Doug.
Yeah, just 2 minor things that haven't been talked about already. On slide 21, you kind of talked about Luther Burbank Park. I was trying to read the list to find it. Give me a box that kind of outlines, where it's at, just to slap me in the face with it. And then on slide 23, you were kind of discussing ADA pass, I believe. And a lot of the things you end up in these photos were when we do these things, ADA is going to connect to those versus what you're trying to connect to your pathways to. I wasn't quite sure about that. I felt like there was a disconnect from what I heard you say, from what I was seeing on the screen in terms of the photos. And it just kind of distracted me a little bit, which, as Doug points out, is really easy to do on day 4.
Right. Well, that's really good feedback. Thank you.
Go ahead, Doug.
You back to slide 22 for a second?
Yep.
So this project scope slide, anything that's in here should be in your metrics. Okay, so if you're looking at this, if I look at this slide, everything here should be something that's quantified in your metrics and Prism. It should match up exactly. The adding lights to pickleball courts to extend the use in the evenings, if that's not part of this grant, then don't put it on this slide. Okay, the stormwater stuff should be on here. Anything else that's on your Prism metrics as part of this grant should be shown on this slide.
Okay.
Good, thanks, Doug. Genevieve, do you have something else?
I'm sorry. I'm tired. I just forgot to lower my hand.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Genevieve, did your brain implode there for a second? It's okay. Okay.
Okay, it happens. Good, well, nice job. Some of this stuff I know, like, this is already funded and going to be underway soon. You could just slap a label on there so it's real clear what's already funded.
Right.
And like this, the conversion to pickleball. Is the lighting in this? Is the lighting of it in this grant?
Yes.
Yes, along.
No,
Okay.
so it's an oversight in the metrics. It's an error in the metrics. I've got to fix that.
Okay, so it is, you're building them with other money, but you're lighting them with this grant. Is that
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, and folks, our metrics sometimes don't fit perfectly with the real world, as you guys know. So anyway, but we can work with you, Paul, to try to capture that. I think you do need to select like sport court, but then just like specify lighting only, so it doesn't look like you're building courts, you're just adding lighting, but we can help you out with that.
Right.
Minimally, I would suggest, if there's nothing else, write in the notes, because we do see the notes on our stuff. Just write in the notes. The lighting is inclusive of lighting the pickleball courts. Then we know that includes the pickleball courts. And I'm not sitting here wondering where you're paying for the lights for the pickleball courts.
You're talking about the notes in the metrics.
Correct. In the metrics, yeah.
Okay. So you can put a note in the metrics saying this number includes lighting pickleball courts.
Great. I didn't.
I'm good then. I mean, if there's a better way to do it where it pulls it out and says, we're lighting the pickleball courts over here. We're not building a sport court with this. It's 0 courts we're building, but we're putting in lighting. Great. That's even better. But minimally, if you just put a note in there, that gets me where I need to be so I can see, oh yeah, it does include it.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, you can work with Haley. There might be a couple ways to capture that just so it's consistent between Prism and your PowerPoint.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you. This was great. Very helpful.
Okay, good. That's the idea. Have a good afternoon.
Bye.
All right. Break time, a few minutes behind, but all right, if we stay on track, come back at 3:40 for the home stretch here. We'll head back to Doug's old neighborhood, South Whidbey. All right, we'll see you in a bit. All righty. Hey, everyone. Hello, Matt. Welcome.
Hey, Carl, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Excellent.
You are kicking off the home stretch here.
Get you a little closer to the finish line.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we're rounding third, heading home. This is exciting. Deep
It
in the
is.
lineup, whatever. There's probably all kinds of things we could say about. Okay, so let me see. Let me launch this for you, and then I'll hand you controls if you'd like, unless you'd want me to advance your
Yeah.
slides. Okay.
That sounds great. Let's see if that
Good.
works.
Yeah, there you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to
Let's see.
activate that. There we go.
It does work.
Great. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 12 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thanks everybody on the committee. Hey, Doug, how's it going? I'm Matt Sims. I'm one of the commissioners on the South Whidbey Parks and Recreation Board. I'm joined today by Doug's successor, Brian Thomas, who is our new executive director over here in South Whidbey. He's maybe joining a little bit late, but he'll be here. And by Bill Swint, who is a representative of our 501c3 partner, the Parks and Aquatics Foundation. So start off with a little overview of where we are and what's connected here. Actually, I'm going to go back and give a quick summary bullets on what this is. So this is what we call the Aquatic Recreation Center Trail Loop and Parking Project. It's a project to build an ADA rated trail loop and parking to support that trail loop around the perimeter of our new Aquatic Recreation Center within Community Park, which is our principal park property. And because it's there, allowing it to connect to adjacent trail networks to allow users to access a much larger system of trails. This is where we are. If you're not familiar with Whidbey Island, we're connected by ferry on the south end to the city of Mukilteo, and by bridge, Deception Pass Bridge on the north end that connects us to Fidalgo Island and then to the mainland beyond that. This is a little bit of a zoomed in picture that shows you kind of what South Whidbey looks like, a couple of the principal population centers there and the site. This is further zoomed to the project location itself, showing some key references. That's the state highway just down to the south edge of that map. You see Clinton and the ferry about 3 miles to the east. You see the city of Langley, the only incorporated city in our district, about 1 mile to the north, and Freeland unincorporated growth area about 5 miles to the west. You can also see our public schools that are essentially co-located with us in the park on either side of the park property, which has all kinds of benefits for this project and other projects that we're doing currently from RCO funding in past years. This shows you what we mean when we say connected to other park and recreation elements. That's the project up there in the upper left. You can see the trail loop there, and then you can see what else is in the park, community park. There's that broad trail network that you see that kind of runs down the spine of the park. And then we've got multi-purpose courts, sports fields, got a skate park, pump track, playgrounds, picnic pavilions, a sledding hill. We're working on a pickleball facility for the moment. We've got a parking lot that's been converted to pickleball and is used quite heavily. Now we're start to look at several slides that talk about needs. First, to look at our service areas. You can see the blue star is the only other ADA rated trail in either one of the 2 service areas for the project, roughly 30,000 population in that one property. And it was an experience there that highlighted the immense importance of this project to me and to the other folks from the district staff and board who were there. We had a staff walk plan for this park property with some local property owners. And as our walk started, a couple came down the trail, a double leg amputee and her partner pushing a small child in a stroller. And she saw me sitting there in my Parks shirt, and she said, "You know, are you the one who built this trail?" And I just smiled at her and I said, I'm but a small cog in the big machine that brought this trail to the public. And she smiled back at me and said, well, okay, you go tell those people that, this trail has changed our lives. And, you don't think about that so much until you're standing there in front of a park user who's been, their quality of life has improved dramatically from something like that. So it was that kind of feedback from the public that fed this project into our comprehensive plan. The staff then took the comprehensive plan projects and went to the public with a survey to help us determine priority. And we learned a couple of interesting things. First, that there were two projects, the green and the yellow in that bar chart below. Green, it was aquatic recreation, and yellow is trails. That those really bubbled to the top. And then we did a feasibility study for aquatic recreation and did some surveys and some demographic research. And we learned another interesting thing that caused us to consider co-locating these two projects. You look at that chart, this is a chart of what they call cross participation. So people who do aquatic recreation, what else do they like to do? And that survey told us, or that demographic analysis told us, that those were things that they would do on this trail and on connected trails: exercise, walking, hiking, running, and jogging with highest frequency. So this gave us the idea to, again, bring these two projects, physically located together. We took all that information out to the public to survey, and our Parks and Aquatics Foundation was on point for that. And we'll talk about the engagement effort later in the slide deck. But we had a really massive public engagement effort surrounding this, and got some incredible feedback that helped shape the project design. So what did we hear out there? We heard loud and clear that there's a need for more accessible, well-drained, lit, safe places to recreate year-round, to be healthier, more fit, improve our physical and mental well-being. We face big chunks of the year where we don't have much sunlight and we got a lot of water at our properties. And it just means that it's harder for people to get out. That was echoed time and time again with people telling us they struggle during that significant portion of the year where they're leaving home and coming back in pitch darkness. And to be able to get out is much, much harder when they don't feel like they have a safe place to walk, a well-lit place to walk, something that's protected from the elements somewhat, that's not going to be, muddy or, have running water right down the middle of it. We also found a broad need for therapy and rehabilitation, and through some of this feasibility work, learned that trail walking has benefits for both physical and mental well-being. And our demographic, as you see here, we're fully 20 years older than the median population, across the state. And that just accentuates the need for this sort of thing, for things that, like, just basic ambulatory function and chronic pain and other things where this kind of therapy is applicable and beneficial. So now the project scope. This starts with the site. We've got a site. It's park property. It's flat and level. It's ringed with trees. So this is where the aquatic recreation center is going to go, and the perimeter trail is the project at hand here. You can see this is what we scoped: a quarter mile, almost a third of a mile, smooth, lit, ADA rated trail running around the perimeter of this center, with parking, which is a portion of this parking, and connection to adjacent trail networks. So this shows how the project is connected to adjacent trail systems. So we've got one system to the north in our new Max Welton Trails Park, and then another system to the south in Community Park itself. And that connection to the south feeds you into all the other outdoor recreation elements that Community Park has to offer. So the design alignment to the location is another important element for us. So how does it fit the site? And you can see from a connection to that aquatic recreation element, it fits well. It's also connected to, from an accessibility standpoint to public transit. There's a transit stop directly in front of the property, well connected to those adjacent trail systems. We did the homework on critical areas, did our studies. DHP came back and said we're okay. We've addressed the constraints there, like we have a seasonally wet area to the east that we're buffered from, and we've got the main road to the west. I mean, main road, it's a secondary road for sure, but it's the biggest road there, and we've got a tree buffer to that, so it's a very nice fit on the site. So how ready are we to move forward? Well, we're to the point in the design, we're through the design development phase, and we are planning to enter the construction document phase roughly July of this year. We've got a pretty solid cost estimate that was developed by our design consultant and their cost management subcontractor, DCW, so we feel really good about the cost number. And the permit process is underway with SEPA and the master land development permit already submitted and under review, and the rest of those permits lined up to go in later in the CD process when we hit 70% CD. This is a little snapshot of the engagement that I talked about earlier. We had public meetings like this one in the Methodist Church. We had presentations at community organizations like Rotary Clubs and HOAs. We had direct interface with stakeholders like our school district and Port District and City of Langley, the seniors, Island County, and got strong positive feedback on the project. As we wrap up here, stewardship, there's a couple elements to stewardship. First, with the site, the fact that we're central to our population centers and we're on a transit line. And then the trail itself, minimizing our footprint, following the natural contours of the land. And then with our trail use policies to keep users on the trail and minimize the footprint there during normal usage and operation of the site. And then finally, cost efficiencies. And these kind of start and finish with the fact that it's in our park. So it's in a site that the site selected that we already own. And we're connected to park infrastructure like our maintenance, our staff, our maintenance equipment, and other infrastructure that allows us cost efficiencies in maintenance and operations. Okay, with that, I'll open the floor to questions, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Matt. All right, feedback on this one. Chaz, why don't you start, and then Doug?
Yeah, I think in the need portion, well, actually go to slide 5. Let's start in order. I'm sorry, got kind of random notes here.
Okay.
If you can really kind of highlight either in a different color the project. There was a lot of labels on this, and I was like, what am I looking at and where can I find it? A different color or whatever it is, or a box that we kind of do. And then in your needs, if you can show other similar facilities that might provide something like this, either in your own park system. I think the Blue Star was something that was existing.
Yep.
But maybe then the next one over, if there's not other stuff, share that too, because that identifies a need in the system. And then I may have missed it because I was scribbling some notes, but in sustainability, I don't think I heard much in terms of the social factors or economic factors. And you could kind of at least try to find something in the sustainability section criteria, talking about the social factors or economic factors. I may have missed it because I was writing something, but at least providing some indication about that you give some thought. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thanks, Chaz.
Thank you.
Doug, go ahead, and then Silvana.
Oddly enough, I'm very familiar with this. It's really weird. So yeah, on slide 5, I'd agree with Chaz. Absolutely, highlight the actual trail in the project with a different color, bright, just to kind of make it show up as this is what we're building. Gives
Yep.
us a little head up there. Slide 7. I would split this into 2 slides, Matt. I would put the bar chart first on the slide, and then put the table on a second slide, so you can increase the size of both of them. As
Okay.
it is, I mean, I'm getting older, and even with my glasses on, I can barely read what that chart is saying.
Got it. Good feedback.
Slide 9. Okay, here you talk about no lit ADA rated trail exists anywhere in the service areas. As far as I can see in your metrics, there's no lighting for the trail.
Yeah, we just didn't call that out. It's part of the design. So that's
Part of the
my bad for
design.
not calling it. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll need to call that out and separate that out in the metrics so that we know that it's a lit trail, because that makes a big difference. It's a huge difference there. So if we see that in the metrics, we should, if it's going to be in the slide and that's what you're doing, absolutely call it out in the metrics and say, hey, we're spending this much on lighting these the perimeter trails. It's security lighting. Great, awesome.
Got it.
Slide 15. I'm being picky because I know all this stuff.
No, it's all good.
The South Woodbury Parks and Recreation District, that's the rented office, right? That's shown on this?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if we could get rid of that somehow and maybe put in, you've got the parking, but maybe put in a placeholder for the future aquatic facility, so we know what because that to me confuses the issue for somebody who's not familiar. And then the only other thing is on your metrics, it shows you were required to have water rights for well drilling and water rights permit, and I don't know that that's necessary for you to build the trail. It might be necessary for the pool, but not for the trail.
Got it. No,
So,
great feedback.
All right. And yeah, anything else? I can't think of anything else at the moment, but if something comes up, I'll shoot Brian a message.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Go ahead, Savannah.
On slide 13, can you go there? I thought this was great information, but it was hard to see the proposed trail on this one.
Okay.
So yeah, I think because we've got a short amount of time, if you could just highlight that would be helpful, because it's hit or miss with the cursor. And then if you could advance one to slide 14. I think you have some room here to actually enlarge this just a little bit. Those little boxes were hard to see what those was in those. So yeah, I think you could move your text over or something to make it bigger.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Savannah. Go ahead, Doug.
Can you go back to that last slide?
Yeah.
Okay. And then go back to 13 for me. Okay, so Matt, this is oriented one way, and then go to slide 14.
Yep, sideways.
This is oriented a different way. If you flip this and match that and then increase the size, we'll be really well oriented as we're looking at it, and we'll know exactly what we're looking at.
That's great. Great point. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Other suggestions, ideas on this one from the committee? So, as Matt, you have quite a bit of parking proposed in this proposal. Is that this entire lot?
Yeah, so the portion of it in this application will be the portion that we've allocated to the trail usage. So we show the whole thing, but it's only a portion that we include in the funding request. And we can detail that in that metrics section probably better.
Okay, that's great. Just want to make sure we're not building parking for the aquatic center.
Right.
Right now there's 77 in the metrics. Will it be fewer than that? You just haven't.
Yeah, it's fewer than that. It's fewer than that. It's something on the order of 20.
So then
that makes more sense.
Matt, I would suggest, obviously, when you do this, highlight the trail on this slide and highlight the portion of parking that is going to be part of the grant application, and then shade out the aquatic facility and the other parking, so we know that that's not part of this.
Yep. Good idea.
That's good. And then the connection, I think, Matt, you talked about not just the loop, but then this connection to the existing trail.
Yep.
Are you doing also a short extension, or does that already exist maybe?
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So there's that little spur that's up on the top corner of this slide that gets you to that the trail that comes from the north, that's just on the north side of this property that feeds you into the rest of the park. So yeah, it's a little couple of little legs off of the loop
Segments,
that get
yeah.
you across to the left and up to the right. Yep. So
Okay.
we'll highlight that better.
Yeah, it'd be good to
as
highlight and then, say, hey, this, not only do we have this nice, accessible loop, but you have access, you're going to connect to these other trails, which give you now you can get to 2 miles or 3 or
Yep,
however many
yep.
it is, the kind of experience that you'll be connecting to.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, well, thank you.
One other thought.
Yeah.
And this is something, Matt, for you to explore with your grants manager. This is just a thought that occurred to me. Since you're talking about an ADA trail and connectivity to other trails and linking to other trails, this might be something that you explore, the idea of looking at the trails program as opposed to local parks program. It connects two trail systems together. So it might, I'm not saying it does, I'm saying it might be better off in that category as opposed to this category. I think it's a good project for either category. I'm just saying it might have a better standing in the other category.
Okay.
We can help you look at that, with your grants manager.
Sure.
So, all righty. Well, thank you, everyone. Matt, thanks for the presentation. We'll see you again in August.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye. All righty. Moving south to Ridgefield, and looks like Kristen and Corey are here. Who's going to present?
Oh, I'll be
this one?
presenting, Carl.
Present. All right. Welcome back. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to be doing this a year, 2 days in a row.
Days in a row. It is.
Perfect.
Well, we got to do 4 days in a row. So.
Well, I
Aren't you
don't get to
jealous?
have the privilege.
And hey, Russell, your grants manager's here, so he can help listen, take notes, and everything. So
wonderful. Thank you so much, Carl. All right, my name is Corey. You
yeah,
guys
here,
ready?
let me hand you. Do you want to advance your slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and click on the screen and make sure that works.
Yeah, she's looking like it works.
Excellent. All right. All right. Well, go ahead.
Great. Well, my name is Corey Crownhart, and I serve as the Parks Manager for the City of Ridgefield. I'd like to start out by just expressing my gratitude to the Resource Conservation Office and the Selection Committee for taking the time to review our proposal for the improvements to Abrams Park, the oldest and most iconic park in Ridgefield. Today, I'm excited to present our grant proposal for Phase 1 improvements to the historic Abrams Park, situated in the G Creek watershed. We are seeking $500,000 in funding, part of a broader $1.28 million project budget, with a targeted completion date of December 31st of 2026. The heart of this initiative is enhancing accessibility and user experience. Our vision calls for an inclusive ADA-compliant playground, newly adopted and upgraded trails, improved trail accessibility, and additional shelter areas for picnics and community gatherings. Ridgefield is located in the southwest region of Washington State. This area is celebrated for its stunning landscapes and outdoor recreational activities, making it a great place to work and live. Ridgefield is part of North Clark County and is strategically located along the I-5 transportation corridor. It is conveniently located north of the Vancouver-Portland metro area. The city is also adjacent to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge, managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, adding a distinctive natural element to our city's charm and appeal. Abrams Park is situated in West Ridgefield, close to the downtown core and integrated into the community via an extensive network of trails. These trails connect the park to local neighborhoods to the north and northeast, Division Street to the west, and Pioneer Street to the south. Future plans include a pedestrian overpass linking the park to the city's waterfront, which you'll see with the waterfront park. A trail extending south to up G Creek towards the high school and growing residential areas, and a trail connecting northwest, connecting the park to the Ridgefield Wildlife Refuge, which we're all pretty excited about. Founded in 1910, Abrams Park holds a significant place in our community's history. The original 17 acres were deeded to the city by D.K. Abrams back in 1910, and since then, it has become a beloved local landmark. In the 1970s, funding from the Resource Conservation Office enabled the purchase of an additional 20 acres. Later in 2011, an additional grant facilitated the acquisition of 3 more acres, expanding the park to its current size of 40 acres. This park is deeply embedded in our community's identity and serves as a central gathering place for many residents and for many of our events and activities. Currently, access to the playground from the nearby parking lot is inadequate. The tot lot is situated over 350 feet from the main playground, and the existing playground surface does not meet accessibility standards for individuals with disabilities, noted in the pictures up above. These conditions highlight the urgent need for comprehensive improvements to ensure that all children can play and enjoy the park's facilities safely and comfortably. The park's trail system suffers from undefined and inconsistent surfaces, leading to erosion, mostly coming from erosion, particularly due to seasonal flooding from G Creek. Additionally, the Memorial and Dedication Trail for prominent citizens in Ridgefield is in a state of disrepair, further underscoring the necessity for substantial upgrades to make the park fully accessible and enjoyable to everyone. The park signage is another area requiring significant attention. Currently, the signs are not legible and offer no accessibility options. Furthermore, all signage is exclusively in English, which limits usability for non-English speaking visitors. There is also a lack of wayfinding signage, making it difficult for visitors to navigate and find specific destinations within the park and nearby. Access to park amenities, including the bathrooms, is limited. The current gravel paths do not provide adequate access for all users. And while there is an accessible bathroom, it lacks an accessible entrance. These issues highlight the need for improved infrastructure to ensure that the park is welcoming and usable for everyone, regardless of their physical ability. In terms of accessible playgrounds, the closest facilities are quite far from Ridgefield. These include Escher Short Park and Marshall Park in Vancouver, about 15 miles south, and the Philida Community Park, which is in the Philida neighborhood on the north side of Vancouver, which is about 10 miles away. This significant distance underscores the urgent need for a local accessible playground within Ridgefield to serve our community more effectively. Ridgefield is home to one of the fastest growing cities in Washington. Our population has increased from 6,100 residents in 2014 to 15,000 residents in 2023. Projections indicate that by 2045, our population will reach 27,000, accompanied by nearly 9,800 new jobs. This rapid and sustained growth underscores the necessity for expanded recreational facilities to adequately serve our growing community and enhance the quality of life of residents. And to note, we are actually at 15,000 residents instead of 11,000 residents, and that's something we'll update in our slides. When looking at our demographic analysis, it reveals that our community is relatively young compared to the rest of Clark County. These families need recreational activities that support the health and enrichment of our children. Abrams Park will help fulfill this need by facilitating a space that helps promote youth health, mental well-being, and overall community cohesion. Our project aligns seamlessly with the Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Plan adopted by our city back in 2020. The plan emphasizes the importance of ADA accessibility and compliance, ensuring all residents have equitable access to park facilities. The plan outlines specific goals, such as designing and maintaining parks to offer universal accessibility, ensuring our proposed improvements are aligned with these objectives. The highlight of phase one improvements to Abrams Park include an accessible playground. Inspired by examples such as Couch Park in Portland or Marshall Park in Vancouver, This playground will be a central feature, catering to all abilities. This facility will enhance community connectivity, foster health and wellness, and ensure that all children, regardless of their physical ability, have a safe and enjoyable place to play. We plan to significantly increase the number of picnic shelters within the park. By adding 3 new shelters, we will accommodate more users throughout the year. These shelters will be available for reservation, which will alleviate the pressure on existing facilities and provide more opportunities for community gathering and events. Improving and expanding the trail system is a key component of our project. The new trails will feature accessible and permeable asphalt surfaces with gentle grades, ensuring usability for all visitors. Additionally, signage will be enhanced and offered in multiple languages, making the park more navigable and inclusive for all community members. The Abrams Park Master Plan is a comprehensive blueprint for updating the park to meet modern needs while ensuring accessibility. The plan includes parking improvements, the addition of new picnic shelters, resurfacing of trails, constructing a nature boardwalk for educational and recreational purposes, among many other amenities. The master plan reflects our commitment to creating a park that is inclusive, functional, and enjoyable for all. With that, and given the extensive scope of the Abrams Park Master Plan, we have prioritized accessibility and trail improvements for Phase 1. This phase will include adding an accessible playground closer to the existing large playground, here by sections numbers 1 and 2. Additionally, we'll be implementing accessibility improvements to access facilities already on site, including the bathrooms, the concession stands, and Bennett Hall. We'll also be adding new trails and providing new surfacing for the main arterials, which you'll see located in purple on this map, including a brand new trail that will be that connects the northeast portion of the park to the central portion of the park. The total project budget is approximately $1.3 million. We are requesting $500,000 from the Resource Conservation Office, which represents about 39% of the overall project. The city will be providing a match of $784,000, about 54% of the total project. Administrative, architectural, and engineering expenses are expected to be about $83,000, which is only 6.9% of the total project cost and well below the 20% maximum. Our community engagement efforts have been extensive and inclusive. We gathered input from our public leaders, including the Parks Board and City Council. We also conducted community surveys through our engagement platform, Ridgefield Roundtable, receiving over 500 responses. Additionally, we held numerous stakeholder meetings with local neighbors, user groups, and community service organizations to ensure broad-based input and support. The community's input has been instrumental in shaping the master plan for Abrams Park. Through our engagement efforts, 3 primary priorities emerged: enhancing the natural environment, improving trails, and addressing parking and accessibility issues. These priorities are reflected throughout the master plan, ensuring that the park meets the needs and desires of our residents. We have formed valuable partnerships with various user groups and organizations, including the Ridgefield Little League, the Pacific Soccer Club, and the Ridgefield Garden Association. These collaborations have been essential in understanding the needs of different user groups and ensuring that the park serves a broad spectrum of our community. Our project includes significant landscaping with native plants, which will enhance the park's natural beauty and sustainability. We're also developing a resource management plan to guide future maintenance and conservation efforts. This plan will focus on reducing the need for heavy machinery and promote sustainable practices throughout the park. The park will be accessible via multiple trail networks, promoting healthy lifestyles through increased physical activity and opportunities for social interaction. The enhanced trails and playground facilities will provide spaces for exercise, play, and community gatherings, contributing to the overall well-being of our residents. The improved park facilities will support local economic development by attracting visitors and hosting special events and other community activities. These activities will not only enhance the community's quality of life, but also bring economic benefit to local businesses through increased foot traffic and tourism. We've identified several strategies to maximize cost efficiencies. These include leveraging local appropriations, securing additional grants, and encouraging volunteer support and donations. Our design approach emphasizes the use of sustainable and locally sourced materials, which will maximize construction and maintenance costs in the long term. In conclusion, Abrams Park has been an integral part of Ridgefield's history and community life. The proposed improvements will modernize the park, focusing on accessibility and community engagement. We are eager to partner with the Resource Conservation Office to bring this project to fruition. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Corey. All right, Doug, go ahead.
Okay, so first off, it is the Recreation and Conservation Office, not the Resource Conservation Office. So,
oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
just giving you a heads up.
No, thank you. I would have swore that's what I said yesterday too.
You did say it yesterday, and I didn't comment yesterday, but I was like, okay, so it's not just a mistake one time. He's got it written down in his notes. Let's make sure he's aware of it. Okay, slide 20.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Doug. That would have been a big foot in my mouth, as if it wasn't already.
Slide 20. Okay, so this you're trying to show the elements of this phase.
Mm-hmm.
You can gray out, like you've kind of grayed out the neighborhoods around. If you can gray out the stuff that is not in this phase, it helps us visualize what we're actually looking at right now. That would be extremely helpful. I know it's kind of, piecemeal around the facility, so that might be difficult for you just looking at it. But if you can gray out sections that are definitely not, that helps us.
Absolutely.
Slide 24. Okay, the partners here, in looking at the stuff that you've got in your scope, there's not really anything specific to Little League or Soccer Club or the Garden Association that
for this particular project,
for this particular phase. If you have somebody or some group that is specific to this phase that's a partner, that would be something that you should highlight here. Okay, these are great. I'm not saying they don't add value, but if you've got somebody that's going to be, hey, our trails group or the picnicking group of Ridgefield, which is a huge thing apparently in Ridgefield, I don't know, but that then lends more power behind it because it's specific to this phase. And then the other thing I wanted to let you know is you're at about 13 minutes when you finished. Okay, so, and you hit time end just after you switched to slide 27. And so my initial first thought is you thanked everybody up front. I'd leave that till the end if you have time.
You got it.
No, and that might just save you like 15, 20 seconds, but if you practice it a little bit more and pare it down, you should be good.
Great. So I should say thanks right now though, right?
Thanks, Doug. Chaz, go ahead, and then Ann.
Yeah, before you thank us, can you show us where Ridgefield is on slide 11? I'm teasing, right? I mean, we're talking about yesterday and gave me a hard time about knowing now. Sure. But I'm serious. I think I'm making sure that we know that it's there.
Highlight it.
And
a big red star.
And then I had a similar kind of thought that Doug had on slide 20. Only instead of graying out, I'm thinking as you kind of use your cursor to highlight those different activities, I think maybe just a series of slides kind of, I don't know, with either a line work or something that kind of highlights those different elements that you were pointing out to us with the cursor. You could do that in a series of slides with boxes or circles or something like that. I think would be an effective way to do that. Did you have a question about that?
No, I think that's a great idea and easy for us to do.
Good. Thank you, Chaz. Go ahead, Ann, and then Genevieve.
So I just have a real quick one. Slide 21. So help us out with the brain fatigue and just take off the cents. Make there be fewer numbers on this slide. Just go with dollars.
Decimals.
Gotcha.
Round up,
Thank you.
yeah.
That's all.
Be a little less busy. Yeah, good call, Ann. Genevieve, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Corey. I appreciate you picking up on the population on that one slide. I got a tickle out of that. That was good. And I just wanted to ask on the trail system, I was going through Prism and it looks like half of the trail will be paved, half's going to be crushed rock. So a lot of this project is in the light of, ADA accessibility, but it sounds like half the trail system will not be really ADA accessible.
There would be part of it that would not be ADA accessible. That's correct. We could highlight that in the project though.
Or even just highlight on here, maybe on this slide, like which portions of the trail are ADA trail and which portions it will connect to that will be crushed rock.
Absolutely. Yeah, the primary one.
I was trying to figure out how long the trail system would be. It looks like it's going to be 2 miles in total. Do I have that right?
It's about that, I believe.
1 mile of each. Yeah, that's great. That's all I had.
Yeah, thanks, Genevieve. And there may be a reason for that too. You could point out if there's a terrain issue or something that you got your paved where it's nice and flat, and yeah, maybe there's some topography there, so you're going with partially crushed rock.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's this new trail on number 3 is. That's all pretty steep grade, so that's going to be the gravel part.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Well, thank
wonderful.
you.
Well, I appreciate all of the feedback. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. See you in August. Right, we down to the last one, our closer, Raymond. Hello, Raymond.
Hi.
Tia, you're presenting this one?
I am. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint for you. Pool renovation phase 1. Can you see that okay?
I can.
Great. Do you want to advance your own slides?
I can, if I can see how to do that.
Well, here, I can hand you remote control. If it doesn't work, I can do it for you. But so just go ahead and click on your slide, and you should be able to
there it goes.
Advance and then go back. And sometimes you can use your arrow keys as well, forward and back.
I'm trying to see where the
Down in the lower left is
I
back.
apologize. I was trying to get to the first one. Close.
There you go.
Perfect.
All
Thank
right,
you.
whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I am ready. Hello, my name is Tia Channel, and I'm representing the City of Raymond, Washington, in our project for Phase 1 renovations to the Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool. This facility is the only public access pool in all of Pacific County, and we are working to renovate it to be the best possible facility. The City of Raymond owns and now operates this pool. Currently, the pool is in need of major renovations to continue to be operational in the summers to come. The gutters of the pool are in need of repair to ensure that water is cycled correctly and keep the pool up to code. Additionally, the pool lining needs to be replaced and the tile and decking needs to be replaced to keep the pool safe for use and to ensure that maintenance and operation costs are kept low. This is a 2-story concrete structure. The locker rooms and front desk are located on the first floor. The pool is upstairs and open to the weather. It does have an elevator lift for access for those with disabilities. This structure is within a park, the city park, which has been in existence for many decades, has a playground and kiddie pool in addition to the main pool. Pacific County is located in the farthest southwest corner of Washington State. Raymond is located in the northern half of Pacific County. It is the largest city in the county. The site is located in the heart of Raymond's downtown core, next door to the public library and post office. The pool is a 2-story structure open to the weather with locker rooms below. It is only open through the summer season and offers employment to over a dozen local youth. The Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool, being the only public access pool in Pacific County, The closest options lack public transportation to the neighboring counties. In a marine community, we're the only access to safe swimming and swim lessons within our community. We provide free swim lessons to the school districts within the area. Currently, that is 3 school districts. This project has been prioritized by the City of Raymond due to the vocal support for the program and facility. The demand for the pool is high. Last summer, 6,720 individual visits to the facility within the season. The City of Raymond has already put $58,578.01 of work into the pool since taking it over in January. Prior to the city operating it, it was operated by a nonprofit group. Pacific County lags behind the state and national average for annual wage and median household income. With lower income families, the need of increased free and/or low-cost recreation activities are very high. Aquatic activity often comes with a price tag, and the closest option would require car transportation, which is not a cost-effective option. Additionally, with a larger aging population than the state average, the need for aerobic and an accessible exercise course is also at a high. The Raymond Pool does both of these things. The project scope will ensure that the pool tile and decking is replaced and will make the pool be safe and accessible. This project will fund the replacement of the decking and tile, as well as replacing the pool lining. The current state of the lining is interfering with operations because it is rough and outdated. It has caused injury in the past as well. The age of the lining is causing issues that will eventually leak well beyond repair. The decking is causing leaks in the locker rooms below, which also presents a safety hazard. New lining will also provide lane lines, which will increase the uses of the pool. The project provides open swims, swim lessons, aerobic classes, and swim team, all of which will be enhanced by these repairs. This is not an acquisition project, but a renovation. We do believe there is threat to the facility due to high amount of deferred maintenance over the past decade. The city has taken on a major project to the pool, but we are committed to this project and also look forward to enhancing other options after these repairs are done. This is a renovation project, but we are really positioned in an excellent site as the project was intentionally built in the heart of downtown. Opened in 1955, the pool closed in the 80s due to operation costs. In the 90s, an effort to reopen was started after multiple local drownings. The pool was renovated and reopened in 2002. The last major renovations happened during that time frame, and now, 22 years later, the pool is in need of renovations again to continue to be operational. The entire pool is an accessible facility. The facility has an elevator lift that transports people from ground level located in the park to the top deck. To enter the pool, there is a handicap chair lift that lowers them into the water. In updating the decking and tile, we were intentional about the design being easier to maintain in our climate and much safer. The decking would be a bullnose pool coping style that features smoothly rounded edge and provides a comfortable grip and would eliminate sharp corners, making it safer for use and less tile maintenance. This part of the renovation would also allow more opportunities, additional recreation items to be placed on the deck, including a new kiddie slide, basketball hoop, and/or a climbing wall. An all-inclusive quote from WMS Aquatics for decking and lining repair totals $574,000. Everyone listed on this screen is a full supporter of this project. North Pacific County Teen Advocacy Coalition, Willapa Harbor Health Foundation, and all 3 school districts within the immediate area are significant because they sponsor free recreational swim dates and swim lessons in the summer. These supporters, along with Pacific County Health Department, have countywide outreach. All the supporters have and continue to provide financial and in-kind support for ongoing repairs. Community feedback about safety issues has helped us to prioritize the need for replacing the lining and the decking. In addition, the City of Raymond has received feedback at council meetings about the need for repairs. In a survey to the community for the city's comprehensive plan update, the pool was mentioned by many responders as a need and priority for the city. This pool sits on a public transportation line, making it more accessible to our population. The new lining and decking will reduce leaking, which in turn will save on water usage of the pool. This project, especially these renovations, will help to increase the physical and social activities of the pool. Getting funding for this set of renovations allows us to use city budget to allocate toward more items, such as staff, which will increase the actual operating hours and opportunities. These renovations will help increase the lifespan of the pool and are designed in a way that reduces future maintenance costs. Due to the high demand of the pool, we have already hired more lifeguards this summer. This is a great way for us to invest in young people as their employer. In addition, people travel from South County and neighboring counties each summer to enjoy the pool and in turn invest in our economy during their visits. The City of Raymond will supply match for this phase of the repairs. Additional repairs have been made or are scheduled to be made and include commitments from Pool Board, which stands for People Organized to Operate Leisure Activities, City of Raymond, LV Raymond Foundation, and Weyerhaeuser. And that is my presentation. If anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Leah. All right, feedback for Raymond on the pool project. Go ahead, Savannah.
It's a great project, and I want to commend you guys for leveraging all those private dollars. So overall, I think there's a few slides throughout that are a little text heavy. So if you're able to kind of reduce some of the text to bullet points, like some slides are great, they just have the bullet points and whatnot. And then the photos, just make sure that the photos are telling your story that you're talking about. You won't need the threat or the site suitability since this isn't an acquisition, it's a development only project. So that'll, you can cut those slides out and that'll save you a little bit of time. And then in sustainability, there's 3 areas. So, you might just label the different areas: economic, ecological, and social, to make it super easy for scoring.
Thank you.
Thanks, Savannah. Go ahead, Doug, and then Chaz.
Great project. I'd love to see a pool that has the pool above the locker rooms. I think that's a cool idea, although you'd know every time there was a leak. So a couple of things I wanted to address. First off, overall, I want you to review your grant evaluation criteria. You were at 9 minutes total. So you have 3 more minutes that you can talk. And you addressed criteria that you don't have to address. Site suitability, and crap, what was the other one? You addressed 2 requisite the threat. You don't have to address those. Those are not relevant to a development project. You don't get any points for those. We can't give you any points for those. Even if you address them, I'm not giving you extra points for those. I would spend more time on your need, why you need this, detail it out, look at what other people's presentations have in need, get some ideas and bring back more in need, bring back more in project scope, and detail out exactly what you're doing, what this entails, those kinds of things. Just target the bigger ones. Please add slide numbers to your slides. Helps us to come back with a slide reference. When we have a slide number, I can say, I could say to Carl, hey, Carl, go to slide 20. And he gets there and it's easier for us to follow up. Need. Can you give me a map that shows the closest pools with distances? You referenced the pools and where they were, but give me a map that shows them.
Okay.
You talked about car access and low cost pools not being anywhere in the area. how does Raymond Pool address this? Is it walkable to Raymond Pool, to the pool, to the Dr. O.R. Nevitt Memorial Pool? Do people walk there or do they drive there? Because if they are driving there, then the car access item really goes out anyways. It doesn't matter. The walkability and the low fee. Is it low fee? Is it free to use? What is the Nevitt Pool set up as? So make sure that that is addressed. It's not just, hey, there's no other pools that have this. Well, does Nevitt Pool have this? Because I didn't get that from you. Project design. One concern I had was you listed an all-inclusive budget of $574,000. Your project metrics in Prism show $500,000 total expenditure. So there's a $74,000 shortfall. Who's paying for that? Where's that money coming from? You can have more match than the $500,000 grant. So if you're saying 450 and you're contributing 50, if you're contributing the extra 74, great, awesome. But just detail that out so that we know the entire project's covered. Okay, if you're going to go higher on the 450 and higher on your match, fine, but tell us what it is. I think you can go up to 500,000. So that's another 50 that you could get there, but you'd have to match it with a 10% on your end minimum. So you can get there. Just show me in the numbers so that I'm not wondering where the extra 74,000 is coming from. And then the final thing, your donations on the last slide with donations, it looked like there were more donations than what you had in your metrics. The people organized to operate leisure activities in your metrics says 15,000. This says almost 30. Sponsor equipment use says $5,000. I don't even see that in there, but you've got the LV Raymond Foundation at 15,000 and Warehouser at 13,008. So those aren't even in your metrics. So those can add into your numbers. But make sure when we get to this, that the numbers in your cost efficiencies in your presentation either match what's in here, or if you just got a $50,000 donation, denote in there that, hey, this isn't in our metrics, but we just got it, so that we know it. Okay.
Okay.
That's all I got. Good project. Good job. Just clean it up.
Am I able to ask a question or no?
No.
Okay. Good
Yeah.
to know.
So you got a quick question about what Doug
My
said?
only
Go
question
ahead.
was, I apologize. I've never done a grant ever. We don't have a grant writer here, so bear with us. But these were additional phases that were listed with the fees that covered other costs of other projects. So maybe I didn't need to list those.
Oh, I see. Just gotcha. Yeah, Russell will work with you to help.
I can
get this cleaned up. So yeah. Chaz, go ahead.
For our purposes, the only thing we really need to see in this slide is what is currently donated for this phase.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo kind of what Doug said. Make sure you take a look at the grant criteria, kind of build your slide deck based on that criteria and the points that you can earn. And make sure you don't have things in there that you don't need to talk about, like threat and site suitability. On slide 5 in the design, I think, in terms of adding pictures, and you were talking about the different decking type, I think you could try to get pictures from your vendor or go out online and kind of just show the type of things that you're aiming for in your project. That just gives us a picture, gives us something interesting to look at, and kind of shows what you're thinking. It doesn't have to be exactly what you're doing, but it gives us an idea.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chaz. Yeah, Tia, it's okay to get example projects of the type of material or type of whatever it is you're trying to do. Go ahead, Ann.
So Tia, a few things because you're new to this. RCO has a manual or some sort, like giving you advice on how to make the best presentation. So you want to be sure you look at that. Also, all of the presentations for the past week are on RCO's YouTube. And so I think it would be helpful for you to watch some other people's presentations and just get some ideas from those. And then your grant manager is your best friend. Ask a lot of questions and listen to the answers.
Okay, thank you very much.
And there he is, Russell. All right, and you're the former grant manager from that area is listening too. So you got double the help here. So
awesome. I'm gonna need it.
You're in good shape, and yeah, no worries. We're here to help. You got plenty of time between now and August to get this tuned up. So yeah,
Perfect. Well, I appreciate all this feedback. I think it will help a ton going forward.
All right, good. Well, thank you, Tia, for presenting. Appreciate it, and we'll see you in August.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye. All right, folks, we made it to the end. Look at that. Hang on for just a minute, and we can have a little wrap-up conversation. But thank you very much for all of your time for 4 days of review, and anybody out there who was listening. That wraps up the end of our Technical Review 2024 WWRP Local Parks category. We will be back in August for evaluations.